Chapter 122. Since his cousin was back, they would break up. Lin Fan was a little hungry and told Go Zi to prepare some good food. He missed Yu City and his father. Yuan Tianchu chased up to Zhang Tianshan. Does what you said before count? What? What did I say? Zhang Tianshan asked curiously. He showed an expression like he didn't understand what Kid was saying. Could he be clearer about it? Yuan Tianchu said, you said that if Wolf Brigade would send money over, you would pass the deputy sect leader position to me. You said that right? Good lad. His heart was not in the right place. You actually want to snatch the deputy sect master from me? Zhang Tianshan was confused. Is that so? I didn't say that. Why do young people like to bully the middle-aged and old? Do they think I'm old and have a bad memory, or do they really think I'm so casual? You think you can bully just anyone? Then he patted Yuan Tianchu's shoulder. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Work hard and you'll get what you deserve in the future. Fuck. Yuan Tianchu wanted to beat Zhang Tianshan up. How shameless. He had clearly said those words, but he actually turned his back on them. Very good. Yuan Tianchu didn't want to say more and left directly. He could see that Zhang Tianshan was the same as that surnamed Lin, scheming. Even if he said it to their faces, they wouldn't admit it. Whoever believed it was a fool. Zhang Tianshan looked at Yuan Tianchu's back view and smiled. Young people thought too much and should be down to earth. Did I say that? Definitely not. Now that Marshall Path Mountain had 30,000 silver, their future was limitless. Even Wolf Brigade ran and didn't dare to invade. This future, just thinking about it makes me feel terrible. The Huang family. No way, so strong, so fierce. After Huang Boren learned that Wolf Brigade retreated, he was stunned. Can you believe it? In any case, he did not dare to believe it. It was like a huge army attacking Jiang City. Jiang City was obviously very weak and basically had no hope. However, at this moment, the huge army ran away. If there was no story behind this, he would not believe it. How narrow-minded was Qin Xingyao? That was really small. It was definitely impossible for him to let Wolf Brigade leave. Therefore, this revealed a piece of information. Marshall Path Mountain was different. Fuck. Huang Boren regretted it a lot. Lin Fan had asked him to invest a second time, but he hadn't. Now that he thought about it, it was too late for regrets. He had let go of such an opportunity. If he was given another chance, he would invest without hesitation. He really wanted to see Qin Xingyao's expression. Perhaps even uglier than eating shit. Ha! It was so comfortable that his hands were itching to write. The study was filled with his masterpieces. With his status, many people would fight over these masterpieces. If it wasn't for the Huang family's status, these masterpieces would have been used to clean up the mess. Wolf Brigade. Loyalty Hall. When the leader returned, all the brothers heaved a sigh of relief. But when they thought of how some of their brothers had died, they felt heartache and even more fear. It was too terrifying. That person was like a devil. The great leader was someone who cared about his face. He didn't say that he couldn't beat him, nor did he say too much nonsense. To put it bluntly, we were tricked by the Qin family. Big brother, I can't take this lying down. Second brother was sad. His cultivation was crippled and he would be a cripple in the future. He didn't have the face to stay in this position anymore. Third head said, that's right, we're going to kill our way back. Kill our way back. Kill our way back. Many of the brothers shouted. They were all holding back their anger. The big head looked at his brothers with a solemn expression. He had heard everyone's thoughts. However, he just wanted to say something. Can't you guys just calm down for a bit? However, he couldn't say that. Fourth head said, silence, let the leader speak. Everyone looked towards the leader with burning eyes. Everyone was prepared. As long as he gave the order, they would grind their blades and charge back. The leader said, "Brothers, we failed this time, but it wasn't because Marshall Path Mountain was strong, but because Qin family wanted us to be wiped out." Uproar. Everyone looked towards the leader in shock. What did he mean? Why did Qin family want them to be wiped out? They knew that the Wolf Brigade was closely related to the Qin family. Or rather, the person controlling the Wolf Brigade behind the scenes was the Qin family. But gradually, after a person like the leader appeared, the relationship between the Wolf Brigade and the Qin family changed subtly. Fourth head said, "Big brother, you are saying that Qin family wants to harm us." The leader said, "Right, we don't understand Marshall Path Mountain situation. Qin family rushed us to act. If we knew that Marshall Path Mountain had such an expert, would we have been so careless? Second brother, third brother, and so many brothers, nothing would have happened. I really want to kill that bastard from Qin family." The leader was furious. All of this started because of Qin family. If they didn't give them accurate intel, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Fourth head said, "Big brother, since that is the case, then what should we do in the future? Qin family wants to deal with our Wolf Brigade, so the place we are at will be really dangerous." Fifth head said, "What are we afraid of? If he has balls, then he will come. After so many years, who knows how many of the things we snatched have been given to Qin family. Now that he wants to burn the bridge, at most we will fight him to the death." Fifth brother, "Drink your wine." Fourth head said. He looked towards his big brother and said, "Big brother, I think we should bring our brothers and leave this place. Qin family has deep roots in Jiang City and is really strong. If Qin family wants to wipe out the bandits and gather their troops, we won't be enough." Fifth head said, "Then, are we just going to let second brother, third brother, and those brothers off?" Anyway, he was unhappy. Second brother and third brother's cultivation was trashed, and if he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Second head said, "Fifth brother, listen to fourth brother. He is educated and knows logic. We can't push Wolf Brigade into the abyss because of us." Big brother, I agree with fourth brother. Let's move away. As long as we are still here, we will have a chance to take revenge. The leader said, "Brothers, what do you think?" Everyone looked at one another and then said, "We will listen to big brother." "Okay, then we will move away and strengthen our strength. When we have a chance, we will take revenge. Marshall Path Mountain will be wiped out, and so will Qin family." The leader said. In his heart, he was also thinking about moving. They couldn't stay here for long. However, if they left just like that, it would hurt second and third brothers' hearts. Now that Qin family wanted to wipe out Wolf Brigade, with their strength, they couldn't fight Qin family. They could only let all their brothers die for nothing. That night, Wolf Brigade was very quiet. A person crawled out from the dog hole of Wolf Brigade. He disappeared into the darkness. July 21st. Morning. Early in the morning, Marshall Path Mountain welcomed the first batch of people. The commoners who worked at Marshall Path Mountain returned. What a joke. What happened yesterday had already spread. Marshall Path Mountain showed shocking strength. They returned to repair Marshall Path Mountain. Zhang Tianxian's complexion was great, and he felt great. He immediately told those commoners to repair Marshall Path Mountain. He was eager to see how prosperous Marshall Path Mountain would be after it opened. Suddenly, he saw a rich man. "Young Master Huang, what wind blew you over?" Zhang Tianxian immediately walked up and greeted. This was a rich family. Although Marshall Path Mountain didn't lack funds, there was no harm in making the rich feel comfortable. Huang Boran said, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, I came to find Sect Leader Lin. He just wanted to earn money." Now that Marshall Path Mountain's future was really bright, he wanted to invest more. Nowadays, some of the powerful sects all had the shadow of aristocratic families. It didn't mean that those sects were created by aristocratic families. But when those sects were first formed, those aristocratic families gave them financial support. They slowly got stronger and formed huge sections. Those aristocratic families' gains came. Marshall Path Mountain allowed him to see such a possibility. So, he wanted to continue to invest in it to build a foundation for his descendants. Please enter. Zhang Tianxian was really warm. However, the deputy word didn't sound nice. If only he could remove the word vice from the title. That would be perfect. However, it was okay. If he continued to work hard, maybe one day, he would be able to remove the deputy word. Zhang Tianxian brought Huang Boran in. The current Marshall Path Mountain had some areas that were repaired to perfection. He pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fan and the others sat there to eat breakfast. However, looking closely, everyone's status was obvious. Lin Fan was the highest. Look at what they were eating. Bird's nest stewed with milk. There were also red dates and a few ginseng roots. Zhou Zhongmao also ate all of that, big bowls. In Lin Fan's words, cousin was still developing and needed to replenish himself. Originally, Go Zi could eat all of that too. But Go Zi didn't want to and wasn't willing to eat. He just wanted to be young master's servant. Now outside. Go Zi cooked all 3 meals a day. Don't underestimate Go Zi. Although he didn't cook in the Lin family, he really had culinary skills. As for Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu, they were pitiful. Youtiao, sesame seed cake, soy milk porridge. The two of them bit on the youtiao and stared right at Lin Fan. Not fair. Not fair at all. Why did the two of them have to eat this? Could they consider their status? They were rich young masters in Yu City. You bunch of beasts, why didn't you tell me? I was supervising outside and you all just ate and drank. That's too much. Zhang Tianxian hollered. Too practical. These people didn't think about him at all. Wah, bird's nest, so good. Let me have some. Just as Zhang Tianxian was about to make a bowl, Zhou Zhongmao smacked his hand away. My cousin is eating that, you go eat that. Haze, you kid, you. Zhang Tianxian wanted to lecture him, but when he saw Zhou Zhongmao's fierce expression, he was terrified. He was strong, so he just ate the porridge. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Zhang Tianxian and then said, Cousin, eat more, you can't lose weight. Lin Fan said calmly, N. He looked at Huang Boran and smiled, Brother Huang, why did you come to Marshall Path Mountain so early in the morning? Come, let's eat together. Huang Boran said, Sect leader Lin is too polite. I came to talk to you. Eat first, after you finish, we can talk. Liang Yongqi whispered to Yuan Tianchu, I have had enough, this is not fair at all. Yuan Tianchu drank the porridge and laughed coldly, the unfairness is yet to come. With your ability, you shouldn't be with us. Liang Yongqi found those words a little ear-piercing. What did he mean? He said that I couldn't make it. Very quickly. Lin Fan placed down the bowl, Cousin, I am full. You can drink the rest. I know. Zhou Zhongmao picked up the half-filled bowl of bird's nest and gulped it down. He had consumed too much and needed replenishment to maintain his strength at its peak. Liang Yongqi and the others felt heart-pained when they saw those scenes. Pig. He could eat so much. He didn't even know how to share some with them. Outside. Lin Fan and Huang Boran walked around. After a while. Brother Huang, just say what you want. Lin Fan said. He knew why Huang Boran came. He just wanted to brag and then say that he would continue to invest in Marshall Path Mountain. Of course. He was really casual. Just invest, he didn't mind the money. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, I want to continue investing in Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain allowed him to see the future. In the future, when Marshall Path Mountain became strong, then the entire Huang family would rise. Let's talk about now. If he sent the Huang family's wealth to those sects and said that he wanted to invest, he wouldn't even have a chance to enter and would be chased out. He would even be scolded. Dumb. Those sects couldn't be underestimated. After they became strong, they would be really strong. In front of those sects, Huang family wasn't worth mentioning at all. Lin Fan said, "Sure, no problem." Huang Boren said, "Brother Lin, really? Of course, how can I fake it?" Lin Fan smiled. He just wanted to have a good life as a rich family. It was not bad now, eating and drinking every day, looking at the scenery, looking at the sky. His life was really carefree. Huang Boren laughed, "Good, this is great. This time my Huang family will give Marshall Path Mountain 20,000 silver." This was already a huge sum. This was also because Huang Boren had high hopes for Marshall Path Mountain's development. "Brother Lin, don't worry, Huang family will continue to invest," Huang Boren said. Lin Fan smiled, "Okay, but Brother Huang, please remember that investments are risky, and in the end, it might all be for nothing." Huang Boren said, "Understood." Huang Boren was curious about what happened yesterday and wanted to know what happened. Why did the Wolf Brigade bandits leave? These things weren't a secret. When Huang Boren learned that Lin Fan extorted 30,000 silver from Wolf Brigade, he was so shocked that he was numb. Amazing. Really amazing. Qin family. Qin Xingyao was in a bad mood, and his face was dark and sunken. Marshall Path Mountain still existed, and to him, that was something he was really unhappy about. However, he had no choice. Wolf Brigade went against his orders, and that made him really annoyed. What could he do? At this moment, Old Master Chen learned about the situation with Wolf Brigade. Old Master Chen didn't find Qin Xingyao. Anyways, it was enough that he knew that Wolf Brigade wanted to betray Qin family. They deserved to be killed. They couldn't be allowed to live. Wolf Brigade was formed by the last family head. At that time, it was used to rob and strengthen Qin family's wealth. After all, Qin family was born as a bandit, and naturally, they knew what the fastest way to amass money was. At that time, it was easy to control. No one dared to go against Qin family's orders, and they listened to them like dogs. Or rather, they were the dogs that Qin family raised. However, this leader Ren didn't listen to him. If he wanted to set up his own sect, then he had to see whether or not he had the ability. If he didn't plant a spy in Wolf Brigade, he wouldn't know so much. July 22nd. That night, Old Master Chen personally led a large group of people out of the city and disappeared into the night sky. Wolf Brigade. Tonight was really busy, but it was filled with sadness. Loyalty Hall. The leader raised his cup and looked at everyone. "Brothers, after tonight, we will leave this place. We have lived for so long and are used to this place. Let us toast. From today onwards, our Wolf Brigade will be free and won't be anyone's tool. Cheers." How heroic. All the bandits raised their cups. After drinking, they raised their heads and looked at the leader, waiting for him to continue. The leader said, "You all know the rules of Wolf Brigade. Being together means that we are brothers, and we help one another. However, if anyone is tired of such days, then say it. As the leader, I promised each brother that if you want to back out, I will give you a sum of money to let you live your own lives. I won't stop you, and no one dares to stop you as you deserve it. Now, does anyone want to back out?" A short silence. Everyone shouted loudly. "No, we will follow the leader to the end." "Right, if anyone backs out, I will look down on him." The leader looked around and said, "Okay, brothers, let's drink this bowl of wine." Within the room, the fragrance of wine spread all around. Everyone drank it in one gulp. "There is one more thing. We snatched many girls, but tonight is the night that Wolf Brigade disbands. It is also the night that a new Wolf Brigade is formed. In the past, we said that we won't force anyone to stay. If any girl wants to leave, just give them enough silver and they can leave. Here, I thank those girls for letting my brothers not be lonely at night. At that moment, someone shouted. First Master, my little brat is already 3 years old. That little girl is already dead set on me. How can she leave me? If she leaves, where can she find someone like me who suits her? Ha ha ha, ha. The bandits laughed out loud. You are so shameless. I wanted to leave you long ago, okay? Nonsense, how is that possible? The leader raised his hand. Okay, since that is the case, then bring them all. We won't abandon our brothers and won't abandon their girls. As long as they are from Wolf Brigade, then we will bring them all. Suddenly, there were noises outside. There's an enemy attack. The bandit guarding outside roared out these words, then fell to the ground, dead. Damn, brothers, get your weapons and face the enemy. Fifth leader hollered in rage. Outside Wolf Brigade, many torches lit up. Old Master Chen looked coldly at Wolf Brigade. He really didn't want to personally destroy this place. However, he had no choice. If someone betrayed him, then he had to die. Old Master Chen might be old, but his methods were really vicious. Kill. Old Master Chen waved his hand. A large number of people charged in with blades. Not long later, screams spread out. Even the kids weren't let off. How did this happen? Why can't I even pick up my blade? I have no strength at all. The Wolf Brigade bandits noticed a terrifying thing, which was that they had no strength at all. Very quickly, the battle within calmed down. The great leader and the others were surrounded and all of them had injuries on their bodies. Qin Zhong, I saw that you were loyal, so I made you the leader. Is this how you repay me? Old Master Chen rode his horse and walked over slowly. He looked coldly at the leader. The leader's eyes turned red, and he said in rage, Chen Daoyun, you poisoned us. He had already noticed. Also, he himself was the same. He was poisoned and had no strength at all. Old Master Chen said coldly, didn't you say that we are brothers? How does it feel to be poisoned by your own brother? After which, a small bandit walked out and stood beside Old Master Chen. Fifth leader raged, you bastard. To that small bandit, he didn't care if he scolded him. Anyway, he was sent in by Old Master Chen to monitor Wolf Brigade. Old Master Chen said, remember, I can support you, so I can kill you. Everything you have is given to you by me. Betraying Chen family will only lead to death. Kill. Just at that moment, a few small bandits charged out. In their hands were the goods that they robbed last time. Those were explosives. They tied them to their bodies and shouted. Leader, run, we will open a path for you. Remember to take revenge for us. Those small bandits hollered in rage, charging towards the guards surrounding them and lighting them up. Pang! It exploded. Blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. Many guards died, and the scene was really tragic. Old Master Chen was protected at the back. Scoff, run. Old Master Chen looked at the few of them who couldn't even walk properly. He waved his hands, chase. The leader didn't expect things to turn out like this. He wasn't afraid to fight Chen family head-on as he didn't fear anything. However, he didn't expect that his own brother would harm him. Poison. How despicable. Even if they were bandits, they wouldn't bother to poison people. With their current situation, they couldn't run at all. Qin Zhong, why are you still running? Stop running. Since you thought about betraying me, your fate was decided. Haze, I can't bear to. After raising a dog for so many years, I do have some feelings for it. Old Master Chen sighed. Although he said that, the meaning was clear, which was to kill. They were stuck at the edge of the cliff. Below was a sky-covering wave. They couldn't see anything at night. But just by listening to the sound, one could tell how ferocious the waves were. Fourth leader was injured and shouted, "Big brother, we won't drag you down. Jump down and you have a chance to live. If you survive, take revenge for us. We will stop them for you." Fifth leader said, "Big brother, this is the end of our brotherhood. In the next life, we will still be bandits with you. We will still be brothers with you. Do you still want us?" Ha ha ha. Fourth leader said, "Fifth brother, after so many years, this is the best thing you said. We will still be bandits with Big Brother in the next life. Yes, yes, forever." Leader hollered. Second head and third head also smiled. The four of them looked at one another and nodded. They raised the blades in their hands and charged towards Old Master Chen. "Big brother, jump." The leader's eyes turned red. "Brothers, wait for me. After taking revenge, I will continue to lead you all to be bandits." He jumped and was swallowed by the darkness. Poochie! Poochie! The four of them drank the poisoned wine. In front of these guards, they were unable to fight back at all. All of them were sliced to death. But even if they died, they still hugged on to those guards, blocking the path to buy time for their big brother. A guard came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The sound of the waves was really huge and terrifying. "Old Master, if we jump from here, we definitely won't survive." The guard turned his head and said. Old Master Chen got off the horse and came to the edge of the cliff. He looked down, and after confirming that there was no problem, he waved his hands. "Gather all the corpses of the Wolf Brigade bandits. When they were alive, they had to bring benefits to Chen family. Even after death, it was the same. Weren't the Jiang City commoners afraid of Wolf Brigade? Then, he would let them see what Chen family did." The cliff was slanted and the slope was really huge. The leader didn't die and hung on the vines. They did that in the past to leave a trump card for themselves. If they faced a disaster, they could hide. Who knew that? To date, he was the only one who used it. His strength slowly weakened. The leader opened his eyes wide, biting his tongue. He had already bitten it, but he definitely couldn't let go. There was only one voice in his heart. Live. He had to live. He wanted to take revenge. 23rd of July. Morning. All the commoners of Jiang City were shocked. The Chen family manager stood there and shouted. "Come and take a look, these are the corpses of the Wolf Brigade bandits. My old master knows that you were harassed by bandits, so he brought people to uproot them. It wasn't for anything else but for everyone in Jiang City to live in a happy and safe place. Tell me, isn't this a good job?" The commoners rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Oh my God! Did they see it wrongly? The Wolf Brigade that was deeply rooted out for a long time was wiped out just like that? This was a huge piece of news. It made every commoner in Jiang City pumped up. The Chen family manager shouted, "What do you think?" Damn! These bunch of retarded commoners were all stunned. He asked them if they were okay. Could they reply? "Okay, that's great. Long live Chen family. Chen family is amazing, getting rid of evil for the people." The Chen family manager was satisfied. That was more like it. At that moment, Old Master Chen walked over with the support of the people. He coughed, his face was ashen white, and he stuttered when he spoke. "Guys, this is what Chen family should do. As long as Chen family is in Jiang City, we won't let anyone harm the people of Jiang City." The Chen family manager said, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you clapping? My old master personally led the troops to wipe out the bandits and got a cold. Look, my old master is so old, and he could have handed these things to others. But he said that for the safety of the Jiang City people, he had to do it personally. Touched, I am really touched, woo woo woo. The Chin family manager's eyes turned red, and tears flowed down just like that. Not far away. Li Tsung's mouth was agape. Damn. He saw the gap between them. That fellow really knew how to talk. No wonder he could become a manager, and he could only be a teacher. That was the gap. However, one really had to say. Old Master was really vicious. He knew about the relationship between Wolf Brigade and Chin family. Because they didn't listen. He wiped them out that night. He was really amazing. At the same time, he taught him a lesson. He had to listen to young master, even if it was tough and tiring, he had to do it. If not, he might end up like Wolf Brigade, wiped out. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The commoners were infected by the emotional words of the Chin family manager. There were really people who cried out. Wah, he is the same age as my grandfather. My grandfather is lying on the bed, but old Master Chin can still wipe out Wolf Brigade for us. I am so touched. That's right, that's right. Although Chin family young master is annoying, there are still good people in the Chin family. In the future, we should understand that young Master Chen is still young and hasn't grown up. It is okay for him to be a little bad. No matter what. This matter caused huge waves in Jiang City. When Huang Boren learned about it, he was astonished. How generous. Chen family actually wiped out Wolf Brigade. Why was that? A small half of Chen family's wealth came from Wolf Brigade. Wasn't wiping them out the same as destroying an arm? Or rather, because Wolf Brigade didn't wipe out Marshall Path Mountain, they angered old Master Chen. However, that was impossible. Chen family wasn't so stupid. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. When Chen Xingyao learned that his father wiped out Wolf Brigade, he was delighted. He laughed out loud in the room. He was thinking to himself that Wolf Brigade made them not listen to his instructions, so they ended up in such a tragic state. Even if they regretted it, it was too late. As for facing Huang Boren, he wouldn't lose face. One could even say that he could casually wipe out a dog that didn't listen to him. Such overbearing words. Outside the city, Lin Fan came down from Marshall Path Mountain and was prepared to walk around Jiang City. When he saw so many corpses outside, he was also a little confused. Damn! Wolf Brigade was wiped out. That was way too fucking fast. He also saw old Master Chen. His first impression was that this old man wasn't a good person. He could tell from his face. He should be a cunning person. At this moment, old Master Chen saw Lin Fan. He walked towards him with the support of people. Sect leader Lin, this is the first time we have met, I have long heard of you. Old Master Chen said. Lin Fan smiled, Old Master Chen, I have long heard of you. Old Master Chen said, congratulations for Marshall Path Mountain to reopen. In the future, we will be able to provide more jobs for the people of Jiang City. Damn. Those words sounded a little weird. Or did he treat him as Zhang Tianxian and gave his disciple a salary? Dream on. After which, the two of them just casually said some nonsense. They didn't talk about anything important. He just felt that this old man was a little cunning, he looked like a bad person. Before old Master Chen left, he patted Lin Fan's shoulder, even 3 times. What did that mean? He came to my room in the middle of the night to be gay. Scram. Scum old man. He even reached out to such an outstanding guy like him. Why didn't he look at what he looked like? Cousin, this person isn't a good person. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head, cousin, I can see it. Lin Fan nodded his head. Cousin was smart, not bad. Let's go, let's head into the city to shop. However, when they entered the city, he still looked at those bandits. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Huang Boran told him that Wolf Brigade and Chen family had a close relationship. Chen family supported them, and they were also a tool for them to earn money. But now, Chen family wiped out Wolf Brigade. What kind of sinister plot was going on here? It was a little complicated. His brain buzzed as he thought about it. Forget it. Who cares? No matter what schemes they had, it had nothing to do with him. He would either go head-on, or he wouldn't. Chapter 123. The last time he entered Jiang City was to find Zhang Tianxian. He didn't take a look and left right after finding him. Father's friends were all so weird. Logically speaking, strong people should know strong friends. How did father know Zhang Tianshan, that old fox? Right, he was an old fox. He didn't see how skilled he was. Even if he established Martial Path Mountain. In the end, it closed down, so what else could he say? Jiang City was not bad, and the environment was much better than Yu City. Have you noted down the things you want to buy? Lin Fan asked. Go Zi followed behind. Young master, I have. I will go ask where to buy those things. Wolf Brigade redeemed 30,000 silver, Huang Boran invested 20,000, a total of 50,000, which was already a huge sum. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was rich. Even when he was at home in Yu City, he had never seen so much silver. Go Zi asked the passers-by and returned, young master, I got it. A few hundred meters ahead is the biggest market in Jiang City. They have everything there. Lin Fan wanted to buy some things to change his living environment. He was the sect leader now, so naturally, he had to give him the treatment that a sect leader deserved. Very quickly. The three of them came to the Jiang City market. Looking out, it was majestic. It wasn't that it was beautiful, but that there were many goods placed there. Just like what that person said, one could buy anything in the Jiang City market. The shouts were continuous. People walked to and fro, and many people were picking things in the market. He found a shop that sold beds. There were many beds inside and outside the shop, and there were many different styles. Lin Fan walked in and touched the beds. He wasn't used to it, he was most used to the ones with the Simmons in the past. Young master, do you need anything? The shop owner was middle-aged and a little fat. He looked really smart, and he warmly welcomed Lin Fan in. Lin Fan said, I want to buy a bed and recommend a few. The boss smiled and led Lin Fan and the others in. Young master, take a look at this. It is made of top-quality rosewood, and there are no problems with the material. It is majestic, beautiful, and comfortable to sleep on. Moreover, even if it is broken, it will be repaired. It is definitely worth it, just 20 silver. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He touched it, and it felt really good. He then looked towards Go Zi. He didn't know the price, so he had to ask Go Zi. Go Zi said, Boss, 15 silver. My young master will buy it. The boss was in a difficult position. Aya, that's too low. You're reducing the price by 5 taels at once. Alright. Since this young master likes it, I'll sell it. It was mainly because he saw that Lin Fan was about to leave that he relented. Earning a few taels of silver was enough. Just one look at Go Zi and he knew that he was someone who understood the price. He definitely wouldn't be able to kill him, so he decided to just earn less. Go Zi paid and said, send the bed to Martial Path Mountain. Don't think about changing it. I will check carefully. Don't worry. I'm an old merchant. What matters most is credibility. The boss hurriedly said. Oh my god, this servant is really hard to deal with. Martial Path Mountain. These people were from Martial Path Mountain. Seeing Lin Fan and the rest leave, the boss shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Then, he chuckled. Today was a good day. He had his first customer. Go Zi said softly, young master, these merchants are really cunning. If you like anything, I will take a look. Lin Fan smiled, okay, I don't worry about you. Young master's praise made Go Zi feel a little smug. Wasn't his biggest wish to make master satisfied? He felt like he had already achieved that. However, he still needed to work hard. Lin Fan said, take a look for yourselves and buy whatever you need. We have a huge sum of money on us now. Oh. Zhou Zhongmao replied. He didn't have anything to buy and wasn't interested. Anyway, it was the same. He would look at his cousin in the day and at night he would cultivate. Go Zi didn't need anything. His current life was good. Go Zi followed the list and bought everything that young master needed. He understood what young master was thinking, which was to raise his living conditions to that of the Lin Manor. That wasn't difficult at all. Even if it was difficult, he would think of a way to help young master solve it. All the way until noon, he finally bought everything. However, he spent 100 silver. To normal people, this was a huge sum. He then ate a full meal at Weifu restaurant. He had nothing to do, so he returned to Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan thought that under normal circumstances, at least something would happen, like some small problems. However, regretfully, everything went too smoothly. By the time the sun was about to set, there were already merchants delivering goods one after another. Good fellow, they are going to decorate Marshall Path Mountain. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Tianshan rushed over right away. He surrounded a bed and looked closely. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It was like he thought that these things were for him. Yuan Tianchu was really calm. Looking at how happy Zhang Tianshan was, he didn't want to say anything. Keep dreaming. How could these things be yours? He didn't expect that surnamed Lin to be so kind to buy things for him. Keep dreaming. He just didn't understand. They had already spent a period of time together and went through some things. How could he not understand what kind of person he was? Was it because he couldn't think straight or what? We might not have a share. Liang Yongqi muttered. Listen. Even he knew that they didn't have a share, so why didn't he understand? Right as Zhang Tianshan was about to touch it, Go Zi came out and said, don't touch, this belongs to my young master. Zhang Tianshan looked at Go Zi with a weird expression, what about us? Go Zi shook his head, none for you. What? Zhang Tianshan exclaimed, I can understand if the two of them don't have one. After all, they are just disciples. But as the deputy sect leader, how can I not have one? What did it have to do with them? Could he not drag them down when he lost face? Yuan Tianchu giggled, can't you see the reality? None for you, your deputy sect leader position is similar to ours. Stop talking about it, it is so pointless and you are asking to be humiliated. Liang Yongqi didn't think that they would have a share. Who knew what was going on with Zhang Tianshan? He was asking to be humiliated. Helpless. He couldn't understand. Move the things and follow me. Slow down, don't break them. If you break them, I won't admit it. Go Zi brought the various merchants towards young master's courtyard. Young master was a proper person and didn't like things that clashed. He reminded the merchants and hoped that they would pay more attention. Naturally, the merchants knew about Marshall Path Mountain. However, their impression of Marshall Path Mountain was naturally the closed Marshall Path Mountain from a long time ago. As for the current Marshall Path Mountain, they were a little shocked. It seemed like it was not bad. Zhang Tianshan looked at these things with red eyes. Thinking about the things in his room, it was like heaven and earth. No, I have to find him and talk to him. How can I not have these things? Zhang Tianshan left in a huff. Yuan Tianchu followed closely behind. He wanted to go too. However, he definitely didn't say anything. If he could gain some benefits, that would be great. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't lose anything. Liang Yongqi pouted. Zhang Tianshan going to find Lin Fan was a waste of time. However, when he saw Yuan Tianchu follow, he instantly felt that there was a problem. Damn. He had to go too. Even if he didn't know the exact situation, he definitely couldn't let them take advantage of him. For some reason, Liang Yongqi felt that life was tiring. He didn't feel as carefree as when he was in U City. These days. Lonely, dangerous, boring. Within the courtyard that Lin Fan lived in. Sect leader, that is too much. Why don't I have them? Zhang Tianshan asked right away. His expression was a little bitter. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader. If they got closer, he would be his uncle. His status in Martial Path Mountain was below one person and above 4 people. Logically speaking, he should have a share too. Lin Fan and cousin stood in the courtyard. In a while, there would be a huge change here. Lin Fan saw Zhang Tianxian walk over and said calmly, excessive luxury will cause one to fall. As the deputy sect leader of Martial Path Mountain, you should set a good example for the disciples. Zhang Tianshan said, I don't fall, I don't spend. It is okay, just decorate my room. In the future, Martial Path Mountain lacks funds. We need to be thrifty and not extravagant. Lin Fan said. Damn. Were those words even spoken by a human? He actually said that they lacked funds. Those 50,000 silver wasn't money. Zhang Tianshan pulled Lin Fan to the side and lowered his head. Kid, I am friends with your father. No matter what, I am your uncle. I understand that you don't want those 2 people to get good things. I can act out a show and then you can help me decorate my room. How about that? Yuan Tianchu was filled with disdain. Even if he didn't hear it, he knew what he was talking about. Lin Fan said, I really don't have money. What? Zhang Tianshan stared at Lin Fan like he was saying that kid, uncle already said that to you and you still didn't give me a chance. Were you really so stingy? Lin Fan saw that Zhang Tianshan was looking at him and nodded his head. I really don't have money, you know that. What did he know? He didn't know whether or not he had money. How could those shiny banknotes be fake? He was finished. Martial Path Mountain's new sect leader was so stingy. Their future days would be tough. Brother Yuan, will our future days be tough? Why don't we sneak back to U City? Liang Yongqi said softly. Yuan Tianchu said, I don't want to go back. I understand why I came out. You are weak and aren't suitable to stay here. You can go back yourself. Damn. What a beast. This was a fucking insult. I just suggested and you said that I was weak. Great, I won't go back. I want to see how long you can last. Liang Yongqi didn't think as much as Yuan Tianchu, but he knew that Lin Fan was a little cunning. If he followed beside him, he wouldn't be able to enjoy good things, but he would have to share the pain with him. He wanted to see how long Yuan Tianchu could last. He really knew how to brag. He made it sound like he was really amazing. Go Zi brought the merchants in and instructed them to place the goods at the fixed spots. He knew how young master liked to place them. This was something that a personal servant should know. Zhang Tianshan was filled with despair towards this kid. He couldn't pry open his mouth at all. He was Lin Wanni's son, but why wasn't he as easy to talk to as his father? In the past, when his father obtained good things, as long as he said something nice and licked it, he would be able to get it. He said that he had no money. Could he believe it? If he did, then he would be a fool. Not long later. The entire courtyard was brand new, it was much better than U City's environment. Lin Fan was really satisfied. This was the kind of day he wanted. That night. Lin Fan was cooling off in the courtyard. Cousin was at the side. Suddenly, he looked into the darkness and said furiously, "Who is it?" A person slowly walked out from the darkness. It is you. Chapter 124. Zhou Zhongmao recognized who it was right away. He had just fought. Lin Fan didn't recognize him and had never seen him before. Cousin, who is he? That was impossible. Even cousin knew who he was, so why didn't he? Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, he is a bandit from Wolf Brigade. Last time he ran, so I snatched his weapon. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. That person walked out from the darkness. He was muscular, and the knife scar on his face looked really terrifying. However, Lin Fan felt that this person's mental state wasn't good. Now that you sent yourself to me, I will take you down. Zhou Zhongmao's fists clashed, and he was prepared to take him down. He was sure that he would be able to take him down this time. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand to tell his cousin not to be rash. Wolf Brigade was already wiped out by Chen family, so why did this bandit come to find him? What was going on here? Who are you from Wolf Brigade? Why did you come to Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Fan asked. An eye for an eye, and an eye for an eye. Your Wolf Brigade was wiped out by Chen family, so even if you wanted to take revenge, you had to go to Chen family. Why did you come to Marshall Path Mountain? I am the leader of Wolf Brigade. I came here to discuss a cooperation with you. The leader's voice was really hoarse, and it didn't have that heroic feeling from before. His will was really low, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Lin Fan's mind worked quickly. He immediately thought about why this fellow came to find him. I am sorry, I don't lack people to work with here. You can find people to work with elsewhere. Lin Fan said. He was living a peaceful life now. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Wolf Brigade was wiped out, and the leader was still alive, so why did he want to work with him? He definitely wanted to take revenge. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to fight Chen family to the death. They weren't related, and a few days ago they even fought. There was no reason for them to work together. Zhou Zhongmao said, My cousin said that if we don't work together, then leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking you down. 100,000 silver, help me. The leader said word by word. He didn't know who to find for help. Chen family couldn't be offended. After escaping from the cliff, a few hours later, his cultivation recovered, but the entire Wolf Brigade was in ruins. The rage in his heart couldn't be extinguished, and he just wanted to take revenge. He thought about Marshall Path Mountain. This was because Marshall Path Mountain had extorted him for him to pay for the ransom, which meant that they needed money. At the same time, they also had conflicts with the Chen family. This was why he came to Marshall Path Mountain to work with them. Yes. Lin Fan did not want to get involved in such matters. But suddenly, the words 100,000 silvers were extremely piercing to the ears. It was a little hard for him to accept. 100,000 taels. This isn't a matter of money. The key is, Pa. The great master placed the bag on his back on the ground. Inside was a thick stack of silver notes. He had hidden the money somewhere. When he was tired in the future, he would take his brothers to enjoy it. However, he didn't expect that before he could enjoy it, he would be gone. What was the point of keeping the money? The leader said, As long as you help me, I will give you 100,000. Marshall Path Mountain and Chen family have conflicts. Our Wolf Brigade came to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain on orders from Chen family. Now that Wolf Brigade is gone, Chen family won't let this matter rest. One day they will trample Marshall Path Mountain. What he said made sense. Lin Fan pondered and looked at the silver from time to time. However, this huge sum of money was not easy to earn. He was a person with principles. Lin Fan personally came to Marshall Path Mountain with silver. If he really wanted to take it, he could just let cousin attack. Lin Fan was definitely not his match. However, he was a person who cared about morals. Could he do such a thing? He definitely couldn't. The old man he saw in the morning gave him a really annoyed feeling. He looked like a bad person and his words were really unclear. He felt like he was revealing bad news. Lin Fan said, "Your words make sense. Do you want to kill Chen family young master or old master Chen, or wipe out the entire Chen family?" He had to make things clear. He hadn't gotten all the rage points and his strength hadn't risen to its peak. If he did, it would be a little problematic. Although 100,000 silver was great, he had to consider his own strength. "Kill Qin Daoyun," the leader said with a dark expression. Listen to that voice. One could hear that there was a huge grudge between them. If they didn't fight to the death, then they definitely wouldn't be able to solve it. Lin Fan said, "Do you know how strong old Master Chen is? Are there any experts in the manner?" The leader said, "He is a little stronger than me, he should be peak grade 9. I don't know whether or not there are experts in the manner, but there should be." Damn. This was a problem. Peak Martial Path grade 9. Cousin had just entered Martial Path grade 9 not long ago. 2 at Martial Path grade 9 and 1 at peak grade 8. Who knew how difficult it would be for the three of them to attack together? The key was if old Master Chen had experts by his side. With the three of them, they would probably be wiped out. It was a huge headache and wasn't easy to deal with. Zhou Zhongmao said softly, "Cousin, maybe we can try. Silver isn't important, but I feel that old Master Chen wants to kill us. Why not use this chance to kill him? Do you have confidence in fighting him head-on?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao wasn't sure, but if he was peak grade 9, he had some confidence, 60%. Lin Fan thought about it. Money wasn't easy to earn. The big leader didn't force him, instead, he waited quietly. He didn't have any helpers left. Even if he took 100,000 to find a so-called expert, maybe the moment he gave the money, they would work together with the Chen family to scam him to death. This was why he would rather find Martial Path Mountain than others. If Zhang Tianxian knew about the situation, he would definitely exclaim. Big business, this was a huge business. Why did Martial Path Mountain go bankrupt in the past? It was because they had no business and no silver. After a long while, Lin Fan was unable to resist the temptation of money. "I can work with you, but you have to wait. I need to understand the exact situation. I can't be like your Wolf Brigade, not understanding the situation of Martial Path Mountain before sending people over." The leader didn't study. Or rather, in the entire Wolf Brigade, only Fourth Brother read a few books and had some knowledge. When he thought about Fourth Brother, he wanted to cry. He then turned the sadness into rage and sent it all to old Master Chen. If he gave it to Lin Fan, he would definitely explode. "Okay." The leader nodded his head. "Before we confirm it, you stay in the deepest part of Martial Path Mountain. Don't come out and run about. If people see you, I can't help you. Also, I have a habit of working with people, which is to collect money first." Lin Fan reached out, his meaning was obvious, to pay up. He couldn't just pay up for that kind of cooperation. He had thought of many possibilities in his mind. For example, when there was a war, the leader charged forward and died together with old Master Chen. However, he didn't pay up. When he asked where the money was, the leader wanted to say, but he instantly died. If that really happened, he wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I am a person with principles and never lie." He really was such a person. Like a while ago when the Wolf Brigade sent money to redeem people. Did he go against his words? No. He released them just like that, directly letting them leave Martial Path Mountain. However, once they left Martial Path Mountain, it had nothing to do with him. Bandits, they did too many bad things. As an outstanding man, how could he allow bandits to roam around Martial Path Mountain? He could only let cousin chase them. The leader passed the bag to Lin Fan and raised his head. "I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise, even if I become a ghost I won't let you go. Don't worry, if there is someone to do it, then why not? Do I look like such a person? Lin Fan waved his hands. The leader was sad and didn't have the mood to diss. If it was in the past, he would have dissed. One look and you look like such a person. After which, he called Go Zi and told him to arrange a far-away place for the leader to stay. He couldn't be seen by others. If someone recognized that he was the leader of the Wolf Brigade, they would definitely report him to the Qin family. That would be a huge problem. Within the room. Cousin, tell me the truth, do you have confidence? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said solemnly, Cousin, I have confidence. If I attack with that fellow, I have a 60% chance of killing old Master Chen. 60% isn't high, just half and half. What if you add me? Lin Fan said. Ah. Zhou Zhongmao found it weird and then said, Cousin, don't take the risk. Otherwise, I will have to protect you, and I won't have any confidence at all. Instantly. Lin Fan grabbed Cousin's hand, thick internal strength surged towards Cousin's body. They were going to compete in internal strength. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked and filled with disbelief. Oh my God. Since when did Cousin become so strong? If his uncle knew about this, he would be very unhappy. What about now? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, 70% and above. However, Cousin, Lin Fan didn't let Cousin continue. He patted his shoulder and smiled calmly, low profile. Had he ever shown himself before? No. He had never been arrogant before. Did he tell anyone that he was so strong? Also no. What was the use of being strong? If one could live a good life, then that was truly amazing. Just like this leader of the Wolf Brigade, he was strong, but his life was tough. His home was wiped out. Why? Wasn't it because he was too high profile? Low profile now was to pave the way for him to be high profile in the future. Watch and see. Once I raise my strength to the peak, see how high profile I am. This was an inner monologue. Lin Fan felt like it was a classic. He had to hide these 100,000 silver in a safer place. If Zhang Tianshan and the others saw it, it would be dangerous. It was hard to defend against a thief in one's own home. Even if they used their integrity to guarantee that they wouldn't steal it, he wouldn't believe them. He even wanted to ask if they had integrity. They were corrupted by money. When they saw so much money, they would probably go crazy. Only he could calm himself down and not be tempted by money. In the end, he hid the silver under the bed and instructed Cousin to pay attention to the situation here. Tomorrow, he would start to investigate the Chen family. He had to understand the situation. Only then would he have the confidence to succeed. Go Zi arranged for the leader to stay in a room at the side. This place was already abandoned and no one came here usually. The leader laid there and found it hard to sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, he would think about what happened that night. In the past, an old monk told him. Kill less sins. Heaven's way of doing things, and karma would come. Chapter 125. Morning. The sky was bright. Jiang City welcomed people to scout for news. Lin Fan brought Cousin into the city and started to investigate Qin family. To solve this matter perfectly and safely, he had to understand the specific situation of Qin family. He couldn't be careless. Qin Manor. As expected from an aristocratic family in Jiang City. Just the entrance alone was really majestic. 2 stone statues that were taller than humans stood on both sides. When normal people passed, they would have to make way. 100,000 silver wasn't easy to earn. He brought Cousin to the stall opposite and drank tea. At the same time, he observed the specific situation of Qin family. First, he looked at Qin family's daily entry and exit. Not long later. Chen Xingyao brought his servant out. Teacher Li Tsong followed him. Cousin, I beat this fellow a few days ago. Zhou Zhongmao said. The main reason was that he looked familiar. Lin Fan looked at cousin in shock. Damn. He understood why Chen family wanted Wolf Brigade to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain. So that was the reason. Li Tsong was beaten up, but no matter what, he was just a teacher. What could he do? Chen family wouldn't use Wolf Brigade to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain for a teacher. Cousin beat up Chen Xingyao, so he was definitely unhappy. With his position, it was enough to use Wolf Brigade. What a waste. Marshall Path Mountain was fine, but Wolf Brigade was wiped out by Chen family. There were many stories behind this. Be low profile in the future. Lin Fan persuaded, hoping that cousin wouldn't be too rash. Rash was the devil. Look at what happened. They worked together to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain, but now they had internal conflicts. His cousin scratched his head honestly. Oh, I know, cousin. A well-behaved cousin was really lovable. The stall owner was an old man. He saw that the two of them had been sitting here for a period of time and had been staring at Chin Manor. He sighed. Young people nowadays were just biting off more than they could chew. What was the use of envying them? One had to work hard. If one didn't work hard, even if one looked at them every day, it was useless. After a long while, a carriage stopped at the entrance of Chin Manor. Old Master Chin walked out, and beside him were 3 males. The 3 of them didn't look like servants. They dressed like experts. Looking at their expressions, they were expressionless and had a cold intent. One look and one knew that they were experts. True enough. How would old Master Chin not have experts by his side? Lin Fan followed. He didn't dare to get too close. A true expert had strong senses. If he got too close or stared at him for too long, he would be sensed. However, he was not afraid at all. I was the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, I was a good citizen, so what problems would there be if I entered the city to take a look? When he and his cousin were within a certain range, one of the 3 men turned around and met Lin Fan's gaze. There was a warning in his eyes, as if to say, scram. Then, the man approached the sedan and whispered softly. He was probably reporting the situation. The sedan chair slowly came to a stop. Old Master Chen pulled open the curtain and smiled. Sect leader Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Fan smiled. What a coincidence, I saw Old Master Chen, which was why I followed. I didn't expect this little brother to be so wary. Before I got close, I was noticed. Amazing. Ha! Old Master Chen laughed. I am old and it is inconvenient for me to move around. It is good to have someone to serve me. Where are you going, Sect Leader Lin? I am not going anywhere, I just have 2 things to tell Old Master Chen. One is that when Marshall Path Mountain opens, I hope Old Master Chen can do me the honor and join in. Lin Fan said. Who didn't know how to brag? As for whether or not he could join, that would depend on whether or not things could be done in these few days. It would also depend on whether or not Old Master Chen's life was long enough. Old Master Chen said, of course, Marshall Path Mountain is the only sect within 100 miles of Jiang City. Even if I am unwell, I will definitely join. What about the second matter? Lin Fan said, the second is that my cousin had some conflicts with young Master Chen. I just found out about it, so I came to apologize to Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen looked at Zhou Zhongmao. Zhou Zhongmao smiled in a silly manner, revealing his white teeth. His first impression was that he was an honest kid. He looked really good when he smiled. It is okay, it is unavoidable for young people to bump into each other. I won't take it to heart. Old Master Chen smiled. The magnanimity he showed was huge. However, no one knew what he was thinking. Rage points plus 111. Damn. What did he say just now? So he was really angry in his heart. Needless to say, even if the small support system didn't show his name, he knew who gave him the rage points. It was definitely Old Master Chen, who didn't look like a good person. Lin Fan said, "Old Master Chen is magnanimous, then thank you. I won't disturb Old Master Chen, we will return to the mountain." After which, Old Master Chen's carriage left into the distance. Rage points plus 123. Rage points struck him once more. How could they be so narrow-minded? Was everyone in this family narrow-minded? Within the carriage, Old Master Chen was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with viciousness. He scolded in his heart. "Little brat, wait and see. Once this matter was settled, he would teach all of you a lesson. Cousin, let's go back." Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan said, "Why? Let's follow." He had already grasped the range of their senses. He got close to see how far they could sense. Now he knew that they could sense within 40 steps. He was thinking about something. If he wiped out the Qin family, Jiang City would definitely be controlled by the Huang family. When that happened, things would be much easier. After following Old Master Chen to a secluded area in the city, he didn't continue to follow. Old Master Chen had already entered the room. He and his cousin hid outside for a while. Just as they were prepared to leave, someone came from afar. "This is..." Lin Fan frowned. He saw a jade pendant on that person's body. The mark on it was a little familiar. Thinking about it, he recalled that it was King Wudong's mark. Who knew that Old Master Chen was with King Wudong? Within the room. "Old Master Chen, have you thought about it?" The man standing in front of Old Master Chen gave off an extraordinary aura. Just one look and one knew that he was someone who often fought on the battlefield. Old Master Chen said, "I have thought about it. Since King Wudong has high hopes for Chen family, we will go all out to support King Wudong in his plans. Alright, as long as your Chen family supports us, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Take this jade pendant with you. If you see this jade pendant somewhere else in the future, it means that the other party is also one of us." The man removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the other party. Old Master Chen received it with both hands. His fingers trembled and he was a little nervous. Chen family's foundation wasn't good. They were bandits who killed and robbed, committing all sorts of crimes. In the end, they cleaned up their reputation and slowly built up the Chen family business. But their identity wasn't clean, such that Chen family wasn't welcomed on the path of power in the imperial city. They would even be ostracized. Today, their chance was here. King Wudong was able to look up to Chen family and bring them to carry out his plans. That was Chen family's hope to walk towards a higher position. Also, don't cause any trouble during this period of time. The Imperial Dynasty's secret department has started to investigate the aristocratic families that follow King Wudong. Don't expose yourself. The man said. Don't worry, we definitely won't expose ourselves. Old Master Chen said. He waved his hands and a man beside him took out a goose egg-sized pearl, just a small token, please accept it. In the future, please help me say a few good words in front of King Wudong. No, definitely not. You are insulting me. The man rejected it. His expression was one of rage, like he was saying that if he did that, he would turn on him. But his hands were well behaved. He opened his pockets like he was saying, don't give it to me, put it in my pocket. Old Master Chen scolded in his heart. What a fake fellow, still acting. However, he still silently placed the pearl into his pocket. The man said, Old Master Chen, don't do that in the future. You should just keep it. I will take my leave. The moment he said that, the man left, his footsteps were filled with the wind. Damn! Bastard! If he didn't accept it, then return it to him. He actually took it away. Lin Fan had long returned to Marshall Path Mountain. Old Master Chen had 3 experts beside him, but they were weaker than cousin. However, if the 3 of them continued to follow beside Old Master Chen, they wouldn't be able to attack. The pressure would be too huge, and it would be easy for things to happen. He thought about assassinating the 3 of them, but the chances weren't high. The 3 of them ate and wore what they ate in the Chen manner. Usually, they followed beside Old Master Chen. It was really difficult to assassinate them. Give up just like that? That was impossible. He had to do it after taking the 100,000. If he couldn't, he would have to return the money. Lin Fan lowered his head and was in deep thought. He walked towards the back courtyard. Yuan Tianchu noticed that Lin Fan's expression was a little solemn. He understood that he was thinking about something. Based on his guesses, this matter wasn't simple. Based on what happened during this period of time, it might have something to do with the Chen family. Don't ask why he knew about it. Connecting all the details together, it was easy for him to come to such a conclusion. He just wanted to know the specifics. It was a little difficult. There were too few details, and he wasn't able to deduce much. A few days passed. Lin Fan and cousin walked around the Chen manor, searching for a chance to attack. However, it wasn't easy to find one. Just as Lin Fan was at his wit's end and was prepared to take a gamble and charge in, the chance came. He and cousin were still drinking tea at the old man's place. The Chen family servants he met were drinking tea too. From their conversation, he knew that old Master Chen was going to head out tomorrow. Thinking about it, he decided not to wait. He would attack tomorrow. Although 3 against 4 might be a little tiring, this was their only chance. If he missed this chance, there wouldn't be a next time. When Lin Fan told the leader that he was going to attack tomorrow, the leader was really excited, his eyes were about to turn red. Zhou Zhongmao returned the blade to the leader. He wasn't used to using that thing, and his fists were more comfortable. At night, he didn't sleep, he was cultivating to ensure that he was at his peak. The next day, a carriage slowly left Jiang City, and no one noticed it. However, there were already people waiting in the direction they were heading. Chapter 126. Chen Manor's carriage left Jiang City and traveled on a deserted road. Suddenly, a person appeared in front, causing the carriage to slow down. Old Master, someone is blocking the road. Old Master Chen didn't care. He opened the curtains and looked at the person in the distance. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed. Qin Zhong, you are still alive. He didn't expect that Qin Zhong wasn't dead. That night, he saw him jump off the cliff. He was really lucky. The leader held his blade and locked onto old Master Chen. He hollered, Chen Daoyun, I came back from hell to find you to take your dog life. Old Master, I will deal with him. The 3 guys beside him said. Chen Daoyun stopped them and smiled, Qin Zhong, how did you even survive? Now that you've appeared in front of me again, I'm very happy. This means that I didn't do anything wrong. If you were still loyal to me, none of this would have happened. But now, everything that has happened is your own fault. The leader hollered in rage, old thief, the heavens didn't want me and sent me to take your life. What does your Chen family treat the Wolf Brigade as? Do you think we are dogs? I have waited for so long for this day. You are finally out. Even if I have to risk my life, I want you to die. I will use your life to pay tribute to my brothers. At this moment, the leader wanted to charge up and kill Chen Daoyun. However, he bore with it. Ha ha ha, you are right. I treated you all as dogs. It isn't too late to know now. Since you are alive, then find a place to live. Unfortunately, you don't cherish it. Chen Daoyun said regretfully. Damn. Lin Fan and cousin dug a hole and hid by the leader's feet. When he heard old Master Chen's words, he couldn't take it anymore. His words were too direct. He actually called them dogs. If it was him, he would rebel too. Kill. Qin Daoyun waved his hands. He didn't take away a cloud, but he would take away a life. The three men were experts by Qin Daoyun's side. They were also known as thugs. After receiving the order, the three of them moved extremely quickly. At that moment, the internal strength that the three of them gave off was really thick. The surrounding air twisted like it was being roasted by flames. Qin Daoyun looked on calmly. If the three of them joined forces, Qin Zhong would only have a dead end. Betraying the master will only result in death. The three of us brothers will send you on your way. In an instant, a layer of light appeared on the palms of the three of them. This was a sign that they had pushed their inner energy to the limit. The leader stood there calmly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He let out a low growl. Kill. In an instant, two people jumped out beside the great leader, scaring the three of them. Zhou Zhongmao let out a low roar and opened his arms. The muscles on his body bulged as he grabbed at one of them. Lin Fan held the long blade in his hand and used the lightning blade 4 strokes. The blade shone brightly as if there was lightning flashing on it. All of this was the condensation of inner energy, an endless amount of inner energy that was exploding. Kill. Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and the leader attacked at the same time. Each of them focused on one and went all out. The three men were frightened by this scene. When they rushed towards the leader, they were very fast and ferocious. The sudden appearance of two people scared them so much that their bodies trembled as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan had raised the lightning blade 4 strokes to the returning to true realm. One blade slashed out and even ghosts and gods couldn't block it. The blade light tore through the air. The seemingly ordinary blade caused the guy who clashed with Lin Fan to feel his body turn cold like death was covering him. One blade slashed out and the blade landed. The other party's eyes were still filled with fear, and he slowed down. After taking 2 steps forward, he stopped moving, as if he was dumbfounded. Puchi. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the guy's forehead. It grew longer and longer, extending past his neck and then to his stomach and butt. Peng peng. Fresh blood splattered. His body was split into 2 and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan was stunned and a look of shock appeared on his face. Am I so strong? He had originally thought that he would have to fight with his opponent for a while, but who would have thought that he would only be able to slash out a saber strike that he thought was passable? He did not expect that it would be so powerful. Impossible. He definitely couldn't be so strong. He was definitely too weak. As a rich family young master, his hands weren't stained with blood and he was kind. He wasn't even prepared to personally take his life, so how could he slice him into 2 with one blade? His flesh was a little charred. That was caused by the lightning blade 4 strokes. Cousin hollered loudly and his aura was too strong. He grabbed the guy's arm and used brute force to rip it, causing the guy to cry out in pain. But this was just the beginning. Cousin pinned the person in his elbow, his other hand forming a claw, grabbing onto the person's head and pulling upwards. Ah! The man screamed miserably. Blood flowed from his eyes, and his eyeballs were filled with blood. What kind of demon was this? Save me. Save me. See La. Cousin was too violent and his methods were really vicious. The scene was too gory and there were no words to describe it. Normal people would be so frightened that they would pee their pants when they saw such a scene. Lin Fan couldn't bear to look at it. My dear cousin, why can't you just do it properly and have to use such disgusting methods? As your cousin, I can't take it anymore. Forget it, forget it. Cousin was really honest. Maybe this was his only hobby. The leader's side was a little defeated. He wasn't able to take down the guy, but he was able to suppress him. What a waste. Compared to Lin Fan, the gap was too huge. You are too slow, let me help you. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, punching his heart. Pang! His back exploded and his broken heart was punched out. Vicious. He was just too vicious. Maybe the heavens were fair. You had such vicious methods, but I gave you an honest face, allowing you to walk in the world with more confusion. The leader hollered, Qin Daoyun, you are next. Qin Daoyun was stunned as he looked at the situation. What happened? His 3 guards actually died just like that. They were all confidants that he groomed with much difficulty. They were really strong and the weakest was peak grade 8. His heart was dripping blood. Bastard! Bastard! Do you know how much effort I put into grooming these 3 confidants? Treasures were piled up. Medicinal baths were soaked. He had also plundered many secret manuals of divine arts. However, they were all gone now. 30 years of hard work was gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Qin Daoyun noticed Lin Fan and said in disbelief, Sect Leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? Rage points plus 666. He didn't expect those kids from Martial Path Mountain to be together with Qin Zhong. Lin Fan said helplessly, actually, there is no meaning. I took his money, so I helped him get rid of problems. He wants to kill you, and I have nothing to do recently. I was tempted by these 100,000 silver and couldn't take it anymore, so I came. Fuck your mother. Qin Daoyun didn't expect such a situation to happen. Sect Leader Lin, I will give you double. Kill him for me. Qin Daoyun said. No, do you know morals? How about this, you give me 200,000 silver, and after we kill you, I will help you kill him. How about that? Lin Fan said. That was a good idea. This fully demonstrated how great his need for wealth was. At the same time, it didn't go against his morals and principles. Qin Daoyun's expression was really ugly, you are talking nonsense. Rage points plus 777. Since that is the case, then there is nothing I can do. I am telling you the truth, but you treat it like I am farting. This is really tough. Attack. Lin Fan waved his hands to let cousin and the leader attack first. Rage points plus 888. Not bad. He earned 100,000 silver, and he could even get rage points. Qin Daoyun, die. The leader went mad, charging even fiercer than Zhou Zhongmao. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed towards Qin Daoyun. Each blade was filled with all his strength. He had really reached the peak of rage. At this moment, Qin Daoyun's robe swelled up, and he said with a dark expression, just the few of you aren't enough. The leader held the blade, his gaze sharp. A white mist spread out from his body, and it actually formed into a horse. Blade-raising horse. His martial arts were used on the battlefield. The vengeful energy was really heavy, and the destructive power was really strong. Qin Daoyun scoffed coldly. He pressed down with his hands, and thick internal strength formed a barrier to block it. Kang! When the blade slashed onto it, it felt like it was hitting a piece of metal. The leader hollered in rage, and the veins on his arms popped up like tree roots. He only had one goal. Which was to kill Qin Daoyun. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, instantly going berserk. He used the demon ape fist, the demon ape illusion appeared, and he took it head-on. Amazing. He was really amazing. Lin Fan moved about, searching for a chance to charge forward. If the leader fought Qin Daoyun alone, the outcome would be death. But it was different now. Cousin joining in gave Qin Daoyun huge pressure, giving the leader a chance to behave arrogantly in front of Qin Daoyun. However, looking at the situation, it was a little dangerous. They didn't gain any advantage at all, and they were even slightly injured. Qin Daoyun was shocked. He didn't care about Qin Zhong at all, but this simple and honest-looking guy was really amazing. The martial arts that he used were too deep. It wasn't something that a normal sect could teach. Just at that moment, he felt danger strike from behind him. Mixed energy broken jade hand. Lin Fan struck with 2 fingers, and it was really sharp. This cultivation technique specialized in breaking internal strength. Pang! 1 finger struck Chen Daoyun's back, and the destructive internal strength energy surged in. Puchi! Chen Daoyun couldn't help but spit out blood. He was furious, this kid actually dared to sneak attack him. He then slapped towards Lin Fan. The palm strength was really thick and couldn't be underestimated. Refresh. Lightning blade 4 strokes disappeared, and the unmovable king body reached the returning to true realm. He activated the unmovable king body, and a huge change occurred in his body. His defense reached a really high level. Pang! Chen Daoyun's palm seemed to have smashed onto an iron board, but it still forced Lin Fan back. Lin Fan felt okay, it wasn't that painful, and he didn't feel that bad. Everything was really calm. His throat was a little sweet, and fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was injured. But it wasn't a big injury. All the internal strength was scattered, and it only caused a bit of ripple. This was the effect of raising his physical body and cultivating the unmovable king body to a really high level. Zhou Zhongmao saw the blood at the corner of cousin's mouth. He instantly went crazy. You actually dare to hurt my cousin, I will kill you. Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage, and black internal strength appeared from his body. His eyes were actually a little red, and he bared his teeth. His hair stood up, and he looked like an ancient beast that had revived. All the meridians in his body were opened up, and he guided Zhou Zhongmao's internal strength to activate the demon-enforcing heart scripture, and he circulated all his meridians. At that moment, he was on the verge of rage. All of Zhou Zhongmao's meridians were opened up, and thick internal strength filled each of them. He directly entered a berserk state. A fist struck towards Chen Daoyun, and the strong internal strength couldn't be blocked at all. Chen Daoyun's expression changed. Internal strength exploded out, and he formed a protective energy to block. Pang! Instantly, a thick layer of dust rose up, and it wrapped everyone up. Chapter 127. Cough cough. Lin Fan waved his hands. The dust was too thick and he even choked. At that moment, he heard a panting sound. It was cousin's voice. Cousin, are you okay? Lin Fan asked. Those scenes were too shocking. He had never seen cousin explode like that. Who? The dust was thick and one couldn't see anything. Zhou Zhongmao's breathing calmed down. His internal strength calmed down and wasn't crazily boiling like water. It was totally boiling just now. When the dust dissipated, Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head and smiled, Cousin, I am okay. Are you okay? Lin Fan was stunned, I am okay too, so the one who is okay should be, he didn't finish. He looked towards Chen Daoyun. Who knew what happened to old Master Chen? He should, maybe he was still alive. At that moment, Chen Daoyun stood there and maintained his posture. His hands pressed down and his eyes were wide open. He didn't move at all, and who knew whether or not he was still breathing. Suddenly, pang! Maybe it was because the wind was too strong. Old Master Chen was too thin and weak. His body leaned forwards and with a pang, he fell face first onto the ground. Lin Fan shouted a few times and saw that there was no reaction. He didn't see clearly how his cousin attacked just now. Who knew how much damage it caused to old Master Chen? On the contrary, cracks appeared on the ground with old Master Chen at the center. It sunk down. The hole wasn't deep, but it was a palm deep. Lin Fan knelt down and grabbed old Master Chen's hair. He pulled a few times but there was no reaction. He patted his face but there was still no reaction. Dead. Lin Fan pointed at the corpse and said. Zhou Zhongmao replied, dead. Putong. The leader knelt on the ground and buried his head. Tears flowed. He finally took revenge. Thank you. He thanked them. He knew that if not for Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao, he wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Daoyun. He held his blade and slowly walked to Qin Daoyun's side. He raised his blade and kacha. He directly sliced off Qin Daoyun's head. Ha ha ha, he held Qin Daoyun's head and laughed in an unrestrained manner like he was venting the rage in his heart. He didn't say much to Lin Fan. He just walked into the distance. Oi, where are you going? Do you still want your saber? Lin Fan shouted. After chopping off the head, he had to bring the knife along. This was a tool that he used to make a living. He didn't want it. The leader didn't reply, still laughing loudly as he left. That's too casual. They're leaving just like that. Lin Fan shook his head. The scene was a little bloody. The corpses on the scene were either split into two halves or had their heads removed. Old Master Chen died a relatively dignified death. Lin Fan squatted there and fumbled around sneakily. Cousin, let's go. This place is quite scary. Zhou Zhongmao said. Oh my god. Hearing these words from his cousin's mouth, it was really too horrifying. Who was the one who created such a terrifying scene? Did he not have any idea? He admitted. He had overestimated his opponent's strength and split him into two halves with a single slash. But it wasn't on purpose. So it didn't count. Wait, let's see what he has on him. Lin Fan reached into Qin Daoyun's clothes and touched something. A jade pendant. He remembered it. It should be on the guy who met Qin Daoyun a while ago. Who knew that it would be on old Master Qin? It seemed like it was useful, maybe it was some sort of proof. He flipped another thing. It was a piece of leather paper. It was a little old, but when he touched it, it felt cold. He opened it and took a look. There were many words and pictures recorded inside. The pictures were of people with different postures. Little boy God Dipper technique. So old Master Chen was used to keeping secret techniques on him. Maybe old Master Chen personally cultivated it. He roughly looked at it. There were a total of 12 grades, and it required a virgin body to cultivate. Only when one cultivated to grade 8 could one break the rules. Thinking about it, it made sense. Old Master Chen wasn't young, but his son was so young. It seemed like he risked his life at that time. He touched it. Touching corpses felt good. There was a mysterious feeling, and one would never know what they would find. As expected. There were still gains. He touched a lot of silver, around 10,000. After which, there was nothing else. He had touched everything clean. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan brought his cousin and retreated. Just leave the corpse like that. If he buried it, who would know that old Master Chen was dead? He wanted to see how the Chen family would react and they found out that old Master Chen was dead. Very quickly, there was no one here. There were only 4 corpses there. Of course. There was also a horse that stopped there innocently. It opened its eyes wide, looking really innocent, and didn't complain at all. Like it was saying, what happened? Why didn't anyone whip him? He wasn't used to it. He wanted to run under the sun. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao directly returned to Martial Path Mountain. After doing such a huge thing, it wasn't suitable for him to head out. It was safer to stay on the mountain. Cousin, this cultivation technique is still okay. It isn't that good. After Zhou Zhongmao looked at the little boy God Dipper technique, he wasn't interested. Compared to the martial arts that he cultivated, it was still far from it. to Zhou Zhongmao. The difference in realm wasn't huge. The main reason was that he had broken through to Martial Path Grade 9 and was still at initial realm. If he slowly grasped it, he would be able to cross 2 small realms to kill this person. Moreover, it wouldn't be too tiring. When Lin Fan heard his cousin say that, he wasn't interested in this cultivation technique anymore. So it was just that. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao thought about something. Cousin, your cultivation is already so strong, but I noticed that your combat awareness isn't good enough. Why don't I train with you? When cousin used the mixed energy broken jade hand, after hitting him, he shouldn't have continued to tangle with him. He shouldn't have been hit by that palm, but because his combat awareness wasn't good, he was hit. Okay, I will train when I am free. Lin Fan's thoughts were slowly changing. This wasn't Yu City, and his father's wings couldn't protect him. When he faced some things, strength was the most reliable. How good. He wasn't willing to cultivate at the start. Who knew when old Master Chen's corpse would be found? Damn. There was something he didn't think about. Old Master Chen's head was taken away by the leader, so how would people confirm that he was old Master Chen? He didn't think about it at that time. If he thought about it, he would have left a note. Forget it. It was too late to say anything. He just hoped that the person who found the corpse would be able to tell that it was old Master Chen from his build and clothing. The sun set, and dusk covered. Wolf Brigade, beside the cliff. The leader had built tombstones for all the brothers, a total of 148. At the side of the cliff, there were 4 tombstones. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. In front of the tombstones was Chen Daoyun's head. Brothers, I am back. All of you risked your lives to let me live, and I didn't disappoint you. All of you didn't die for nothing. I have taken revenge. Big brother brought Chen Daoyun's head back to worship all of you. The leader's voice was really hoarse. He looked at the tombstones one by one, and his expression was one of disappointment. He missed his brothers. Fourth brother, you asked me if I wanted you to be a bandit in the next life. Big brother definitely wanted all of you. If not, then who? But the next life is too far away. 18 years later, I will be old and can't bring all of you. Now, I will accompany all of you and bring all of you to continue being bandits. The leader picked up the wine and gulped it down. He then tossed the wine jar to the side and took out a small bottle from his chest. On the small bottle was written, poison. It was simple and clear, but it was really threatening. This was the true poison out of all the poisons. He got up and opened the cap. I have nothing to worry about in this life. That is enough. Brothers, your big brother is here. The last sentence, I'm coming, was shouted out. He raised his head and drank the entire bottle. Ha ha ha, the leader raised his head and laughed. Instantly, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still smiling. Colors slowly appeared in his eyes. He saw it. He saw all the brothers waving at him. His ears buzzed, and there was a voice. Big brother, we are waiting for you. Come quickly, we just robbed this good wine. Big brother, this girl is so cute, let's make her your wife. The leader's mouth was covered in blood, and his lips moved. Like he was saying. Your big brother has given up on lust. Then, the world spun, and everything turned white. He fell into darkness. Ba, I have never seen such a stubborn person. July 28th. Morning. On this day, Jiang City was in an uproar. Someone came back with a carriage in the wee hours of the morning. Before entering the city, he shouted in fear. Old Master Chen is dead. Old Master Chen was killed in the wilderness. When the guards heard that, they were terrified. Who dared to curse old Master Chen like that after drinking some piss? They didn't want to live and wanted to drag them down. However, when they saw the 4 incomplete corpses, the guards were stunned. They noticed with delight. The clothes of the 4 corpses were really familiar. They looked at their faces. The 3 of them were Old Master Chen's personal guards. They would never separate from Old Master Chen. Now that the 3 of them were dead, then wasn't the other headless corpse, damn. The guards immediately fled in panic. No one dared to bring the corpse to Chen family. They didn't want to live. Even if they didn't kill him, if Chen family found out, they would be so furious that they would pull out their blades and slash. In the morning, all the people in Jiang City found out about the news. Everyone was horrified. Who did it? This was like a hole in the sky. Some kids cried out loud. Grandpa Chen was dead. The kind and friendly Grandpa Chen who got rid of evil was dead. In the end, it was the commoners who were brainwashed by Old Master Chen who pulled the carriage to Chen Manor. When Chen Xingyao learned about this, he nearly fainted. He pulled out his blade and was about to kill all those people who spread rumors. Li Tsong stopped him. He cried. Young master couldn't kill them, if he did, he would be finished. To kill civilians in broad daylight, the Chen family's reputation in Rivertown would be completely tarnished in the future. Chen Xingyao was furious. Damn! He really wanted to kill those people who spread rumors. How could his father die? However, when he came outside and saw the headless corpse, his body shuddered. His eyes rolled and he fainted just like that. Before he was able to say anything. Chapter 128. When the news spread back. When the corpse was sent back. Darkness covered every part of Chen family. The servants were terrified and uneasy. They discussed quietly in a remote area. Was the Chen family going to be finished? Or did the Chen family provoke someone they shouldn't have? If they didn't leave, would they be buried with the Chen family? Such thoughts spread like wildfire. The servants even had the urge to run. But they didn't dare to run. They were Chen family's property and if they ran, they would die. The Chen family manager's face was dark and sunken. He held his blade and guarded at the door. He stared at those servants. If they dared to run, they would die. Old Master's death was a huge blow to him. Chen family's business couldn't be lost just like that. The blade in his hands was already dyed in blood. Just now, there was a servant who spoke nonsense, and when he heard it from behind, he immediately removed his head, warning all of the servants that if anyone dared to speak nonsense again, they would suffer the same fate as him. Within the room, Li Tsong pinched young master's philtrum. Wake up, young master, you can't faint. Chen family needed you to lead. If you fainted like that, you wouldn't be able to solve anything. Instead, it would make things more complicated. They had gone to invite Miracle Doctorin, but they hadn't expected that Miracle Doctorin wouldn't be around. All the doctors in the city seemed to have disappeared overnight. When they learned that Chen Xingyao fainted at the door because of Old Master Chen's death, they knew that things weren't good. Someone would definitely invite them to wake him up. But no one dared to. It was too dangerous. With Chen family young master's violent personality, if they woke him up, he might be killed with one blade. They hadn't lived long enough and didn't dare to take the risk. Young master, wake up, wake up. Chen Xinyao's philtrum turned red. Li Tsong used a lot of strength. He didn't believe that old master would die. However, he had no choice. The corpse was right there, so how could he make up a reason to lie to him? Suddenly, Chen Xingyao shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Li Tsong, my father died? Chen Xingyao asked. Young master, old master really died. Li Tsong squeezed out tears. As the Chen family teacher, how could he not be sad? Following old master gave him meat to eat, but following young master, he would be played to death. Pa! Li Tsong was stunned by the slap. What happened? Why did you hit me for no reason? I didn't say anything wrong. Although I'm a coach, I still have my dignity. Please give me some dignity. Chen Xingyao could not accept such a cruel reality and muttered to himself, impossible, I must be dreaming. This is all a dream. Li Tsong covered his face, looking aggrieved. Young master, this is not a dream. He roared in his heart. This really wasn't a dream. Pa! Chen Xingyao slapped her again. Does it hurt? Li Tsong's eyes turned red. He was not angry. He felt really wronged. It hurts, young master, it hurts a lot. Li Tsong felt wronged. The young master asked if it was painful. Could it be that he wanted to know if this was a dream? But why did he hit me? Wouldn't it be better to hit yourself? Could it be that as a servant, he really had no status at all? Li Tsong was very sad. He was loyal and devoted to the Qin family, and he was also loyal and devoted to the young master, but the one who suffered every time was him. So this really wasn't a dream. Chen Xingyao's eyes were dull, and his hands were powerless. Li Tsong stood aside silently. He really didn't dare to speak. Fear. He was really afraid of the moody young master who often vented his anger on him. He dissed in his heart. Damn! Whether or not it was a dream, did he have to experiment like this? Chen Xingyao muttered, what kind of person did my father offend? Why didn't he tell me before? If he told me, I would have a way to deal with it. For some reason, Chen Xingyao started to worry whether or not he would be dragged down by his father. Li Tsong wanted to tell young master that now wasn't the time to think about such things. Old master's corpse wasn't cold yet, so it was best to quickly arrange the funeral and let old master rest in peace. However, he didn't dare to say it. He would be beaten if he didn't speak. If he said too much, he would still be beaten. It was better not to say it. Dong dong. The manager of the Qin family came. Young master, the old master isn't here anymore. You are now the backbone of the Qin family. You have to come up with a way to calm the hearts of the people. Some of the servants tried to escape, but I killed them all. Chen Xingyao's face was cold. If any more people want to run, kill them all. Yes. The Qin family manager replied. Chen Xingyao said, inform them to arrange the funeral. Since things had already happened, there was no turning back. Qin family depended on him from now on. For some reason, Chen Xingyao felt that the burden on his body was slightly heavier. His father's death naturally made him sad, but for some reason, there was a bit of joy in the sadness. No, how could he have such an attitude? He was really sad now. Huang family. When Huang Boren heard the news, he was stunned. Oh my God! Old Master Qin died? Was he joking with him? No matter what, he didn't dare to believe that the cunning Qin Daoyun was actually dead. He died in such a random way. Who did it? Huang Boren was in deep thought. Martial Path Mountain? Impossible, that was impossible. Even if he had high hopes for Martial Path Mountain, he didn't believe that they had such ability. He knew old Master Chen's strength. Although he looked old, that was just a facade. Men, monitor Qin family's actions. He didn't understand, so he wasn't prepared to think much about it. He used the most useless method, which was to monitor Qin family's actions to see what was going on. He was thinking whether or not Qin Daoyun was faking his death to escape and plan something in the dark. Anyways, the matter of old Master Chen being killed had totally spread out. The commoners who worked on Martial Path Mountain were all talking about it. To them, it was just gossip. They were talking about things that everyone knew. Liang Yongqi wasn't interested in it at all. So what if he died? Anyway, he wasn't the one who died, so it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Tianshan showed a slightly weird expression. He knew that old Master Chen wasn't a good person. He had a short interaction with him when Martial Path Mountain opened. He could clearly tell anyone that he was a bad person. Old Master Chen is dead. Yuan Tianchu squatted there and knocked the bricks. When he heard what the commoners said, he remembered it all in his heart. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. What he was thinking about wasn't so simple, it was much more complicated than everyone else. Based on his guesses, this was probably done by Lin Fan. If not, how could there be such a coincidence? Chen family and Lin Fan had conflicts, and then Wolf Brigade came to harass them. Then, Old Master Chen died just like that. Connecting the cause and effect between them. One would be able to find a terrifying reason. There was no need to say more. It was definitely done by Lin Fan. Terrifying. It was best if normal people didn't offend such a calculative personality. At that moment, he saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao pass this place and walk into the distance. He didn't ask, just staring at their expressions. There was something, they were definitely hiding something. Brother Yuan, what are you thinking about? Liang Yongqi saw that Yuan Tianchu was stunned once more. This time he didn't underestimate him. He suddenly noticed that Yuan Tianchu was something. Yuan Tianchu said calmly, "Do you know who killed Old Master Chen?" "I know, but I can't tell you." "Damn." Liang Yongqi rolled his eyes. "If you can't tell me, then why are you telling me all this? So boring." This person was so boring. However, he was really curious. Who did it? However, he knew that Yuan Tianchu definitely wouldn't tell him. Behind Martial Path Mountain, Zhou Zhongmao and Cousin trained. "Cousin, I am here." When he found out that Cousin was so strong, he was really happy. When he was sparring with his cousin, he told his cousin what he should pay attention to when fighting and how he could make himself in the safest state during the fight. Zhou Zhongmao noticed that Cousin's comprehension of each martial art was really deep. He cultivated to the legendary returning to true realm. That was a really terrifying level. Even for him, he had only cultivated 2 martial arts to the return to simplicity realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but to cultivate to returning to true realm, he didn't just need to train hard. He needed to comprehend the martial path. One day Cousin will become an expert standing at the peak of the martial path. Zhou Zhongmao thought to himself. Cousin's understanding of the martial path was much stronger than his. Sparring with him till night, Zhou Zhongmao's forehead was covered in sweat. This non-stop sparring was really tiring. Even if he felt like he could crazily fight on, he felt like his internal strength couldn't keep up. But on the other hand, his cousin was fine. It was like he wasn't tired at all. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't feel tired at all. Cousin had trained with him till now, which gave him a huge comprehension of fighting. Stamina and internal strength were endless and would never stop. The small support system was still okay. It was a little amazing. July 29th. This was the second day of Old Master Chen's death. Jiang City was cleared out. Everyone in the Chen Manor had dark and sunken expressions. Sad music spread out. Many commoners gathered and stood outside the Chen Manor to cry and mourn for Old Master Chen. They were sad. Old Master Chen was such a good person, but he actually died just like that. Chen Xingyao couldn't take the crying outside. What were the commoners crying for? Were they here to laugh at him? He wanted to pull out his blade and chop those commoners to death. However, Li Tsong stopped him. "Young master, stop messing around. They were here to send Old Master off, and now that you went out to chop them, that wasn't right." Within the morning hall, the coffin was placed there. Old Master Chen's head was gone, and he couldn't find it at the location. In the end, he had no choice but to use a vase as his head, and then he covered it with a cloth. It was okay to look at his face, but it was okay to look at his body. The rich merchants in the city came to pay their respects. A fat man, who was a rich merchant in Jiang City, pulled Chen Xingyao's hand. His voice was choked up, emotions surged out. Kid. You. Hayes. Words were tough to express. He could only wipe away his tears. He really wanted to say, my dear nephew, I've known your father for decades, and your father is a bastard who tricked me so badly. But now that he's dead, I'm really happy and don't know what to say. Chapter 129. Chen Xingyao had tolerated this fatty for a long time. He knew how badly this fatty had been cheated by his father. Now, he actually came to pay his respects. It was so fake. They wanted to slap Fatty's face right there and then. What the fuck are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at my Chen family? Chen family steward patted young master and reminded him not to be rash. It depended on what day it was. Chen Xingyao made a mental note of the fatty's oily face. Good job. Just you wait. One day, I'll chop up your rotten flesh and feed it to the dogs. There were also all the wealthy merchants present. He remembered all of them in his heart. There weren't many good people who came to mourn today. They were all here to watch the show. It wasn't easy for the Chen family to reach this level. If he didn't have the ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. At this moment, a sound came from outside. Master Huang of the Huang family and young Master Huang are here to offer their condolences. Inside the morning hall, everyone's eyes were looking outside. A few servants carried a chair. Master Huang, who was unable to move, sat on it while Huang Boren followed beside him expressionlessly. He also came to laugh at me. Chen Xingyao's heart was very gloomy. He had a fierce fight with Huang Boren. Now that something like this had happened, it was definitely the best time to come and watch the show. The Chen family steward whispered, young master, calm down. He felt bitter in his heart. The young master's temper was too explosive. He was really afraid that the young master would get into an argument with the other party at this time. At that time, it would be the Chen family that would lose face. Now that the old master has passed away, the Chen family has suffered heavy losses, and there are many things waiting to be done. Young master is needed to carry the flag and lead the Chen family back on the right track. There was hope. And the chances were not small. As long as young master worked hard. When they arrived outside the morning hall, old master Huang had someone put him down, and Huang Boren went forward to support him. The steward of the Chen clan immediately stepped forward and said in a dejected tone, Master Huang, his heart was bitter. His master had fought with Master Huang his whole life, but he knew that Master Huang wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they were down. If the Chen family wanted to rise again, they would need old Master Huang's support. Old Master Huang trembled as he stood up. He nodded and slowly walked towards the morning hall. The merchants in the morning hall all retreated to the side and looked at old Master Huang. Compared to old Master Huang, they were not just a tiny bit inferior. This was the real boss. Master Huang stood in front of the coffin and looked at the corpse inside. The situation was clear. Chen Daoyun was sent back. Even his head was gone, and only his body was left. He felt melancholy. After muddling around for decades and fighting for decades, it actually ended up like this. After offering incense, old Master Huang walked in front of Chen Xingyao and raised his hand slightly. Chen Xingyao wanted to retreat but was stopped by the Chen family manager. Old Master Huang placed his hand on Chen Xingyao's shoulder and said sincerely, the Chen family will depend on you in the future. Chen Xingyao didn't think much of it. It was like a cat crying for a mouse, disgusting. After that, old Master Huang looked at the Chen family housekeeper and said, Housekeeper, you have followed Brother Chen for more than 20 years. You should have learned many things. In the future, you should support your young master well. Steward Yu's expression was resolute. I will do my best. No matter what the old master had done or what his identity was. Steward Yu wouldn't think too much about it. He just wanted to repay Steward Yu's kindness. He knew the young master's character. It wasn't reliable. The chance of young master prospering the Chen family was small, but no matter what, he had to do his best to support him. Li Tsong stood at the side and thought to himself that he would definitely be praised. He had spent a long time in the Chen family. What a waste. Old Master Huang walked past him and didn't say a word. Damn. He didn't give him any face at all. Or was he saying that he wasn't good enough? He was unhappy. Scoff, one day I will kill all of you. Chen Xingyao looked at the back view of him leaving and swore in his heart. Steward Yu looked at young master's expression and knew that he hated him. He felt helpless. Just at that moment, voices spread from outside. Martial Path Mountain sect leader is here to pay his respects. Damn. Damn. Everyone looked out. Martial Path Mountain people came. Didn't they say that young Master Chen's relationship with Martial Path Mountain was a little tense? What was the meaning of this? He couldn't understand. When Lin Fan brought his cousin over, he bumped into Huang Boren. At the same time, he saw Old Master Huang for the first time. He didn't understand. Old Master Huang was around the same age as Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen was pumped up. Old Master Huang was really dispirited, he even needed someone to help him walk. Chen Xingyao looked at the silly guy beside Lin Fan and was so furious that his heart was about to explode. Of course. Although he didn't come into contact with Lin Fan, what happened next definitely had something to do with this fellow. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 66. He gained rage points right after entering, and it was double. Interesting. Li Tsong didn't hate the silly guy, he hated Lin Fan. Even if a few days had passed, his face still hurt. All of this was done by that bastard. He was the Qin family teacher. He was someone with status. You just fucking grabbed me and slapped me. You didn't just slap my face, you slapped my pride. Chen family doesn't welcome the two of you, scram. Chen Xingyao couldn't take it anymore and scolded. The people present didn't say anything, but when they looked at one another, their expressions were filled with many meanings. Like they were saying, Chen family was finished. Young Master Chen was just like that, unable to keep calm at all. There was no saving him. Lin Fan was calm and felt a little regretful. Young Master Chen, this is the first time we have met, so why chase me away? I have met Old Master Chen several times. I was prepared to come when Martial Path Mountain opened, but who knew that he would face such a situation? My heart hurts, so I came to pay my respects. However, young Master Chen's actions are really disappointing. I thought that a tiger father wouldn't have a dog son, who knew? Forget it, I will leave after offering incense. Lin Fan walked forwards to take the incense and lit it up. He prayed in his heart. Old Master Chen, have a good trip. I don't know where your head went, it was taken away by that leader. The one who killed you was your son, it had nothing to do with me. Li Tsong felt great. Young Master was overbearing. Young Master was handsome. He had to make the two of them scram. Damn, his face was in so much pain. Chen Xingyao was really pent up. If not for the fact that no one in Chen family could beat that silly guy, he would have pulled out his blade and killed those two bastards. He could bear with others, but he couldn't bear with that silly guy. Lin Fan finished offering incense and didn't stay. When he walked to the door, he shook his head. Haze, how disappointing. Damn. Chen Xingyao nearly kicked the brazier that he used to burn incense for his father. Fuck you. This was a blatant provocation to me. The surrounding merchants all had some thoughts. The Martial Path Mountain sect leader, who hadn't even opened, dared to comment in Chen family. Didn't that mean that they could comment too? To be honest, they didn't think that they couldn't compare to Martial Path Mountain. Although their hearts were tempted, in the end, they didn't do anything. Manager you wanted to chase. Unfortunately, he didn't catch up. Chen Xingyao stared. What are you chasing for? One day I will trample Marshall Path Mountain flat. Manager Yu was depressed. With Qin family's current situation, it was really dangerous. Old Master's relationship network was really complicated, but once Old Master died, the network would naturally be destroyed. They wouldn't work with people who weren't familiar with the situation. Even if he was Old Master's son. Outside. Right now, Lin Fan was thinking about how he should wipe out the Qin family. Brother Lin. Huang Boren's voice spread into his ear. Huang Boren didn't leave after coming out. He leaned against the Qin family wall and waited for Lin Fan to come out. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Huang, why didn't you go back? I am waiting for you, let's chat. Huang Boren said. Within a tea house. Huang Boren brewed the tea and suddenly said, Brother Lin, you couldn't have been the one behind the Qin family's incident, right? He knew that it was impossible, but he had some doubts in his heart and wanted to ask for an explanation. Of course. He knew that it was the same whether he asked or not, no one would say anything. Lin Fan smiled. How is that possible? I invited Old Master Chen to the opening ceremony, so isn't it unnecessary for me to do that? Ha, I am just asking, I don't have any other intentions. Huang Boren said. Lin Fan said, it is okay, even if it is, there is no meaning. So our little Huang wasn't a fool to actually suspect that. Of course, he definitely wasn't sure. If he was, he wouldn't have asked like that. Regret. From those words, one could see that Marshall Path Mountain wasn't strong enough. He actually had some doubts and wasn't sure. To him, he didn't have high hopes. Zhou Zhongmao drank large mouthfuls of tea. He felt that the taste was okay, but it wasn't that interesting. Just as Lin Fan and Huang Boren were talking, Zhou Zhongmao went to find the manager. It was too fast to take a big bowl. Such a small cup, who was it for? It couldn't quench his thirst at all. After a long while, Lin Fan brought Zhou Zhongmao away. Huang Boren paid the bill. The manager smiled, a total of 20 silver. This price made Huang Boren a little angry. How could he be a scammer? The manager knew that young Master Huang was angry, so he pointed at the teapots outside. He said that the simple and honest-looking, silly-looking guy drank it. That night, Yu City's remote border. Two people appeared. Lin Wani grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it with his fingertips. Normally speaking, dirt would turn into mud when he rubbed it, but this dirt was as tough as stone. The dirt is starting to change, it is changing really quickly. He raised his head and looked out. In front of him was the black night sky. However, in Lin Wani's eyes, he saw something that others couldn't see. It was a layer of rainbow-like mist. Cracks slowly appeared. Although it wasn't clear, there were indeed cracks. If one looked from above, one would notice. This non-existent barrier spread far and wide, and Yu City was just one point. 1,000 miles away, there would be another city leaning against the barrier. Old Wu said, with the current situation, we still need a period of time. It is further than what we expected. Old Master, there is one more thing. The Yin demons in the East Forest seem to be migrating. Lin Wani frowned. Migrating? Old Wu said, yes, they are migrating. Let's go take a look. Lin Wani felt that things weren't simple. The Yin demon territory was fixed and rarely did they migrate. Chapter 130. East Forest. This place was really dark. Yu City people rarely passed here unless they had no choice. If they did, then no one would be able to stop them. Whether or not they could pass depended on luck. Of course. If there were experts like Old Wu and Lin Wani, then it would be fine. Lin Wani checked the situation around. There was no Yin demon aura, they had all disappeared. Damn! Although he knew that the demons didn't keep their promises, there was no need to do that, right? They had an agreement in the past. A bunch of untrustworthy fellows. Lin Wani was furious. He didn't expect them to actually run. Old Wu said helplessly, "Old master, it seems like we broke the agreement." Lin Wani gritted his teeth helplessly and said angrily, "Unfilial kid." Rage points plus 66. Thinking about it, it made sense. If not for this kid playing with the demons, how would such a thing happen? Of course, it wasn't his fault that he charged into the East Forest and killed so many demons that they were terrified. It was all that unfilial kid's fault, and he was just helping him clean up. Old Wu felt really awkward. "Young master, I didn't purposely push old master's rage onto you. I just didn't pay attention and casually said it, and old master pushed it onto you." He missed young master. Who knew how he was on Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Wani and Old Wu continued to head in. Slowly, they saw many corpses in the depths of the East Forest. These corpses were dried up, kneeling on the ground. They raised their heads and opened their mouths. Their arms were bent, and their fingers were like claws. It was like they had suffered from unbearable pain when they were alive. Old Wu looked closely, and his expression changed. "Old master, these are the bodies of the demons. They actually gave up their original bodies to play with. Did they attach to humans?" Lin Wani's head hurt. Why did they leave? They could just talk about it. He wouldn't beat them up, but they left without saying goodbye. That made him sad. He knew demons would become weak under sunlight, but if they gave up their original bodies and attached to humans, such a situation wouldn't happen. However, they would lose many of their own abilities. Old Wu thought about a possibility. "Old master, it seems like the demons that attach to humans will escort all the demons out of here. They are afraid that we will catch up." That was true. The demons had such a thought. They already feared Lin Wani. To the demons, Lin Wani was even more terrifying than them. If they didn't rush, what if he caught up? The consequences would be dire. Old Wu said, "Master, should we give chase?" "Forget it, let's not chase after them. Looking at the condition of the corpse, it should have been a day and a night. We won't be able to catch up, and we don't know where they went." He didn't expect that the departure of the demons would cause a murder case in a certain place. He didn't take these things to heart. He didn't have such pitiful thoughts. His goal was to defend U City and he wouldn't go anywhere else. In the distance, a few figures were holding boxes in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were stuck to the ground. They traveled hundreds of miles in a day, but vaguely, their bodies showed signs of cracking. It was as if he ran too fast and his body couldn't take it. The next day, Old Master Chen was arranged to be buried. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep it for a while longer, but that no one would come to see it. Chen Xingyao felt that the house was gloomy and uncomfortable, so he urged for the burial. Old Master Chen had many friends in the past, but don't mention them now. Those who knew that Old Master Chen died didn't come to see as there was no need. If he was dead, then there was no value in working with him. As for working with Chen Xingyao, what a joke, it wasn't like they hadn't seen him before. Li Tsong came to the city gate and posted a notice. Instantly, many commoners gathered to look. "My young master has issued a warrant to find the killer of Old Master. Whoever can tell us who the killer is will be rewarded with 10,000 silver." Li Tsong shouted. The commoners were shocked. 10,000 silver. Oh my God, that was too much. They had never seen so much money in their lives. No, even if they didn't eat or drink, they wouldn't be able to earn so much money. All the commoners were tempted. As long as they told them who the killer was, they would be able to get the money. Anyway, they didn't need to risk their lives to fight the killer. Of course. Some commoners shouted in their hearts. They had to find out who the killer was. It wasn't for money but to take revenge for old Master Chen. Li Tsong saw that more and more people gathered and was satisfied with the effect. He also wanted the 10,000 silver, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the killer. Actually, he was thinking, why didn't young master find old master's head? If he found the head, he would give 5,000 silver. If Chen Xingyao knew, he would definitely curse out. Find what head? If he found it, would he have to dig up the corpse and install it before burying it again? At this moment, Li Tsong unhappily took out another notice and pasted it on the other side of the city gate. This notice was for Chen family to find experts. Each month he would get 100 silver. The higher his cultivation, the higher the monthly salary. To Li Tsong, this was a sign that young master didn't love him. He was sincere and had sacrificed his life for Chen family. His cultivation wasn't low. He was also the Chen family teacher. His monthly salary was only 15 silver. Now the notice was asking for 100 silver. Where are you placing me, Li Tsong? His heart hurt, he felt tired. After pasting it, he didn't have the mood to shout and left right away. He prayed in his heart. Please don't let anyone come. I don't welcome them. Chen family just has me. If someone really came, he would let them see what an expert was. Marshall Path Mountain. When Lin Fan learned that Chen family was searching for the killer and offered 10,000 silver, he wasn't in a good mood. Who were they insulting? He was the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, and he was only worth 10,000 silver. Even with cousin and leader, it was only 30,000. What was that? He was obviously looking down on him. Of course. The contents of the other notice were a little interesting. It seemed like Chen Xingyao was terrified. He thought that old Master Chen was killed by an enemy and would take revenge on him. He eagerly wanted to find experts to protect the house, even willing to pay a huge price. Chen family teacher Li Tsong was at Marshall Path grade 6. He was really weak. Maybe cousin could stare him to death with just one gaze. Such a teacher, if an enemy really came, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Old Master Chen's death was a huge blow to Chen Xingyao. No, it should be said that it gave him huge pressure. To the people who set up stalls around Chen family, Chen Xingyao was definitely sad. He would head out every day, but now he hadn't gone out for 2 days. Unfortunately, they were unable to console young Master Chen. If not, they would have gone to console him. Chen Xingyao stayed at home and was really bored. However, thinking about the unknown dangers outside, he bore with it and stayed at home. Young master, the notice has been posted out. The killer of old master will definitely be caught. Li Tsong consoled. Although young master didn't treat him well. Seeing young master so haggard, he felt really bad. I don't care whether or not he is caught, I just want to know whether or not there are experts coming. Chen Xingyao's eyes turned red as he hollered. He was in a bad situation. He was on tenterhooks. If there were experts by his side, how good would that be? Young master, with me protecting you, I definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Li Tsong straightened his back and swore. Now that Chen family was in trouble. As the Chen family teacher, it was time for him to stand out and show his determination to young master. Shut up. Chen Xingyao scolded, if I relied on you, who knows how many times I would have died. Damn. Li Tsong felt like his pride was heavily injured. Other people didn't believe him. Now even young master didn't believe him. How hateful. At that moment, manager Yu walked in, young master, Chen family's business is being obstructed. After old master was buried, those merchants started to attack Chen family. Damn, young master, please make a decision. Manager Yu was really busy, so busy that his head was in a mess. There were just too many enemies. Even if Chen family was rich and could drag it out for a period of time, how long could they drag it out for? Chen Xingyao waved his hands, go deal with it, do as you see fit. His heart wasn't here. He just wanted an expert to protect him. Manager Yu was helpless. My young master, you can't do that, otherwise, the entire Chen family would be ruined. Young master, an expert is here. At that moment, a servant came to inform. Chen Xingyao was delighted, he got up and walked outside, go, let's go take a look. Li Tsong was really unhappy. Damn. Not long after it was posted, someone came. He then prayed in his heart, please don't let an expert come. In the courtyard. There were 3 men standing there. They had all seen the notice posted by the Chen family and came to give it a try. They looked at one another, looking down on one another. At that moment, Chen Xingyao walked over, and when he saw those people, he asked, are you all experts? Everyone exchanged glances with one another. The question was a little direct. But all of them said confidently, that's right, I am an expert. Chen family's monthly salary was too generous. Those who were chosen would get at least 100 silver, and there was no upper limit. They rubbed their palms and were prepared to show off. Li Tsong looked at them in disdain. A short guy with a bare chest and thick chest hair held 2 hammers in his hands. Just one look and one knew that the proportions weren't balanced. Trash. A scholarly-looking guy waved his fan like he was really confident. To him, he was just a weakling, trash. What was going on? He was holding a hat-like weapon that was connected to an iron chain. Was he a flying guillotine? Kiki. Trash. All of them were trash. Okay, since you all say that you are experts, then let me see how strong you are. Li Tsong, let me try. Chen Xingyao said. Yes, young master. Li Tsong was a little impatient from waiting. He had wanted to beat them up for a long time. They actually dared to steal his limelight. They were all sick of living. Who did they think Li Tsong was? Li Tsong raised his head and was really arrogant, all of you attack together, don't waste my young master's time. In front of young master, he had to show more confidence. Also, his aura naturally wouldn't be weak. The short guy holding 2 hammers walked out. He hollered in rage and jumped up. The hammers smashed down and smashed into the ground. The green bricks cracked and many shrapnels shot out, leaving a deep hole. Gulp. Li Tsong's throat moved slightly. You go first, the one with the hammer will test you later. The guy holding the flying guillotine pointed at himself like he was asking, are you talking about me? After getting confirmation, he smiled and walked out. Chapter 131. Li Tsong panicked a little. He didn't expect that hammer-wielding dwarf to be so strong. If that hammer smashed his body, wouldn't he spit out blood? Not only would he spit out blood, but he would also spit out flesh. However, that one would be easier to deal with. Just by looking at the weapon, he knew what it was. Who was he trying to scare? Come. Li Tsong waved his hands. He was already prepared. Sorry for offending you. The guy holding the flying guillotine instantly attacked. That flying guillotine seemed to be weightless in his hands. Art. Right, it was art. It was really beautiful. The flying guillotine danced in his hands in a dazzling manner. One couldn't predict where it would attack from. DDD. A sound spread out from the flying guillotine like it was spinning really quickly, causing the item inside to give out a crisp sound. Be careful, my weapon specializes in taking heads. Touch it and you will die. Li Tsong panicked a little. He couldn't predict where the weapon would come from at all. When he heard that it specialized in taking heads, the nervousness in his heart grew thicker. Wait. Li Tsong stopped him, you are not bad. He turned his head and said, young master, these 2 aren't ordinary and can protect your safety. Oh my god. Where did these people come from? Why didn't he bump into them in the past? The guy playing with the flying guillotine flipped his body and stretched out his arm. With a schwa sound, the flying guillotine flew towards the fake mountain not far away. Instantly, the top of the fake mountain was removed. Young Master Chen, I am sorry. When I use this technique, I have to take things off, otherwise, I won't be able to stop. The guy said. Chen Xingyao clapped. Good, amazing. Li Tsong was unwilling, but he had to admit that these two were really amazing. He wasn't their match. He thought it through. 2 people fighting with him for the position was better than 3 people fighting with him. Li Tsong pointed at the scholarly guy. Now it is your turn. However, don't think about trying to bluff your way out of this. The guy smiled. He opened and closed his fan and stood there calmly. Li Tsong laughed coldly. He finally caught someone who was trying to take advantage of the situation. Attack. Li Tsong said. The guy said, you are already dead. Nonsense, you are the one who is dead. Li Tsong was furious. Did this fellow treat him as a fool? He then said, young master, this person is just fishing in troubled waters. He isn't strong at all. Chen Xingyao stared at Li Tsong's crotch for a while and applauded. Amazing, truly amazing. The scholarly man cupped his fists. Thank you for your praise, young Master Chen. Li Tsong thought that the young master was praising him, but looking at the situation, that wasn't the case. Chen Xingyao frowned. Look at your crotch. Li Tsong lowered his head. He didn't know when, but there were 3 red dots on his crotch. Fuck me. What was going on? He was a little confused. Could it be that his status in the Chen family was going to get lower and lower? The scholarly man said, young Master Chen, I'm good at using poison. If I had used poison needles just now, he would already be dead. Li Tsong was drenched in sweat. How terrifying. What the hell am I doing? Good, I, Chen Xingyao, can have the protection of 3 experts. My life will be safe. How about 300 taels of silver a month? Chen Xingyao was very satisfied. The 3 were overjoyed and cupped their fists. Thank you, young Master Chen. Li Tsong's expression darkened. 300 taels of silver a month, that was 20 times his salary. 2 days later. That night. Wolf Brigade. 4 people appeared. These 4 people were really terrifying. Their skin had cracked, and one could see the rotten flesh and blood within. Each of them held a stone box in their hands. They opened it, and a black mist surged out. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood. I am too hungry, I want to eat flesh and blood. The moment the box was opened, the 4 of them instantly broke into pieces of meat and were eaten. However, it was far from enough. They smelled a fragrance in the distance. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the rage points he had accumulated recently. Rage points, 7258. Add points. Physique jumped from 240 to 241. He consumed 300 rage points. It wasn't enough. However, he continued to add points. Physique, 264, middle of martial path grade 9, he had 58 points left. He broke through from peak grade 8 to middle of grade 9, close to the peak. His body changed a lot, and endless power surged in. After fighting Old Master Chen, he noticed that his physique was not bad. At least in terms of staying alive, it was really effective. He took a blade and slashed his skin. There were no marks at all, not even a white dot. Normal weapons couldn't hurt him anymore. My strength has increased by a lot. What a headache. Sleeping was the most comfortable. Next day. Lin Fan brought cousin and Go Zi to stroll around Jiang City. Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu followed. Dong dong. Suddenly. Someone hit the gong with a panicked expression. He ran and shouted. Someone died in the prince's mansion. Everyone in the prince's mansion died overnight. Let's go take a look. Dong dong. The sound slowly faded into the distance. However, everyone was shocked by the news. Lin Fan frowned. The Wang Manor was the residence of a rich merchant in Jiang City. It wasn't much, but for everyone to die in one night, that was just too weird. Did Qin Xingyao do it? That shouldn't be possible. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and rushed towards the Wang Manor. He had to see what was going on. Yuan Tianchu felt a little uneasy. A family being wiped out in a luxurious city. This was a really dangerous signal. Many people surrounded the entrance of the Wang Manor. They pointed inside, but no one dared to enter. It is too terrifying inside. There are corpses everywhere. I heard that the person who discovered the Wang Manor was terrified. Is that true? If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. It is so dark and terrifying. Lin Fan squeezed the crowd. The Wang Manor gate was half open. Through the gap, he could see that someone was lying there. It was too far and he couldn't see clearly. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with us. It is best if we leave. Yuan Tianchu suggested. He really didn't want to face such a thing. When one faced danger, one had to hide. If one couldn't understand something, then one shouldn't try. Ignorance was safer than anything. If you want to leave, then leave yourself. Lin Fan walked to the front of the Wang Manor gate. The surrounding commoners retreated like they were afraid that something terrifying would charge out. He stood in front of the gate for a long time. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He slowly raised his hand and touched the red gate. He used strength. Creak, the gate was pushed open. Ah! Some commoners were too afraid and screamed. The surrounding commoners all fell to the ground. They thought that something was coming out. They were so terrified that they peed their pants. They tried to hide, and only after a while did they dare to sneak a peek. You are crazy, you scared me. Lin Fan patted his chest and stepped into the Wang Manor. Zhou Zhongmao and Go Zi followed. Yuan Tianchu hesitated for a long while. There was a voice in his head telling him not to enter, but everyone was curious. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked in. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the Wang Manor, a gust of wind blew over and swept up the leaves on the ground. The atmosphere was good, and it felt good. The Wang Manor was silent. There was no sound at all. Zhou Zhongmao protected by Lin Fan's side. Although cousin was strong, he still needed his protection. The corpse that he saw through the door gap was there. Gulp. This was the first time Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi saw such a corpse. They turned their heads and nearly vomited. Looking at his clothes, he should be a servant of the Wang Manor. His body was dry, and his stomach had a huge hole like someone ripped it open from the inside. One couldn't even see any organs. They were all hollowed out. His eyeballs were protruding like he was tortured before he died. Cousin, don't you find this familiar? Lin Fan asked. He thought back to what happened in the village when he was in Yu City. Yin demon. Zhou Zhongmao said. He didn't understand Yin demons, and what he knew was from what his uncle told him. That's right. Lin Fan knelt down and stabbed his fingers into the stomach of the corpse. He dug around, and there was no blood at all. There was only a sticky liquid. He opened his fingers and pulled out a black liquid thread. The viscosity was okay, and then he wiped it on Liang Yongqi's pants. Ugh! Liang Yongqi couldn't accept such a disgusting scene, and he couldn't stop vomiting. Yuan Tianchu backed off silently. Lin Fan was confused. There were Yin demons around Jiang City. Let's continue to take a look. Lin Fan said. He walked in. He noticed signs of fighting. Those knife-wielding corpses should be the guards of the Wang Manor, and they died in a tragic manner. There were some who stabbed themselves to death. Who knew how intense the battle last night was? However, it was enough to show that there were many Yin demons here. He had fought with Yin demons before. That was it. If it was one or two Yin demons, it would be easy to deal with commoners, but it wasn't enough to slaughter rich families. He walked to the reading room courtyard. The scenes were more disgusting. A blade stabbed into the ground. The area where the green bricks cracked was a little black, like it was burnt black. However, the weird thing was that there were many pieces of meat scattered in the courtyard. It was different from the corpses outside, it was flesh and blood that wasn't sucked dry. Zhou Zhongmao stood there and looked around. The walls, the stone lanterns, the roof, like he was thinking about something. Cousin, what happened? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, last night, there was an intense battle here. The saber user was an expert, and he fought at least 9 Yin demons alone. He nailed one to the wall and another to the pillar, but one of his arms was torn off by the Yin demons. He then came to the center of the courtyard, and the last saber descended from the sky, killing another Yin demon. But he wasn't strong enough, and he should have been exhausted, so he was dismembered by the Yin demons. Lin Fan found it weird. How did cousin see through that? He looked towards where cousin was talking about, there were indeed signs of fighting. There were many cracks on the wall, and there were also many scratches from sharp weapons. Especially the length of the blade in the center of the courtyard, compared to other places, it was much shorter. Amazing. Really amazing. He understood now. Why did father nurture cousin? He might look simple and honest, but he was actually a martial path genius. He could rely on these clues to reconstruct the battle scenes. To Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. They didn't know what the two of them were talking about at all. Could they leave this place right now? It was too disgusting. Chapter 132. The massacre of the Wang family had plunged Jiang City into a state of unprecedented fear. To the Jiang City people, being bullied by rich families was the spice of life. Now that such a terrifying thing happened, it shocked them so much that they didn't know what to do. So, Jiang City wasn't safe. This had broken their traditional beliefs and they were unable to adapt to it. Chen family. Chen Xingyao didn't dare believe it. He even felt a little reverent as he said, "Steward, you are too ruthless. That fatty from the Wang clan fought with my Qin clan. I told you to do as you see fit, but you actually wiped out his entire clan. Amazing, amazing." Although he recruited an expert, he still stayed at home. When he found out that Wang family was wiped out, his first reaction was that manager Yu brought people to wipe out the Wang manor. Damn! Young master, what did you say? Manager Yu was confused. What did Wang manor being wiped out have to do with me? How would I have such ability? He even suspected that young master recruited an expert to wipe out the Wang manor. Young master, you can't say nonsense. When did I do such a thing? Manager Yu cried out. It was really a great injustice. Li Tsong's status dropped quickly. The position beside young master wasn't his anymore and was occupied by those three. He could only stand to the side. Wang manor being wiped out, he suspected whether or not it was manager Yu who did it. Vicious. Just too vicious. This matter was a warning to Li Tsong that he shouldn't be too arrogant, otherwise, he would die. Chen Xingyao said, "It is okay, you did it. Who would dare to find trouble with you?" Young master, I really didn't do it. Manager Yu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could this happen? If he did it, he would definitely admit to it. Now that the blame was thrown at him, he was caught off guard. Chen Xingyao saw that manager Yu's expression was really serious and didn't look like he was joking. He asked, "You really didn't do it?" "I really didn't." Manager Yu shook his head. Some things were done, but there were some things that he really didn't do. He was a little nervous. Such a huge murder case happened in Jiang City, and till now, no one knew who did it. To any family in Jiang City, it was like a knife on their necks. The cold air was pressing down on them, making them restless. It's good that he died. He dared to fight with my Chen family. Someone will take care of him. Chen Xingyao was very carefree. He didn't care if this matter would affect him or not. The destruction of the Wang mansion had caused many wealthy merchants in Jiang City to feel uneasy. During this period of time, they fought with Chen family. Old Master Chen died, so they became bolder and wanted to work together to swallow up Chen family's assets. But now, the prince's mansion was slaughtered in one night. This made them a little restless. Fuck me. Who did it? It couldn't be the Chen family, right? If that was the case, then it would be too lawless. Marshall Path Mountain. Kid. Zhang Tianshan walked over. The moment he said that, Lin Fan interrupted him. Call him sect leader. You can't be rude. Lin Fan said. Fuck me. I'm your father's friend, so I'm your uncle and you're my nephew. Is there a problem? But forget it. Marshall Path Mountain needs to develop, I respect your opinion. Sect leader, I looked at the stars. Something huge happened recently, so I think it is better to seal the mountain. Zhang Tianshan said. He looked at the stars. Wasn't that what the laborers who came to repair Marshall Path Mountain said? The Wang mansion being slaughtered was really terrifying. Justine demons, what is there to be afraid of? Lin Fan didn't care much about it. He was thinking about something. Demons were fun to play with and were really intelligent. After playing with them once in Yu City, he had a deep impression of them and it was hard for him to forget them. However, it was hard to say whether or not there were experts among them. He was afraid that he would offend them and get killed instead. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed. Demon. He was really familiar with this, it was a really problematic existence. That wasn't right. How could there be demons in Jiang City? Weren't they in the east forest of Yu City? Could it be that something had happened to him? Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan, sect leader, be careful and don't be careless. They were too young. They didn't know how terrifying the demons were. Normal cultivators killed a lot, but they were humans. However, demons weren't. They came and went silently, and only when they killed people would they notice them. Especially at night. The strength of the demons would become even more terrifying. Lin Fan was tempted to find demons and play with them to gain rage points. Yuan Tianchu guessed that following Lin Fan would make things more complicated, so he had to be careful. It was safer to sleep with Zhang Tianshan tonight. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had to get close to Zhou Zhongmao. Out of the 6 of them, only Zhou Zhongmao was strong, so it was best to get close to him. Zhang Tianshan knew that Lin Fan didn't listen to his words. He was helpless, but he knew what to do next. That night, be it Jiang City or Marshall Path Mountain, a breeze blew. The night was really dark, and there was no sound at all. At that moment, something was jumping in the darkness like it was coming from the ground. The demon's eyes were like red lanterns, breaking through the darkness and allowing one to see things far away. Peng peng. Large amounts of demons appeared. Their limbs pushed off the ground and they swiftly struck into the distance. They turned into black smoke and then physical bodies. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. A demon passed the foot of Marshall Path Mountain. He raised his head and saw a white glow shining on Marshall Path Mountain. That white light made the demon uncomfortable. He hollered. He swiftly headed towards Jiang City. The Een demon sniffed and could smell the scent of meat and blood in the air. Since he woke up, he hadn't eaten such rich meat and blood. Zhou family was a rich merchant family in Jiang City. It couldn't be considered a family, but the old master of the Zhou family was good at business and succeeded at such a young age. Outside the Zhou manor, 2 guards stood in the night sky and looked around warily. The 2 of them should have returned home to rest. However, a calamity occurred in Jiang City, and everyone was in danger. They suffered a little and guarded here. At that moment, the guard who looked a little cunning looked into the black sky. You said that the killing demon wouldn't come here, right? It is so late at night, and if I am alone, I would be a little afraid. Don't you think so? The night was too cold. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a single person on the streets. Silence, no one replied. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? Say something, that way it will seem safer. There was still no reply. This fellow didn't say anything from the start, and that was a little weird. He looked towards his friend and noticed that he had turned around and was facing the wall. Who knew what he was looking at? Oi, what are you doing? He went forward and patted the man's head lightly. It was scary not to speak, but suddenly, the man's head cracked open and rolled down the stairs. He then stopped and stared at him with a pair of eyes that were rolled back into his head. This. His body trembled as he stood there. His hand trembled as he wanted to pull out the blade. However, instantly he felt like there was someone blowing cold air onto his neck. Who? He slowly turned his neck to see what was standing behind him. Suddenly, he lowered his head and noticed that his legs were grabbed by a black hand. No, instantly, there was no movement at all. At this moment, the gates of the Zhou mansion were slowly opened. Everything appeared very strange. Outside of Jiang City. Cousin, why didn't the Een demon come to Martial Path Mountain, causing us to have to come to Jiang City? Lin Fan grumbled. He thought that Martial Path Mountain could attract the Een demon over, such that his cousin and him could only open their eyes wide and wait in a daze. Who knew that there was no one at all? They could only come to Jiang City to try their luck. However, Jiang City was just too huge, and the Een demon's methods were too weird. There weren't any intense fighting sounds, so it was just too tough to find them. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, I don't know. Maybe we don't have enough people and there aren't enough. Maybe that was the only reason to explain it. There were too few living people on Martial Path Mountain, and they weren't able to attract the Een demon's attention. Shush, I heard something. Lin Fan told his cousin to be quiet. He saw a Een demon strike from afar. It wasn't quick and was a little small. The little Een demon was furious. He slept like a log, and when he woke up, he noticed that most of them had set off to enjoy good food in the city. This made him furious. Just at that moment, the little Een demon smelled a thick scent of meat and blood not far away. He turned around and saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. Hee. The little Een demon opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth like he was laughing viciously. Who knew that he was late and would bump into such delicious food outside the city? Cousin, he treated us as food and charged towards us. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan loved Een demons, and the rage points they gave him were decent. At that moment, the little Een demon's limbs left the ground and pounced towards Lin Fan. Slash! Lin Fan pulled out his blade and struck. Lightning blade 4 strokes contained the lightning element, lighting up the terrified face of the little Een demon. Puchi! 1 blade struck the little Een demon's body. It directly sliced open the little Een demon's stomach. The black mist wrapped around the little Een demon became much dimmer. Damn! What happened? I was slashed. The little Een demon fell to the ground and rolled about. The lightning wrapped around his body made him feel really bad. The connection between the flesh and blood slowly collapsed. CSI. The little demon gave out a weird sound, twisting his body at a weird angle. Lin Fan slashed a few more times. He showed mercy with each blade. However, each blade had to see black blood. Lightning blade 4 strokes cultivated to the returning to true realm, it was enough to use the lightning element to suppress the restless power in the little demon's body and suppress it. Very quickly. The little demon stopped moving, but he didn't die. He just didn't have any strength to move. Not bad, I got one. Lin Fan didn't think about taking the little demon's life. It still had some value, so he had to bring it back and slowly torture it. Rage points plus 111. Maybe because it was small and didn't have enough strength, the rage points it provided were slightly less. However, this was where it was. At the same time, the appearance of this little demon was enough to show that there were other demons in Jiang City. Cousin, tell me if there are any movements. I will play with this little demon. Lin Fan said. To other people, demons were terrifying things. However, to Lin Fan, they were such cute things. Especially when they laid on the ground and couldn't move. When they showed rage in their eyes, they were really cute. Chapter 133. Zhou Zhongmao turned his head and looked at cousin playing with the little demon. He felt a little helpless. In his eyes, he saw thick vengeful blood boiling in the distance. It was obvious that the demons were killing people. There were many of them. Because of this, once the number of demons reached a certain level, it would bring some problems. If an expert was surrounded, the outcome would be serious. Once the number of demons reached a certain level, it would bring about some problems. If an expert fell into the demon's encirclement, the outcome would be severe. Although it was a little risky to wait here for the demons to come out. However, if he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he could leave right away to ensure cousin's safety. The little demon was really weak. Where did this human come from? Why wasn't he afraid of them and knew their weaknesses like the back of his hand? He knew how to use lightning element moves to suppress them. Demons were really strong. One needed lightning element or yang element cultivation techniques to harm them. If not, no cultivation technique would be able to harm them. Little brother, are you happy? Lin Fan patted the little demon's face. He was really casual and asked. Rage points plus 123. Happy your head. The little demon's heart was really vulgar and his thoughts were really evil. After a long while. Cousin, there is movement. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan came beside cousin and looked into the distance. In the night, there were black things running. They were really quick and were about to head out of the city. It seemed like they had eaten their fill and wanted to leave. Zhou Zhongmao released his senses to sense the demons. It was easy to sense the strength of the demons. They weren't like martial cultivators who could hide their strength. The thickness of the black mist around their bodies represented their strength. Just what he saw today. He didn't see anything that exceeded their limits. However, there were too many of them. If he and cousin went to fight, they would be asking for trouble. Luckily, these demons were full and were a little smug. This is a good chance. Scatter and run, it is much better than gathering together. Let's capture as many as we can. Lin Fan said. The demons that appeared around Jiang City gave Lin Fan hope to take a shortcut. He just wanted to enjoy and didn't want to cultivate. However, he had to cultivate too. Slowly accumulating rage points was a little slow. He needed a month to raise his physique and internal strength to martial path grade 9. However, the chance was here. Dummy was a demon with a ferocious appearance. He often stared at flesh and blood in a daze, so it was suitable to call him Dummy. Just now, he had seized 3 extremely rich pieces of meat from his clansmen. It was very delicious, and now my stomach is a little full. He loved to see the terrified expressions of humans. That kind of expression was too much to his liking, and it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Looking at his fellow tribesmen who had eaten their fill, they were running so happily. He also gradually became cheerful. His forelimbs landed on the ground, his buttocks swaying as he happily ran towards the base camp. Suddenly, Dummy's expression changed. Who the hell grabbed my leg? Because he was too fast and didn't notice, he fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He was furious. Who is it? Even if you are from the same clan, I will never forgive you. Not bad, it is easy to catch when it is alone. Lin Fan smiled, this demon was not bad. Dummy was shocked. What did I just see? He actually saw a human. But what is this human doing? He is actually grabbing my leg. What is he trying to do? He wanted to struggle. Puchi. Dummy's red eyes widened as it slowly lowered its head. There was a knife in his body. Puchi. A white knife entered and a black knife came out. There was also the power of lightning suppressing him. He wanted to roar out, but he had no strength at all. He allowed the human to grab his leg and toss him back. He then habitually rolled around. The moment his consciousness blurred, Dummy thought about something. Dummy was defeated. The demons were immersed in the joy of eating their fill. They didn't notice that their fellow tribesmen were being captured by humans. Zhou Zhongmao's methods were really simple. Big Dipper Silence Palm was really strong, the lightning element was really explosive. Basically, the demons caught by him had no way to fight back at all. It was still okay for them to fall into Lin Fan's hands, at least they were called little treasures. Those that fell into Zhou Zhongmao's hands were basically struck by overbearing internal strength. Although demons were weird, they were a type of living being. One demon fell into the net. 2 demons fell into the net. 16 demons. Suddenly, a demon sensed that something wasn't right. He stopped and turned his head. His pupils constricted. What did he see? There was actually a human who attacked them. See. A low voice spread out like it was a special communication method between demons. All the demons stopped. We were noticed. Lin Fan looked at the demons in the distance. He waved the blade in his hand and was about to crazily slash them. Zhou Zhongmao's Big Dipper Silence Palm was really overbearing. Lightning wrapped around it, forming a really strong aura that threatened the demons. Oi, your partner is behind, are you coming to save me? Lin Fan said calmly. He had a basic understanding of his own strength. Although he wasn't really strong, the people he faced weren't strong either, so he didn't fear anything. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. Rage points weren't stable, they jumped up quickly. One of the demons was wrapped in a thick black mist. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He then looked at the human who used lightning element cultivation techniques. He hollered, turned around, and ran. He was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air. The other demons were unwilling and followed behind. Reality. What a bunch of realistic demons. They actually didn't save their partner when they were captured. Their gains were not bad, they captured 16 demons. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan turned his head, tied up the demons, and dragged them back to Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain. The sky wasn't bright yet. Yuan Tianchu and the others didn't dare to sleep in their own rooms. They brought their blankets and slept outside Lin Fan's room. To them, sleeping here was the safest. They were terrified. The slightest movement would alert everyone. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi both opened their eyes. They were a little afraid. Feng Feng. Like something was being dragged on the ground. What was that thing? Damn! It was so late at night, could they not scare them? The two of them were terrified. They didn't dare to move. Zhang Tianshan didn't sleep. He walked around Marshall Path Mountain, moving the stones on the ground and arranging them in a certain pattern. Fong fong. He also heard a weird sound. What is going on? Yin demons can't be here. He frowned and muttered. He felt that it was impossible. He walked towards the sound. What are you all doing? Zhang Tianshan saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao return from the foot of the mountain. His expression changed and he asked. Shortly after. When he saw the Yin demons that were tied up with ropes, he couldn't keep his calm anymore. You all, he didn't dare to believe it. These two fellows actually went down the mountain to find Yin demons. They didn't care about their lives. Don't ask so much, come and help. I caught 16 Yin demons. There is no part for you, they are all mine. Lin Fan said. Damn! Lin Wani, didn't you tell your son what Yin demons were? He actually brought this thing back. Were they trying to go against the heavens? Zhang Tianshan looked at these Yin demons. Some were strong and some were weak, but at this moment, their auras were weak. It was obvious that they were suppressed by the two of them. Moreover, the two of them weren't dumb and knew to use lightning element internal strength to suppress Yin demons. After all, it was night time, when Yin demons were at their strongest. Without using special internal strength, no matter how heavy the injuries were, they would instantly heal up. This was how terrifying Yin demons were. What are these things? Liang Yongqi opened his eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. Yuan Tianchu and him heard someone speak. The voice was familiar, so they rushed over. Who knew that they would see such disgusting things? Yuan Tianchu was shocked, but his expression was really calm, like he wasn't afraid at all. Actually, he panicked more than anyone else. Not simple, really not simple at all. He thought that he had seen through Lin Fan's true ability, but now it seemed like it was just the tip of the iceberg. Just one look and he knew that these things were terrifying. Without strong strength, one wouldn't be able to suppress them. Even if his cousin was strong. However, the two of them went out just like that and even captured so many. That meant one problem. Lin Fan wasn't weak at all. He was even really terrifying. The more one interacted with him, the more terrifying it was. Those who couldn't see through him were the truly dangerous ones. Zhang Tianshan thought about it for a moment. Follow me, don't leave them here. On the way back, you weren't followed by Yin demons, right? Zhou Zhongmao said, no. That's good, that's good. Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. He had already brought them back, so what else could he do? As long as they weren't followed by Yin demons, it was good. Zhang Tianshan brought Lin Fan and the others to an abandoned house. The house was old and there was a stone table in the courtyard. He slowly turned it. Kachi! Like something was opened, the ground split apart, and a pitch-black stairway appeared. Lin Fan found it weird, Marshall Path Mountain actually had such a secret place. He looked at Zhang Tianshan, he was a little amazing. He hid it really well. Yuan Tianchu cried out. Amazing. All of them started to show themselves. He knew that Zhang Tianshan wasn't such a simple person. If he was, why would he leave such a thing in Marshall Path Mountain? Now it was exposed. However, it was just the tip of the iceberg, like Lin Fan. More secrets needed to be discovered in detail. Yuan Tianchu looked at the stunned Liang Yongqi, he was filled with disdain. Out of everyone here, Liang Yongqi was the most trash. What kind of gaze is that? Liang Yongqi noticed that Yuan Tianchu's gaze wasn't right, like he was mocking him. He was unhappy. What was he looking at? They were all the same, and he even had a sense of superiority. Yuan Tianchu didn't reply. He felt that Liang Yongqi asked that on purpose. Such a direct plan. It wasn't worth mentioning, he just didn't reply. Any schemes would be useless. Moreover, compared to Lin Fan, Liang Yongqi was too weak. He was too lazy to bother about him. Zhang Tianshan didn't explain the background of this secret place. Instead, he told Lin Fan to lock the Yin demons here. Yin demons had a special way to communicate with one another, and they could tell their own kind where they were. If they exposed themselves in Martial Path Mountain, maybe on the second day, Yin demons would charge over. Chapter 134. Morning. Everyone in Jiang City panicked. Yesterday, Wang Manor was wiped out, and this morning, they noticed that Zhou Manor was wiped out too. Some people spread rumors that evil demons came to Jiang City and that they would all die. If it was in the past, no one would believe it. But it was different now. Many people believed that it was done by evil demons. Some bold people saw the corpses and found it terrifying. Their blood was sucked dry, their stomachs were opened, and the organs inside were all gone. Huang Manor. Father, the city is in a mess. Wang family and Zhou family were killed in one night, and they looked really terrifying. Do you think it was done by Chen family? Huang Boran asked. One couldn't blame him for thinking that way. Not long after old Master Chen died, the merchants in the city started to fight for Chen family's business. Chen family was forced to such an extent, so there was a high chance that they would kill. Cough cough. Old Master Huang coughed. No, it was Yin demons. When he mentioned Yin demons, old Master Huang's eyes were filled with terror like he hadn't recovered from what happened in the past. Huang Boran was foreign to Yin demons and had never heard of such a thing before. Didn't you always ask me why my body was like that? It isn't a disease, but when I was young, I met Yin demons. They attached themselves to people's bodies, sucking blood and eating meat. People who are targeted by them have no way to live. I was lucky and met someone. He was Zhang Tianshan. He saved my life, so I repaid him by renting Martial Path Mountain to him for 700 silver a year. Martial Path Mountain wasn't small, and if one was smart, as long as one used it well, they would earn more than 5,000 silver a year. However, what made old Master Huang helpless was that Zhang Tianshan didn't have a business mind. He didn't develop in a good direction and instead developed in a bad direction, causing them to go bankrupt. Even if they went bankrupt, old Master Huang didn't rush them to pay the rent. Ah! Huang Boran opened his mouth, that fellow who didn't keep his word and ran without paying. He didn't dare to believe it. Such a person who didn't keep his word actually had such ability. Head to Martial Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan and ask him to help. If it is Yin demons, Huang family won't be safe. Old Master Huang said. Huang Boran nodded his head. He only knew that the methods used to wipe out the two families were cruel. As for Yin demons, he hadn't seen them before, so he didn't know much. Chen Xingyao was very uneasy. Yesterday, it was the Wang family. Today, it was the Zhou family. How did they kill him? Although he was happy in his heart, he was also afraid that it would be their turn. If it really was their turn, what should they do? At the city gate. A luxurious carriage slowly entered the city. At that moment, the people in the carriage opened the curtains and saw people leaving one after another. They were quite curious, asked if something happened in the city and why so many people are leaving. Yes, young master. Soon, that person returned. Replying to young master, this servant has inquired and found out that there have been 2 consecutive murders in the city in the past 2 days. 2 wealthy merchant families were slaughtered overnight, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. Their deaths were extremely tragic. They suspect that demons have entered the city, so they want to leave and hide. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with an upright appearance. His eyes were spirited like an eagle's, but his eyebrows were as white as snow. Go to the government. The voice in the sedan was calm, but there was a hint of surprise in its tone. The Jiang city government was just like that. The imperial city would set up government offices in cities apart from Yu City and some other border cities to maintain the laws and culture of the city. But Jiang City was too far away from the imperial city. The emperor was far away, so the government basically didn't exist. It was pretty much just a figurehead for the aristocratic families. When it concerned the aristocratic families, it wasn't up to the government to decide. Instead, they would ask the aristocratic families how to decide. Very quickly, the carriage arrived at the Jiang City government office. The person in the carriage got off. He was handsome and had an imposing appearance, exuding the aura of a noble. This is the government office? Xiaoqi didn't dare to believe his eyes. If not for the words on the door, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Shabby, very shabby. Just like that, how could they show the power of the government and spread the might of the imperial family? The white-browed male lowered his head. Young master, this should be it. Xiaoqi's face was cold as he walked towards the government office. There were no bailiffs at the door, and after entering, he didn't see a single person. Who are you? Why did you come in? At that moment, a middle-aged male carried a basket and asked. Who are you? Xiaoqi asked. The male said, I am the Jiang City prefect, what do you want? Xiaoqi was lazy to talk nonsense. He hooked his finger towards the white-browed male behind him. Make him kneel down and talk to me. The white-browed male took out a token from his waist and passed it to the Jiang City prefect. What is this? The magistrate of Jiang City was about to say what it was, but he suddenly froze. The basket fell to the ground and he knelt on the ground. Magistrate of Jiang City, Zhun Yancheng, greets your highness. His forehead was covered in sweat. Oh my god. Jiang City was so far away from the imperial city, and the royal highness actually came. Xiaoqi scoffed coldly, you look like a prefect. I think you look more like someone who cooks. Zhun Yancheng wailed and cried. His face was full of tears. Your Highness, I feel bitter in my heart. I've been in Rivertown for 10 years. I wanted to fulfill my ambitions, but I didn't expect the number of aristocratic families in Rivertown to exceed my imagination. In just a few days, I'm just a figurehead. Trash. Xiaoqi nearly wanted to kick this prefect to death. A good official appointed by the imperial family actually ended up like this. Young master, it is better to take a look at those corpses. The white-browed male reminded. Xiaoqi asked, I heard that there were many murders these 2 days, especially 2 where entire families were wiped out. Where are the corpses? Your Royal Highness, please follow me. Zhun Yancheng said in panic. He had already called people to transport these corpses back to the manor. Such things had to be recorded in case they needed to be overturned in the future, and there were clues to be found. Autopsy hall. Before they even entered, there was a stench that made people stop and not want to enter. Young master, I will go in. The white-browed male said. It is okay, let's go in together. Xiaoqi said. As a prince, he loved to show off to his brothers. This time, he was going around in disguise and hoped to achieve some results. He also heard about King Wutong's rebellion and hoped to find some clues. Without doing anything to King Wutong, he would kill all his supporters. Now that such a thing happened in Jiang City, he felt like he had to investigate it. At this moment, even if he wore a mask, the smell made him feel bad. Within the room, there were many corpses laid out. When the white-browed male saw the corpses, he frowned. He had some clues but he wasn't sure. He nodded towards the prince and started to investigate the situation of the corpses. He hoped that he could find some clues from the corpses. He came to a corpse and put on his gloves. He checked while saying, this is a dried corpse, there is no drop of blood in the body, it was all sucked dry. The organs are gone, only pieces are left. The chest split open, it was ripped from the inside. Slowly, the white-browed male didn't say anything, like he thought about something. He changed one corpse after another. In the end, he came to Xiaoqi's side. Young master, it was done by the Yin demons. Xiaoqi found it weird. With his age, naturally he didn't see schemes, but the imperial family records had records of the Yin demons, so he was clearer than anyone else about their existence. However, why would there be Yin demons in Jiang City? Forget it. No matter why they were here. At least, he was here now. The white-browed male said, "Young master, it is a problem. We don't have enough people, so we can't deal with them." Xiaoqi didn't say much and then asked, "Are there any sects nearby?" Zhu Nianqing said, yes, it is not far from the city on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain Secret Room. Lin Fan temporarily called this secret room. Although he didn't know why Zhang Tianshan dug it out, it wasn't important anymore. Cough cough. Lin Fan stepped on the black tiles and slowly walked in. The 16 Yin demons he caught were locked there. They struggled, but they were unable to escape. "You might not understand me, but don't worry, I have no bad intentions towards you. At most, I will just cut off your limbs, I won't go too far." Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The rage points came in really calmly, there were no fluctuations at all. It just jumped between 222 and 333. The Yin demons that were captured were furious, they wanted to roar out. "You bastard! Are you even a human? You even dared to offend Yin demons. You didn't know how terrifying we were. Human, you better let us go, otherwise, it won't be good for you." At that moment, a Yin demon opened his mouth. He was different from the other Yin demons as he could speak. He wasn't the kind that bared his teeth and only knew how to be fierce. Although a lot of the black fog around him had dissipated, the remaining black fog was much stronger than the other Yin demons. The Yin demon said, "Although I don't know who you are and why you locked us here, but very quickly, Lin Fan calmly pulled out his blade and stabbed the Yin demon. Rage points plus 888. Rage points plus 333. This wave of rage points was well earned. He only wanted rage points and didn't care about anything else. He pulled out the blade, and the blade was covered in black blood. Thin lightning flowed around the Yin demon's stomach, torturing it. He noticed that the Yin demons were really durable. They were already sliced to such a state, but they still didn't die. Did he have to slice them into pieces or chop off their heads to kill them in one strike? The surrounding Yin demons struggled. It was like this Yin demon had a high status, which was why they were furious. They bared their teeth and roared out in rage. Puchi! Lin Fan stabbed once more. The Yin demon that Lin Fan stabbed did have a high status. However, he cursed out in his heart. He didn't speak, so why did he still stab him? Those Yin demons continued to roar. "Continue to roar, I will continue to stab," Lin Fan said. See. Those Yin demons understood and continued to roar out in rage towards Lin Fan. What the Yin demon that Lin Fan stabbed felt in his heart wasn't something that could be expressed with just one sentence. "Can you guys stop yelling at me? I was the one who stabbed him, not all of you." Chapter 135. Lin Fan didn't like trouble. He liked to be like this every day, playing with the Yin demons was the best. Although the Yin demons were ugly. Red eyes, jet black body, sharp teeth, bald head without hair, but overall, he was not bad. Lin Fan placed his blade on the Yin demon's neck. "Speak, where did you come from, where is your base?" If there were Yin demons around Jiang City, then things wouldn't have happened until now. As for the Yin demon base, he just asked. He couldn't personally head over as it was too dangerous. If he faced danger, then it would be problematic. The Een demon was stubborn and didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with rage. Like he was saying, "If you have balls, then kill me." He wouldn't tell the human about his base. "Cousin, someone came to Marshall Path Mountain to find you." Cousin's voice spread in from outside. Lin Fan placed down his blade and looked at the Een demons. He had decided to treat this place as a Een demon farm to develop relationships with them. He believed that one day the Een demons would be honest with him. Outside. "Who came to find me?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. "I don't know him, but he seems arrogant. He has an expert beside him, he isn't weaker than me and might even be above me." Of course, this was cousin's humble thoughts. So amazing. Lin Fan was thinking about who it was. He didn't offend anyone recently, so who would come to Marshall Path Mountain to find him? He even brought an expert over. Was it possible that he came to challenge the mountain? Zhou Zhongmao said, "Don't worry cousin, with me here, no one can bully you." Lin Fan patted cousin's shoulder and praised. What a good cousin. Mountain entrance. Zhang Tianshan warmly welcomed him. When he looked at him, he knew that this young man wasn't a normal person. The white-browed male behind him was so young, but his eyebrows were all white. What did that mean? It meant that he was hard-working, that his body had problems from cultivating. This young man wasn't a normal person. What made Zhang Tianshan unhappy was that this young man didn't pay enough attention to him. "Who is looking for me?" Lin Fan walked over and saw a few people standing there. The leader wasn't much older than him, but he didn't care about the ones behind. One look and he knew that they were lackeys, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. "You are the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader." Shao Qi looked at Lin Fan. He was really young. To be able to become the sect leader at such a young age, he really wasn't normal. He was a man. When they saw it, they would habitually compare it with each other. But no matter how they compared, the other party was not as powerful as him. Because he was a prince. From the moment he was born, he stood at the peak of his life. I am the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, who are you?" Lin Fan asked. This fella seemed to be a little pretentious. There was a questioning tone in his words, but this questioning tone seemed to be very arbitrary. Shao Qi said, "I am the Imperial City Prince Shao Qi. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan, listen up. Een demons have appeared in Jiang City, and we need Marshall Path Mountain disciples to help fight against them." The white-browed man took out the token and showed it to everyone with a serious expression. "Commoner Zhang Tianshan greets your Royal Highness." Zhang Tianshan's heart surged. Oh my god, so it was the prince, this was an amazing person. He had to coax her well. It would be best if he could swindle her out of it. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi both knelt on the ground. They weren't as strong as Lin Fan and naturally had to kneel when they saw a prince. Of course. Zhang Tianshan was really stubborn and didn't kneel. Shao Qi was a little unhappy. His identity as a prince was revealed, so why didn't the three of them kneel? But forget it. Thinking about how one of them was the sect leader and the other was the deputy sect leader, it was good to give them special privileges. After which, he looked towards Zhou Zhongmao who was beside Lin Fan. He looked really dumb and honest. Maybe he wasn't that smart. Forget it, he would give him special privileges. Shao Qi said, "Sect leader Lin, we are in a special situation. The people of Jiang City are in danger and we need sect leader Lin's help. Once we deal with the Een demons, I will report to the Imperial Court to give Marshall Path Mountain a title. Sect leader Lin, please call out your disciples and borrow some elite disciples to solve this matter together." The white-browed man nodded his head. His Royal Highness had a heart for the people, and he was happy. When he followed His Royal Highness, he was afraid that the prince he followed was someone who fought for power. Now it seemed like his luck was good. And, Prince is right. Our Martial Path Mountain will go all out to help. Lin Fan said. Shao-Chi waited silently for the Martial Path Mountain disciples to appear. He had to choose a bunch of elites, otherwise, even if they found the Yin demons, they would just die. He waited for a while. Shao-Chi frowned and was a little unhappy. Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? He felt that this sect leader Lin was a little unreasonable. Didn't he agree to go all out to help, but what about him? Why didn't he have a single disciple? Nothing much, they are all here. Lin Fan said. Ah. Shao-Chi was stunned. Damn. He wasn't bragging to him, right? What were they all here? Was he playing with him? Or did he see that he was a light emperor, so he used words to provoke him? Lin Fan pointed at the commoners. Those aren't Martial Path Mountain disciples, they are workers hired from Jiang City. There are a total of 6 of them. This is the deputy sect leader. He was the sect leader in the past, but he made him bankrupt, so I came to take over. This is the young master from my old home, Martial Path Grade 4. He has no strength at all, and is the grand disciple. This is also from my old home, Martial Path Grade 3. He is also a young master and has no strength at all. He is also the grand disciple. The few of them were used really well, rhyming well. This is my cousin, the other one isn't here and doesn't have any cultivation. He just takes care of us, so Martial Path Mountain has a total of 6 people. When Lin Fan said those words, Shao-Chi's expression changed. Oh my god. This was a sect. Stop kidding me. The white-browed male didn't know what to say. He had never seen such a tragic sect. Lin Fan said, Don't worry Prince, I am not afraid. I am determined. The 6 of us will follow Prince to find the Yin demons, and we won't fear anything. Damn. Shao-Chi looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. The situation wasn't about whether or not they were afraid, but that he was. How were they supposed to find it with 6 people? Even if they found the Yin demons, they would die without a grave. He was a prince, why would he go crazy with them? Did they think he was sick in the head? Of course. He couldn't say that. Sect leader Lin, we can't do that. 6 is too few. Although I am a prince, for the safety of the people, I can even give up my life. However, I can't harm sect leader Lin. We can only report this matter to the imperial court and let them send experts. Shao-Chi said. His words were so beautiful. It was really artistic. Yuan Tianchu looked at the prince and saw through his words. He was just afraid, so why did he have to find so many reasons? His expression and emotions weren't conveyed well at all. Lin Fan said, Prince Shao, we are not afraid. Yin demons threaten the people of Jiang City. Even if we can't defeat them, we don't fear anything. Under your leadership, I believe that even if we die, we can heavily injure them. Damn! Shao-Chi nearly fainted. Did he have to argue with him like that? Even if he wasn't afraid to die, he didn't want to die for no reason. With his estimation, with a few hundred disciples heading together, they would be safe. Now that there were only 6 of them, even if they went, they would just be sending themselves to die. What was the point? Not good, not good, how can I let sect leader Lin die? Shao-Chi said. Lin Fan said, It is okay, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself. Not good, sect leader Lin, you don't need to say anything. I understand your intentions. We have to have a plan to deal with Yin demons, so how can we die in their hands? Shao-Chi waved his hands and rejected. White Brow couldn't take it anymore. Sect leader Lin, my master is right. Although Yin demons have to be wiped out, we can't just die without any confidence. Shao-Chi looked at the sky. It is late, I have something to do, so I will take my leave. Once I find more people, I will find sect leader Lin for help. He didn't wait for Lin Fan to say anything, bringing his men and leaving. Bad start. This Martial Path Mountain was so disappointing. They actually had so few people. Hayes, he had nothing to say, he didn't know what to say. On the way down. How can this Martial Path Mountain be so useless, just 6 people and they can form a sect? Xiaoqi didn't dare to believe it. If he didn't personally witness it and someone told him that there was such a sect, he wouldn't believe it. Young master, the world is huge, and there are all sorts of things. No matter what, Jiang City can't be compared to Zhou City. The sects in those places are the true prosperous ones. However, we can't drag on the Yin demon matter, otherwise, it will be a huge problem. White Brow said. Xiaoqi's head hurt, gather experts to wipe out the Yin demons. White Brow shook his head, no, it isn't so simple to wipe them out. Only by finding experts to negotiate with them can we ensure the safety of Jiang City. The places where Yin demons lived were dangerous, and normal martial path experts would be killed if they weren't careful. Who knew how many Yin demons there were? If there were too many, to wipe them out, one would have to pay a huge price. This was why they could only find experts to negotiate with them and not disturb one another. Lin Fan didn't understand where this prince came from. Recently, there were so many things happening in Jiang City. Where were the Yin demons? He really wanted to know. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't head to their territory as it was too dangerous. Actually, he just wanted to capture some Yin demons to develop a relationship with them. After which, he eagerly headed to the secret room. The 16 cuties were still waiting for him there. Huang Boran listened to his father and came to Martial Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan. He told him that his father wanted him to come here and hoped that Zhang Tianshan could help prevent the Yin demons from invading the Huang family. Zhang Tianshan's relationship with the Huang family wasn't that good, he just saved his life once. The Huang family old master was not bad, but this Huang Boran was a little dishonest, asking him for money. However, he still followed Huang Boran to the Huang family. He didn't have much ability to fight the Yin demons head-on, but he did have some ability to defend against them. Just as he was about to reprimand Steward Yu for not following the rules, Steward Yu quickly ran to the young master's side and muttered in a low voice. How could he not know the young master's personality? He would definitely scold him in front of outsiders. But the current situation was not right. These 2 strangers were not ordinary people. They were big shots, big shots. Even if the master was here, he would have to kowtow to them. When Qin Xingyao heard Steward Yu's muttering, his expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed, a sign of shock. Oh my God, this is the eldest prince of the Central Dynasty. My mother, father, open your eyes and look. My Qin clan has welcomed the crown prince. Instantly. Qin Xingyao hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. This commoner Qin Xingyao greets your highness the first prince. Qin Xingyao was temperamental. He might have smiled at you, but in the blink of an eye, he could take your life. But that was to normal people. If you let him test the crown prince's temperamental personality, maybe his head would be removed right away. Qin Xingyao was bad, but he wasn't a fool. Who he could offend and who he couldn't, did he not know? Get up, I am traveling around Jiang City and don't want to reveal my identity. However, I have something to do, so I can only reveal my identity to you. However, your Qin family has to keep it a secret. Xiaoqi said. White Brow sighed. Keep it a secret. Jiang City Prefect, Martial Path Mountain, and Qin family already knew, so what was there to keep it a secret? Just make it public. Yes, don't worry your highness, my Qin family will keep it a secret. If anyone dares to leak it out, I will teach them a lesson. Qin Xingyao said. Qin family's identity wasn't clean, so they weren't treated well. That situation of being looked down upon was really uncomfortable. But now, a chance had appeared. If they could get close to the crown prince, then they would be able to soar. Their Chen family would be able to wash themselves clean and walk to the peak of life. However, all of this needed hard work. Your Highness, please take a seat. Chen Xingyao invited respectfully. Their identities were switched, and he was more like a servant. Shaoqi said that he didn't need to be polite, but his body was honest. This kind of treatment was more like the style of a prince. When Chen Xingyao learned that the crown prince was actually staying in an inn, his expression changed. He cursed that he deserved to die. How could he let the crown prince stay in such a place? He immediately ordered manager Yu to leave the most luxurious room for the crown prince. Li Tsong witnessed everything. He didn't expect young master to suck up to him so well. Manager Yu was really happy. He thought that young master wouldn't be able to support the Chen family, but it seemed like he was wrong. Young master's actions towards the crown prince was enough to prove that the Chen family wouldn't fall and would instead become stronger. Even if old master was here, he definitely wouldn't be able to do what young master did. Shaoqi had a good impression of the Chen family. They knew how to conduct themselves, and he was satisfied. He told Chen Xingyao about the culprit of the recent murders, and for the first time, Chen Xingyao knew what the Yin demon was. It sounded a little terrifying. But the crown prince said that he wanted to get rid of the evil, to solve the Yin demon problem in Jiang City. He didn't hesitate and unconditionally supported the crown prince. In front of the crown prince, he ordered manager Yu to increase the bounty and find experts to help the crown prince solve his problems. His Chen family was willing to give up all their wealth for the crown prince. Shaoqi was satisfied. This was a loyal subject. However, looking at the current situation, they were still weak and didn't have the ability to fight the Yin demons. Shaoqi continued to head to the other aristocratic families and merchant families to persuade them. He had to travel a long distance. However, he wasn't tired at all. He felt good, like he was telling everyone how responsible he was as the crown prince. For their matters, he went all out to persuade them. Not long later, everyone in the city knew about it. The crown prince of the central dynasty came to Jiang City to deal with the culprit who killed the two merchant families. It was undoubtedly a huge boost to the hearts of the Jiang City people. The commoners cheered on the streets. Those who were prepared to leave Jiang City to find a way to live all returned home. To them. How could they leave? The crown prince was here, so what did they have to fear? Their Jiang City was totally safe. Chen family banquet. Shaoqi was in a tough spot. I just wanted to solve this matter behind the scenes, but I didn't expect everyone to know about it. I don't want such a situation. Chen Xingyao said respectfully, the first prince has shown mercy to Jiang City. How can we remain silent? The people of Jiang City will remember the first prince's kindness and never forget it for the rest of their lives. Hayes, brother Chen is joking. As the crown prince, how can I not do anything? Forget it, why do I have to remember it? Shaoqi waved his hands. He said it like it was true. He went to the various families in the day to show his identity. He just opened his mouth and said that he was the crown prince. That would scare them so much that they would worship him like he was their ancestor. If too many people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Moreover, he didn't want to hide it. If no one knew how tough it was for him to do such a huge thing, then what was the point of doing it? It would be better to just leave quietly and save a lot of trouble. Huang Boran was at the banquet and stared at Chen Xingyao. This fellow actually knew how to suck up. He really didn't expect it. In his heart, Chen Xingyao was such a person. He could be strong, but he couldn't act strong in front of him, otherwise, he would slap his face. He was arrogant and had a violent temper. But looking at the current situation, there wasn't any shadow of the past Chen Xingyao, he was just a bootlicker. Looking at the surrounding merchants, they were the same. They were all sucking up to the crown prince, saying that they would support him. If he had anything, they would ask for it and they wouldn't delay it. Huang Boren wasn't such a person. No matter how noble your identity was, I wouldn't suck up to you. Young Master Huang, you and young Master Chen are top families in Jiang City. I hope that you can put down your grievances and cooperate with me to solve this matter. Shao Qi said. Huang Boren cupped his fists. Since your highness has spoken, my Huang family will naturally listen. Don't worry, your highness. I believe that under the leadership of the wise and mighty his highness, this matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. How fragrant. It felt really good to lick. To lick someone with power, one wouldn't know if they didn't lick, but once they did, they couldn't stop. Good, although Jiang City is far, I have sensed your hearts. Very good, very good. Shao Qi nodded his head in satisfaction. Martial Path Mountain. In the secret room, there were many low roars. The 16 Yin demons suffered physical and mental injuries. The human in front of them loved to stab them. He stabbed them so crazily that black blood flowed out. He also loved to use words to attack their minds. Some Yin demons couldn't take it and cried out like they were in a frenzy. Lin Fan wiped off the black blood on the blade and said calmly, "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any thoughts towards all of you and have no ill intentions. However, please cooperate. At least before you are of some use, I won't abandon all of you." Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 222. He had nothing to do now, so he exchanged his insights with the Yin demons. Raise them. He had to raise some Yin demons. These Yin demons were really friendly and cute. Especially when they bared their teeth and revealed their sharp canine teeth, they were just too cute. It wasn't early. Maybe he could continue to act tonight. But it was a little dangerous. Within the room, Lin Fan looked at the fruits of his hard work. Rage points, 19610. A decent number. His martial path cultivation could increase once more, that was great. He spent 1,800 rage points. He raised his physique to 270, and his physique cultivation reached the peak of martial path grade 9. Power surged in his body. This wasn't internal strength but physical strength. See. It hurt. Suddenly, he felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. There were bugs crawling in his skin, and it looked really terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem somewhere? Chapter 137. Pain. Pain. Damn. At the start it was waves of pain, and now it was intense pain. That pain was tough to bear with, like his body was being burned by flames. Small bumps appeared on his skin like something was crawling under his skin. Did a bug enter my body after spending so long with the Yin demons? Lin Fan bore with the pain and used a knife to cut open the small bubble. Poochie. The bubble burst, boiling blood flowed out. The blood was really hot, the temperature was really high. What was going on? The temperature of the blood was so high, could he still be alive? Didn't he just raise his physique to peak grade 9, was there a need to do that? See. He thought that if he persisted for a while, it wouldn't hurt, but it was obvious that this wasn't a pain that would disappear. Pooh. His skin tore open, boiling fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fan's back was drenched in sweat, his heart filled with fear. Did something really happen? If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have been prepared to cultivate and have a good life. Why did he have to find such a troublesome matter? He couldn't think so much now. For such a situation to occur when he raised physique meant that his body was raised too high. There was nothing that could support such a strong body. Maybe that was the reason. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand cleared the realm. Unmovable king body rose to returning to true realm. In an instant, the pain gradually lessened, and there was a wave of inner energy in his body that was feeding back to his body. This is the internal strength cultivated from unmovable king body, it belongs to physique. Lin Fan felt another type of internal strength appear in his body. It was obvious that it was the internal strength used by the unmovable king body. Like a balloon, it swelled up a lot, but if the air within was sucked dry, the balloon would shrink. This problem didn't appear in the past. It was probably because his physique hadn't reached a certain level. There are some problems with the previous arrangements, I have to rethink it. Lin Fan adjusted his mindset. He thought that cultivation was simple and could be completed with rage, but now it wasn't so simple. If he didn't cultivate any cultivation technique and just raised physique and internal strength, there would be problems. He had two types of internal strength in his body. One was the internal strength of the Purple Sun Four Saint scripture and the other was the unmovable bright king body. These two types of internal strength were different, one focused on the inside, the other focused on the outside, they had nothing to do with one another. But they were all nourishing his body. To prevent any accidents from happening, he decided to upgrade the Purple Sun Four Saint scripture. This cultivation technique was not bad and should be a top-notch cultivation technique. What assassin? What had he missed out? It was all bullshit. He knew that his father had left it for him. Now that the Purple Sun Four Saint scripture was at grade 10, he needed 2,000 rage points to raise it. Add a point. Purple Sun Four Sacred Scripture, 11th Heaven, Purple Sun Four Sacred Scripture, 12th Heaven, he raised it all the way to grade 14, spending 8,000 rage points. The inner force in his body was strong, so it should be very safe. Increase inner strength. Internal strength, 270, martial path grade 9, it was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. His physique and internal strength had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the martial path. On the contrary, he only had 810 rage points which were instantly cleared. However, the mixed elements broken jade hand had once again become unlearned. It was truly regrettable. His combat strength was slightly weaker, and the strength of the refreshed points was once again weakened. Perhaps it was sending a signal. Want to become stronger? If he could, he should cultivate a few more cultivation techniques. As for not relying on adding points to cultivate the mixed elements broken jade hand, stop joking. Which one of those cultivation techniques didn't require many years of hard work to succeed? He didn't have the time and energy to do so. Or was it that the Yin demons weren't fun and wanted to cultivate? He sat cross-legged and started to calm down the restlessness that came from his strength increasing. This was the first time he was seriously cultivating. It was worth praising. Wolf Brigade. Since the bandits here were wiped out, it became really dark and terrifying. The Yin demons lived in the forest near the Wolf Brigade. Because of their arrival, the forest changed. The trees grew thicker. They covered the sky. Even in the day, the sunlight couldn't shine in. It was dark, sinister, and terrifying. At that moment, a terrifying sound spread out from the forest. Then, there was a rustling sound as something appeared in the forest. In the pitch-black forest, a red light shone. Many Yin demons came out from the darkness. They crawled on the ground and roared out viciously. A stone coffin was really eye-catching, but it was really simple. It was just pieced together from a few pieces of stone. At that moment, the stone coffin shook, and small pieces of stone fell off. With a pang, the coffin was opened, and a thick black mist spread out from within. This black mist was much thicker than the other Yin demons. Damn humans. A Yin demon stood up from the coffin. This Yin demon was different from the others. It was 3 meters tall, and he had 4 pitch-black arms. A long tail hung from his spine. This tail seemed to be made of black metal. The surrounding Een demons retreated. They were afraid of the Een demon in front of them. In the Een demon world, there was a hierarchy. Normal Een demons like them didn't have coffins to sleep in. They could only dig a hole to bury themselves and come out at night. King, I will teach these humans a lesson. The big Een demon opened his mouth, his voice was thick and hoarse. He then turned into a black fog and headed towards Rivertown. The small Een demons followed closely behind. They were going to eat people. Following the big Een demon, no one could stop them. They felt that their lives in the East Forest of U City weren't good. They were forced to sleep for 20 years, and when they woke up, they weren't even given enough to eat. Some brothers went out to eat 1 or 2 people, and then they were attacked. They didn't dare to fight back, and even the king was beaten until he was injured. However, things were different now. They moved to a foreign environment. Moreover, they were close to a human city. Their lives were really good. Eating and drinking was really good. Of course. Een demons didn't only know how to eat. If they all headed out at once, then how long could the people in the city eat? How long could the people in the city eat? Only by eating slowly could they eat for a longer time. Chin Manor. The fan-holding scholar sat in the courtyard and drank wine. He looked at the moon in the sky, it was really beautiful. He waved his fan casually. It felt good to be an expert in Chin family, and his salary was high. The key was that the crown prince of the imperial dynasty was in Chin family, and that gave him hope for the future. If Chin family could tie the crown prince to them, then as helpers of Chin family, they would be able to rise, and their status would rise to a certain level. The moon is really good, and I really want to recite a poem. Unfortunately, I will wear whatever I lack. The fan-holding scholar shook his head and smiled. He was illiterate, but he wouldn't tell others. That was because his style and aura gave people a feeling that he was a cultured person. A gust of wind blew over. It was a little cold. The scholar frowned. Why did he feel a little cold? Suddenly, he noticed that a shadow on the stone table was getting bigger and bigger. This shadow was moving, and it seemed a little vicious. He was shocked, but he acted like he was calm. Just at that moment, he rolled and opened his fan. Shwa shwa. A few thin needles shot through the air and struck him, giving out a crisp clanging sound. He smiled. If he was hit, then he would die. There was a really strong poison on it. However, when he raised his head, his pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. These things, Puchi. Chen Xingyao was in a good mood. He drank alone and occasionally smiled. He felt that his luck had come. The crown prince staying in the Chen family was something that others wished for. During the banquet, when everyone learned that the crown prince was staying in Chen Manor, their eyes turned red. Damn! Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? It was actually taken by the Chen family. Was there any justice in the world? Chapter 138. Your Royal Highness, not good. When Qin Xingyao and the others ran to Shaoqi's side, they noticed that there were Een demons here too. There were many of them. Many of the guards by the prince's side died. Only that white-browed man was really fierce. He held his spear and fought with the Een demons. An eye-catching light exploded out from the spear and stabbed through a Een demon. With a sizzling sound, the Een demon's flesh and blood started to evaporate before falling apart. It laid powerlessly on the ground and didn't move at all. Shaoqi acted like he was calm, but in truth, he was panicking. Een demon, were these Een demons? He had only seen portraits of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now that he saw one. That was completely different from a portrait, all right? If he returned to the imperial dynasty, he would teach that artist a lesson. What did he draw? It was so terrifying. Protect the prince. Chen Xingyao came to Shaoqi's side. He opened his arms and blocked in front of him fearlessly. The hands of the two helpers were trembling. This was the first time they faced such a thing. All of a sudden, they didn't know what to do. Chen Xingyao said, "Your Royal Highness, follow me, I will bring you to a safe place." "No need, as the prince of the imperial dynasty, no matter what danger I face, I won't take a step back. Today, I will fight to the death with these demons." Shaoqi straightened his back. His gaze was sharp and he didn't fear the situation in front of him at all. Actually, he wanted to leave too. But he knew that this place was the safest. As for leaving with Chen Xingyao, what a joke. Did he have any experts beside him? "If I follow you, I won't even know how I died." "What are you talking about?" Chen Xingyao wanted to leave, but since the prince didn't, what else could he say? "Okay, I will accompany the prince to fight these demons to the end. Help me, as long as we survive this, I will give you all rewards," Chen Xingyao said. White Brow's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the demons to be so bold and actually charge all the way here. An extremely bright light exploded out from the spear and killed another demon. He looked towards the prince. He was under huge pressure. Not only did he have to kill the demons, but he also had to protect the prince. "All of you are useless. You have to use lightning and pure yang elements to hurt them. They won't fear normal attacks." White Brow hollered. The person playing with the flying guillotine beside Chen Xingyao used the flying guillotine to pick off the demon's head. However, the demon's head turned into black smoke and grew back once more. "Ah!" The flying guillotine expert was dumbfounded. "Brother, what are you talking about? Thunder attribute cultivation technique? Yang attribute? I don't really understand what you're saying. I'm just playing with the flying guillotine." "Once the flying guillotine is used, I'll split my head. As for what you're saying, I really don't understand." On the other hand, the short man with the hammer was very fierce. The hammer smashed the demon viciously onto the ground. The friction between the hammer and the ground caused sparks to appear, causing some damage to the demon. The demon cried out and retreated into the distance. "In the future, your monthly allowance will be raised to 500 taels of silver." Chen Xingyao was overjoyed. He did not expect this short man to be so amazing. He gave him a lot of hope. Then, he looked at the girl playing with the flying guillotine. It seemed to be saying, "How can you be so useless? Look at how powerful he is." "Ah!" Suddenly, a scream spread out. Chen Xingyao shuddered. He saw the short man being grabbed by a few demons, torn into a bloody mess. His organs were all dug out. "Damn! I just praised you and now you're so useless. That was just so embarrassing." The short man cried out. "How did this happen? He was already injured, so why did it become like this?" "No, I was just passing by, it has nothing to do with me." The face of the guy playing with the flying guillotine was ashen white. This exceeded his expectations. This wasn't something he could go up against. He didn't say anything at all. He just ran outside. "Don't run, don't run." Chen Xingyao was filled with despair. "Why are you running, didn't you pay? Come back." The demons cried out and then chased the guy. Not long later, screams spread out. It was really tragic. Chen Xingyao covered his eyes in despair. Did it end just like that? At that moment, a demon struck towards Shaoqi. Shaoqi stood on the spot and didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the situation made him so terrified that he didn't know how to move. "Your Royal Highness." White Brow struck and killed the few demons that charged over. There were too many of them. He couldn't be distracted at all. But no matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to His Royal Highness here. Your Royal Highness, let's go. White Brow grabbed Xiaoqi and wanted to leave Jiang City, to let the innocent civilians become cannon fodder to escort His Royal Highness away. Suddenly, White Brow's expression turned serious. He turned around and stabbed forwards with a spear. A tail stabbed over and clashed with the spear. Pang! Expert. There was an expert amongst the Yin demons. He was finished. The big Yin demon appeared, he grabbed a leg and bit it in his mouth. The thick tail landed on the ground. Human, stop resisting, let me eat you. The big Yin demon said with a sinister tone. White Brow protected in front of the prince and said warily, Yin demon, you are so bold to actually dare to kill people in the city. Do you know who is behind me? The Yin demon in front of him was really strong. Moreover, his form was different from other Yin demons. He was one of the stronger ones. It was okay if there weren't other Yin demons around, but there were many. If they really fought, he wasn't confident in protecting the prince. The big Yin demon's red eyes spun. Oh, someone important. Scoff, this is the Imperial Dynasty Crown Prince Xiaoqi. If you dare to hurt him, you Yin demons won't have a place to stand. I think you should think about it. As long as the Imperial Dynasty experts come, you will have nowhere to hide. White Brow hoped to use the identity of the Imperial family to suppress the Yin demons. This was their only hope. Ha ha ha, Prince, I haven't eaten before. People without strength, no matter how high their status is, we Yin demons don't fear them. We will eat them. The big Yin demon hollered. The climbing Yin demons charged towards them. Chen Xingyao was so frightened that he peed his pants. Oh my god. Was Chen Xingyao going to die here? No. He still wanted to live. He could only follow closely behind Xiaoqi, unwilling to let go. At least that White Brow had to protect the prince, and he would be dragged along. The battle was intense. Yin demons crazily attacked, giving White Brow huge pressure. Especially that big Yin demon who would occasionally attack like he was playing with prey. Not long later. Pang! White Brow was smacked by a tail and flew backward, smashing into the wall. The wall cracked and was covered in spider patterns. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The spear in his hand fell to the side. Human, you aren't strong. The big Yin demon gave a playful smile. Bullshit. White Brow looked on coldly. That dog, using the prince to restrict him and distract him. This big Yin demon wasn't weak and sneak attacked from all directions. How despicable. Prince, I can't protect you anymore. White Brow said. Xiaoqi held on to White Brow. It is okay, you have tried your best. If I die, the Imperial Dynasty will take revenge for us. He knew that there was no hope. Rather than crying out in pain, why not face everything head-on? However, his heart was filled with sadness. He died just like that, for no reason at all. Chen Xingyao sat on the ground. There was no life in his eyes. Damn. He was going to die. The big Yin demon slowly walked towards the three of them. The delicacies tonight were a little rich. The meat of an expert was fragrant, the blood was sweet. It was a huge supplement that could increase one's strength. Suddenly, a voice spread out. Wah, so many Yin demons. Cousin, you have to work hard tonight. N? Which bastard killed so many Yin demons, what a waste. Cousin, I told you not to wait, but you didn't believe me. His tone was filled with complaints. On the roof, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao appeared. They waited outside the city for a long time. They didn't find anything. He was a little anxious. He noticed that the Qin Manor was a little lively. Didn't that mean that the Yin demons came to the Qin Manor and that there was a huge battle? He didn't want too many Yin demons to die. Those were all good things. He directly brought his cousin over. As expected. Many Yin demons died. What a waste. Lin Fan hugged his blade and jumped down from the roof. Zhou Zhongmao followed beside him. He looked at the Yin demons around and locked onto the big Yin demon. Sect leader Lin. Shaoqi looked at Lin Fan and was delighted. Maybe there was still hope. Don't worry, with me here, you will be fine. Lin Fan said. White Brow's eyes were swollen. He squinted and looked at Lin Fan. The two of them weren't enough to deal with the Yin demons. Save His Highness and leave. He only hoped that he could save Shaoqi and leave. Suddenly, a Yin demon charged towards Lin Fan under the instructions of the big Yin demon. You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao opened his fingers, grabbing the Yin demon's head and smashing it onto the ground. Lightning flashed in his palm. With a pang, the Yin demon didn't even have time to cry out before turning to dust. Cousin, stop killing, there is one less. Lin Fan felt pained. Didn't he know that his cousin needed Yin demons? He even had the energy to kill. Cousin nodded. He couldn't take it and attacked. Lin Fan counted. 1, 2, 3, he turned around and looked at White Brow. You are amazing, a total of 32 Yin demons, you killed half of them. There are still 10 left, amazing. He was really impressed. Your Yin demon is interesting, 4 arms and a tail. It seems like he has some status among them and is worth me studying. Lin Fan's eyes were shining as he looked at the big Yin demon. The big Yin demon felt that something wasn't right. The way the human looked at him was a little weird. It was like how the Yin demons looked at humans, like they were looking at their prey. Little ones, eat him. The big Yin demon hollered in rage. The remaining 9 Yin demons hollered in rage and struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly placed his palm on the handle. When the Yin demons appeared above him, he squatted down. He pulled out his blade. He closed his blade. Shwa shwa. Pang. Pang. The Yin demons fell to the ground. Each of them had wounds on their bodies, and there was lightning internal strength wrapped around them. When speed reaches a certain level, you won't even be able to see the blade. Lin Fan said calmly. Chapter 139. His posture was really handsome. White Brow and Shaoqi's mouths were agape. Sect leader Lin was so strong. Shaoqi really didn't dare to believe it. When he learned that Martial Path Mountain only had 6 people, he was extremely disappointed in Martial Path Mountain. But now, sect leader Lin was really infuriated. Weak, really weak. Since you are so weak, then you should be well behaved. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao took out a rope from his waist and tied up the 9 Yin demons. Some struggled, but cousins slapped them silly, unable to fight back at all. Amazing, sect leader Lin is amazing, I was wrong. Shaoqi said. He really was wrong. What a joke. How quick was that blade? He didn't even see the blade just now. With a schwa, the terrifying Yin demon fell. The big Yin demon stared at Lin Fan. Human, you. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop the big Yin demon from speaking nonsense. He raised his head and said, Yin demon, your mysteriousness makes me tempted, don't destroy it in my heart. Your mysteriousness attracts me, to pay respect to it, I will let you see my blade. At that moment, Lin Fan slowly pulled out the blade and then tossed the sheath into the air. He opened his arms and the blade tip slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked at the blade sheath that was spinning in the air. A voice rang out in their hearts. When the blade sheath landed, a miracle would happen. Pa-ta! The blade sheath landed on the ground and gave out a sound. Just at that moment, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and struck with his blade. Mountain river move. Lightning blade 4 strokes, first stroke. An eye-catching blade glow exploded from the blade. The surrounding air shook like the mountains and rivers were shaking, affecting the space within. Pang! The big Een demon raised his hand, a thick black mist gathered in his palm, his fingers pinching the blade. My saber isn't something that just anyone can pinch. Lightning blade 4 strokes, second stroke, gold jade shattering. The blade energy exploded, its strength increased. One blade smashed the big Een demon's palm and then it slashed towards him. The big Een demon blocked with its 4 arms, the thick black mist turned into a physical form and clashed with the blade. The blade light scattered, the strong blade energy was enough to slice everything. This strong blade energy didn't leak at all, it was all gathered on the blade. This was the effect of upgrading the Thunder Blade 4 styles to return to simplicity. There would be no overflowing saber chi. Bang! Bang! The big Een demon wasn't weak, his 4 arms and tail blocked quickly, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Not bad. Your sense of mystery matches your strength, but it's far from enough. The third move, Shock of Gods and Ghosts. Ha! Lin Fan growled. Poochie, the sound of his muscles expanding could be heard. The hand that was holding the knife seemed to have become a size thicker, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. A gust of wind suddenly rose in the courtyard. In everyone's eyes, the blade light around the big Een demon had already covered him. Blade energy was all around, like a ghost was using a blade technique that didn't exist in this world. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared. It was as if the indistinct saber light was his figure. It was getting faster and faster. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Each stroke consumed a terrifying amount of energy. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel tired at all. Each stroke was his strongest stroke. At least for now. He had already lost count of how many times he had slashed. To prove that his blade wasn't something that anyone could casually pinch, each stroke used his strongest strength. After 81 cuts. Pang! There was a deafening explosion. The saber light dissipated. The wind and the phenomenons also dissipated. Lin Fan appeared. He stabbed his blade into the ground, his hands behind his back facing the big Een demon. I still have one more blade that I haven't used, but you have reached your limit. I am a little regretful. Lin Fan said calmly. He was really handsome. Xiaoqi's mouth was agape. He was so strong. Even Zhou Zhongmao was astonished. Cousin was so strong. If he knew that Lin Fan was already a peak grade 9 expert, he would know that there was a reason why he was so strong. The big Een demon stood there and didn't move. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Only to see that there were many blade marks on the big Een demon's body. Each mark was the length of a thumb, not short nor long, it was just nice. The big Een demon knelt on the ground, his limbs drooped, and he fell into endless darkness. At the same time, he saw that the big Een demon's tail was covered in wounds, there were numerous blade wounds on it. Cousin, so strong. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan closed his eyes. His head was a little dizzy from all the spinning just now. So uncomfortable. But he definitely couldn't show it. Xiaoqi and the others didn't dare to make a sound. It was really quiet as Lin Fan's impact on them was too huge. He thought that he was just a useless sect leader, who knew that he was so strong. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. After a long while, Lin Fan still felt a little dizzy. This should be the first time he used it, so he wasn't used to it. It was best if he returned to the mountain. Let's go. Lin Fan said, letting cousin bring the Een demon away. When they reached the door, Lin Fan thought about how he didn't take the blade, to return and pick it up. What a joke. Blade, come. Lin Fan waved his hands, the blade stabbed in there buzzed. With a crisp show, it flew towards Lin Fan and entered the sheath. Slowly, the two of them left into the distance. A Yin demon was stuck at the door. Only to see that Yin demon knock towards the door like someone was using violence to drag it. Pang! Pang! Black blood flowed from the Yin demon's head. In the end, he was finally dragged out. Shaoqi reacted and wanted to chase, sect leader Lin, Your Royal Highness. White Brow's voice was a little weak. Shaoqi thought about how White Brow was injured and turned around to help him up. In his heart, he was thinking about how majestic sect leader Lin was. He was too handsome. Huge waves rose up in Chen Xingyao's heart. That Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so strong. Previously, if the other party had been a little more serious, wouldn't that mean that this young master would have been unlucky? Young master, are you okay? Li Tsong ran over. When he heard that there was no movement outside, he snuck out. When he saw that young master and the prince were there, he headed forwards. Where is the enemy? Don't worry, young master, with me here, you will be fine. Li Tsong opened his arms and blocked in front of young master. His gaze was firm like he wouldn't blink for young master's safety. Scram! Chen Xingyao smacked Li Tsong away. What the fuck were you doing earlier? Everything had ended. Li Tsong felt wronged, he was just afraid. Your Royal Highness, I didn't protect you well, please forgive me. Chen Xingyao knelt on the ground and asked for forgiveness. Shaoqi was frightened to death, but he couldn't blame Chen Xingyao. He helped him up. It is okay, you protected me and I will remember it. Once this matter is solved, I will reward you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Chen Xingyao kowtowed. He was a person who was corrupted by power. He was such a violent person, but in front of true power, he was willing to be a dog. White Brow, I will help you to heal up. Nothing can happen to you. Shaoqi said. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, nothing will happen to me. White Brow said. Shaoqi couldn't let anything happen to White Brow, otherwise, something would happen to him. It wasn't good to head to Martial Path Mountain tonight, but he had to head tomorrow morning. To Chen Xingyao, he was already thinking about moving out of Jiang City. Yin demons had their eyes on Jiang City. If the prince couldn't solve this matter, he could just leave. What about him? If he stayed here, who knew when the Yin demons would come? So the best choice was to leave with the prince and move Chen family away from this place. The next morning, when Huang Boran learned that Yin demons came to Chen family last night, he was astonished. They came every night, who could take it? Luckily, Zhang Tianshan had already laid out something to defend against Yin demons, so he didn't have to worry. After learning that the prince headed to Martial Path Mountain, he headed out right away and headed towards Martial Path Mountain. Chen Xingyao didn't sleep at all, thinking about whether or not to move out of Jiang City. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. If he moved, what about his fixed assets? Find someone to take over. Who would take over at such a time? As long as Chen family wanted to move, everyone would know why. Martial Path Mountain, on the steps. Your Royal Highness, I think that we should leave Jiang City as soon as possible. The Yin demons here aren't something we can deal with. White Brow rested for a night and recovered, but he was still terrified. That four-armed Yin demon was a big Yin demon and was really strong. They might have a chance of winning one-on-one, but there were too many of them. There wouldn't be a lone Yin demon. It was just too difficult for him to protect the prince with his ability. Shaoqi was tempted. He also wanted to leave, but he couldn't say it so directly. To leave just like that and not care about the lives of the Jiang City people, that was a little. White Brow said, Your Royal Highness, I understand what you are thinking. We can't blame you for this, we can only blame ourselves for not knowing about the Yin demons here. If not, we would have brought the Imperial Dynasty experts over to crush them. Let me think about this. Shao-Chi said. What was there to think about? He had already thought about it. After visiting Marshall Path Mountain, he would leave right away. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care, but he wanted to return to the Imperial Dynasty and bring a bunch of experts back to wipe out these demons. Last night, he was really frightened. His soul nearly left his body. On Marshall Path Mountain, Lin Fan knew that the prince would definitely come, so he was prepared to welcome him. Sect Leader Lin. This time Shao-Chi was really warm. He came to Lin Fan's side and cupped his fists. Thanks to Sect Leader Lin last night, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan smiled. It was indeed a small matter. Last night after the big demon was captured, he was locked in the secret room and was unconscious. Till now, he still hadn't woken up, which made him a little anxious. After he sent the prince away, he had to have a good chat with the big demon about life and about ideals. Although he and the demons weren't the same species, each species had ideals. Shao-Chi said, Sect Leader Lin, there are demons outside of Jiang City, that is a problem for Jiang City. Does Sect Leader Lin have a solution? Yes. Lin Fan said. What is it? Shao-Chi asked curiously. Lin Fan said, very simple, we will charge in and wipe out all the demons to end all future problems. Shao-Chi blinked. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. He was dumb enough to ask that question. That method was no different from asking to die. Chapter 140. Lin Fan didn't want to continue. Shao-Chi didn't know how to continue. For example, how could this method be called a method? More like it was asking to die. Sect Leader Lin, I am being serious. Shao-Chi's expression was solemn, his meaning was obvious. He wasn't joking, he was going to run. But before he did, he wanted to ask whether or not there was a good idea. If there was a good idea, then he could take the risk and try. I'm telling the truth. Was the level of trust between people so low? Did Prince Shao-Chi really think that he was joking? Wrong. I never joked, bringing all of us to charge at the demons. Don't ask me why I was so stubborn, to be more direct, my ego was inflated. Shao-Chi was speechless. Forget it, even if he was serious, he couldn't. Without a perfect plan, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Based on the records of the royal family, the demon chaos wasn't serious anymore. It was serious a long time ago. The day was the world of humans, and at night it was the paradise of the demons. After sacrificing numerous experts, they chased the demons far away. Now that the demons appeared around Jiang City, that wasn't a good sign. Yuan Tianchu looked at the prince. He guessed that the prince came to Marshall Path Mountain for a simple reason, which was to ask whether or not there was a way. If there was, he would definitely stay and solve this matter. After all, this was a huge merit that would be praised by the people. If there was no way, he would definitely run. However, Lin Fan's idea was too dumb. Anyone with a brain wouldn't think that it was a good idea. Now, he wanted to leave this place and return to Yu City. He wanted to hug his father's leg and cry that he didn't want to go out, he wanted to stay in Yu City. White Brow thought about it, no matter what, he had to bring the prince away. As for the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, he admitted that he was strong, but he felt that he wasn't reliable. To say that he was strong. He was indeed very strong. But to say that he was really strong. Just the few of them heading to the demon's nest, that was a joke. He was really afraid. At that moment, noises spread out from the entrance of Marshall Path Mountain. There was also the sound of dense footsteps. How lively! Lin Fan looked out, it was the Jiang City commoners surging over. From afar, he could hear the commoners shouting for His Royal Highness. Oh no! White Brow's heart twitched. For some reason, he had a bad feeling spreading in his heart. Please don't make that kind of request. Please don't be. Shao-Chi saw that there were many commoners and it was a little crowded. He shouted right away, "Citizens, slow down, walk slowly, don't push. Let's talk about things later, pay attention to safety and don't get trampled." Although he was only a prince, he immediately displayed the demeanor of a wise monarch. "Fuck. Your Royal Highness, please don't say that. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to back down." White Brow panicked. He already had some understanding of what was going to happen next. But looking at His Royal Highness's current situation, it seemed like he hadn't seen through it yet. This was a bit of a trap. True enough. As expected of a prince. With these words, the commoners stopped fighting and paid attention to their surroundings. There was no stampede. Very soon, the commoners came in front of the prince. There were at least 1,000 of them, and many of them were on the steps of Martial Path Mountain and didn't squeeze up. Walala. The commoners knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Highness, please save us." Their shouts shook the heavens. Shao-Chi's expression was solemn as he reached out, "Please rise, I am here. If you have anything, just tell me." Lin Fan looked on calmly. These commoners really came at the right time. He didn't believe that someone was manipulating things from behind. Of course. He had to see what the situation was in case he guessed wrongly. "If the prince abandons us, we will kneel here and not get up." The commoners cried out. Lin Fan was helpless. If the prince abandoned them, they would kneel here. This was Martial Path Mountain, my territory. If they really knelt to death, I would be the one to collect their corpses. Shao-Chi panicked. What was going on? How did the commoners know that he was going to run? But he said calmly, "As the prince, you are all my people, so how can I abandon you? Stand up and speak." The commoners looked at one another and then someone stood up, "Your Royal Highness, recently there have been many tragedies in Jiang City. Someone said that evil demons came. We are all normal people and have no choice. If your Royal Highness leaves Jiang City, then we have no hope of living. We, the people of Jiang City, beg your Highness to save us." White Brow winked at the prince. He couldn't agree, he definitely couldn't agree, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. If he didn't have any status, he could just say whatever he said. If the situation got bad, he could still leave. However, princes were different. With their status, if they went back on their word and went back on their word, it would greatly affect their status. Shao-Chi felt a trust that he had never felt before. He looked at the commoners in front of him. They trusted and loved him so much, could he leave? Actually, he really wanted to leave. "Commoners, don't worry, I definitely won't leave Jiang City. I will solve the threat to Jiang City," Shao-Chi said. Oh my God. White Brow wanted to say something but stopped. "Your Royal Highness, why did you say that? There were no benefits for you at all. Did you forget about what happened last night? You need to pay attention to your status and identity. You can't casually promise others, especially in front of so many commoners. If you fled halfway, then the Crown Prince's reputation would be totally bad." It was like he was a guy who often went to places of pleasure. When his friend asked him whether or not he was a virgin, he was as shocked as when others said that he was a virgin. "Don't look at me like that, I really have an idea. Do you think that I am weak? I have a lot of experience in defending against demons," Zhang Tianshan said. "Really?" Lin Fan had an idea. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head, "Of course, but I have a condition. I will help Jiang City solve this matter, but you have to let me enjoy the same treatment as you. I also want to renovate everything in the house." "Damn. That's all you've got?" Marshall Path Mountain deserved to go bankrupt because of him. Okay, head to the foot of the mountain to see whether or not the commoners have left. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He had an idea in his heart. He walked in front of the prince. Actually, there is another way. This is the safest and won't cause any problems. Shao Qi was really depressed. When he heard those words, he was delighted. Sect leader Lin, what is it? I have an idea to block the Yin demons and not let them enter the city to harm people. However, it consumes too much energy and materials. If we protect Jiang City, we will need 5,000 silver a month. Lin Fan said. Huang Boren found it weird. 5,000 silver, 60,000 a year, that isn't a small sum. That was indeed not a small sum. To Lin Fan, one tael here was like 1,000 on earth, maybe even more. This was why 5,000 a month was 5 to 6 million, 60 to 70 million a year. Zhang Tianshan was delighted. He finally convinced this kid. As he walked down the mountain, he felt elated. Happy. Chapter 141. Haze, actually this isn't a problem of money. To me, it is a huge burden. The main thing is that the prince loves the people, so if I don't sacrifice something, how can I do it? Lin Fan said. Huang Boren, please remember that you are investing in Marshall Path Mountain and actually said that it wasn't a small amount. You fellow, White Brow had never heard of a way to defend against Yin demons. However, looking at sect leader Lin, he didn't look like he was spouting nonsense. Okay, I agree. I will also thank sect leader Lin on behalf of the Jiang City people. Shao Qi cupped his fists. Sect leader Lin, please do it quickly. I will send the silver over. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. There was a plot. There was definitely a plot. He didn't believe that surnamed Lin would be so kind to help others. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. A bunch of stupid mortals. They were sold and still counted the money for others. Even the way he looked at the prince changed, like he was saying that the prince was just so-so. His brain wasn't working as fast as mine. Don't worry, no Yin demons will enter Jiang City tonight. The prince doesn't have to worry. Lin Fan said. Shao Qi heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little doubtful and wasn't sure whether or not this matter would succeed. Jiang City. Chen Xingyao looked at the faces of the people who returned and heaved a sigh of relief. They were all smiling and it was obvious that the prince agreed. Manager Yu told him that he couldn't let the prince leave. If not, Jiang City would be in danger. After which, Manager Yu ordered people to spread the news that the prince wanted to leave. If Jiang City didn't have him, then everyone would die. How would the people want to die? They would definitely gather together and beg the prince to stay. Manager Yu, you did well. Chen Xingyao said. Young master, we can only do that. As long as the prince is in Jiang City, then there will be a way. Manager Yu said. In times of danger, when everyone was helpless, if there was someone with a high position, then everyone would have a thought to believe in him. As long as they followed him, they would be able to get through this. Chen Xingyao muttered. Prince, don't blame me, I had no choice. White Brow, who left Marshall Path Mountain, frowned helplessly. Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't have agreed to those commoners. White Brow, there is no need to speak of this matter anymore. I have already made up my mind. As a prince, no matter what danger I face, I cannot abandon the common people. The ancestor who founded the dynasty still fled with the common people when the enemy chased after him. How can the current me abandon them? Shao Qi deeply respected the old ancestor who created the dynasty. That was benevolent and he was working hard to learn. White Brow was speechless. If he had to say something disgraceful, he would definitely say, Your Highness, do you think you're protecting your people by running away with them? The truth was that there was an ulterior motive. It could be summed up in a few sentences. Win over the hearts of the people, stabilize the morale of the army, carry resources, and act as a shield. In the end, it was just like that. Your Highness is benevolent, this servant admires you. White Brow was filled with respect. However, Your Highness, the 60,000 silver that sect leader Lin mentioned, was it personally given by Your Highness? I don't have money. Shaoqi said, let's go find those Jiang City merchant families and let them split it. It isn't much anyway. To Shaoqi, to let him stay and take money, did they really think he was a fool? He didn't have money. Even if he did, it was given by the Jiang City merchant families themselves. After Shaoqi returned to Jiang City, he saw Chen Xinyao waiting at the city gate. He told him to call all the merchants in the city over as he had something important to discuss. Chen Xinyao was delighted. It was okay as long as His Highness didn't leave. If he really had no choice, to have His Highness accompany him was a huge gain. There were many merchants in Jiang City, but there were basically none who could reach the level of Chen family and Huang family. The rest were mid-sized merchants who didn't have much power, but they were really rich. I have a way to protect Jiang City. Shaoqi opened his mouth and said. His first sentence made everyone very happy. What happened in the last few days made everyone panic. Now that His Highness confirmed it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, to protect Jiang City, we need to pay 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain. Shaoqi continued. Some merchants were moved to tears. His Highness is kind, not only going through thick and thin with Jiang City, but also paying. We are grateful to His Highness. That's right, that's right. His Highness is a wise ruler in the future. Shaoqi waved his hands. These merchants were about to die and still wanted to take advantage of him. Did they really think that he came out from a bunch of fools? This money isn't paid by me, but by everyone here. Split it equally. Some merchants were shocked. Split it equally. That was a little terrifying. This was different from what they thought. Shaoqi said, don't think that I am stingy, actually my royal family is proud of being thrifty. Don't think that I am a prince, actually all my wealth added up can't even be compared to a fraction of all of you. Do you believe me? Who would believe you? You are such a bad prince. But how could they say that? All of them nodded their heads, they definitely believed him. Who had the balls to say, I don't believe you? His Highness, isn't 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain a little too much? Moreover, we aren't sure if Marshal Path Mountain can protect Jiang City. A merchant asked weakly. His aura wasn't strong enough and he felt a little weak. He was facing the Royal Highness. For a commoner like him to be able to sit here and talk to the Royal Highness, it was already a blessing to his ancestors. Shaoqi said, I will tell you the truth. The evil demons outside aren't anything else but Yin demons. They specialize in eating human blood and flesh. No matter where you hide, no matter how deep you hide, they can eat you up unknowingly. So it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You can wait for me to gather the Imperial Dynasty experts to wipe them out. When that happens, you don't need to pay. These fellows really made one feel despair. At such a time, they were still thinking about money. If not for the pleas of the Jiang City people, he wouldn't have stayed here. All the merchants sucked in a deep cold breath. How terrifying. His Highness's words were just too terrifying. Chen Xinyao stepped out and said, what are you all thinking about? Do you want money or your life? My Chen family agrees. Huang Boran said, my Huang family agrees too. The rest of the people looked at each other and agreed one after another. How should they split it equally? If they gave too much, they were a little reluctant. If they gave too little, naturally, they couldn't. Outside of General City. Is your method reliable or not? Lin Fan asked. He hoped that Zhang Tianshan wouldn't disappoint him. This was a long-term business. Did he know what a business was? It was to lay at home and not do anything. Every day, he would count money until his hands cramped. Of course it is reliable. When have I not been reliable? Zhang Tianshan pushed a small cart. There were many stones in it. There wasn't anything special about these stones. The surface was red like it was dyed in blood. To Lin Fan, these stones looked like the Hailuo red stone. Zhang Tianshan walked for a while and stopped. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He acted like he was calculating with his fingers. He picked up a stone and dug a hole at the corner of the city wall before burying it. Lin Fan followed behind and found it weird. What stone is this? Zhang Tianshan smiled. You don't understand, right? This is a red flame stone, a normal stone. It isn't worth much and doesn't have much use. But nature is magical, everything counters one another. This red flame stone counters Yin demons. Our Martial Path Mountain's back mountain is filled with these stones, so many that it is a little scary. Actually, this red flame stone is just a support, the key. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, so let's not talk about it. Zhang Tianshan actually knew how to keep him in suspense. Lin Fan squinted. If you don't say it, then I won't buy anything for you. No, if you don't buy it for me, then I won't do it. Zhang Tianshan had thoughts of dropping everything and going home. Cool. He actually knew how to threaten. However, it was really useful. Okay, I will give you 50 silver, say it. Lin Fan didn't want Zhang Tianshan to drop everything on such a small amount of silver. He still had to do what he had to do. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and said proudly, 50 silver is not enough, I calculated it for you. You spent over 100 in the market. As the deputy sect leader, even if I lower the conditions, it will still be 100 silver. Without this number, I won't agree. You fellow. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Tianshan. What a useless fellow. He thought that it would cost a few thousand, so it was 100. One's knowledge determined one's height. It wasn't without reason that Martial Path Mountain went bankrupt because of him. Okay, I will give you 100 silver. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. He suddenly noticed that this kid was a good person. He had wronged him in the past. Once Zhang Tianshan was satisfied with the money, he would have more motivation to work and he would talk more. Actually, I am using the red flame stone to connect the yang power that Jiang City has accumulated for hundreds of years. Yin demons are most afraid of two types of power, one is lightning and the other is yang power. Now that I have drawn out the yang power, the Yin demons won't dare to come. Zhang Tianshan said. The city also has yang power? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, yes, as long as there is a sun, there will be yang power. Every day the sun shines high, who knows how much Jiang City has absorbed. We just lack a catalyst. As for the location of the layout, it is really important. Without decades of research, it is tough to understand. He even started to be arrogant. He had some ability. I take back what I said before. My father's friends, even if they weren't strong, they had some specialties. How long can it last? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, forever. As long as the sun exists, the yang power will be replenished. Also, these stones can't be dug out. If they are, then they are useless. It sounded so simple. If one really wanted to do it, it would be really difficult. Zhang Tianshan was a skilled person. The location to bury the red flame stone had to be chosen carefully and couldn't be casually buried. Chapter 142. Jiang City wasn't small. It took a lot of time to circle around the city walls. Since the big Een demon was captured, he had been locked in a dark and damp secret room. No one cared about them and no one loved them. Just the thought of it was too horrible to look at. He was finally done. Zhang Tianshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy to earn 100 silver, but he was really happy. After so many years, since Marshall Path Mountain went bankrupt, this was the biggest amount of silver he had gotten. When the sun was about to set, Xiao Qi brought White Brow up Marshall Path Mountain. Even if he trusted Lin Fan, he wouldn't dare to stay in Jiang City. No one knew if Jiang City would be safe tonight. Those commoners believed that Jiang City was safe, but that was their belief. To Xiao Qi, this matter needed to be observed. He could not risk his life with the commoners. This was why when the sky was about to turn dark, he came to Marshall Path Mountain as this place was the safest. After all, sect leader Lin was the strongest. Did he really think that Xiao Qi was dumb? Actually, he wasn't dumb at all. Instead, he was really smart. Young master, are we really heading to Marshall Path Mountain? Li Tsong asked. We have conflicts with Marshall Path Mountain. Young master, you sent Wolf Brigade to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain, and now you want to stay at Marshall Path Mountain. That doesn't feel good. Just how thick was his skin? If it were him, he wouldn't have the face to do so. Chen Xingyao said, let's head to Marshall Path Mountain to hide for a night and take a look at the Jiang City situation tomorrow. Li Tsong said, but are they willing to accept us? Why not? His Royal Highness is definitely on Marshall Path Mountain. Let's find him to drink and then get drunk. Won't we stay on Marshall Path Mountain? Chen Xingyao said. Manager, you nodded. Young master's idea is a good one. Let's not talk about it for now. In any case, there shouldn't be any problems with good food and wine. Chen Xingyao didn't want to head to Marshall Path Mountain. But there was no other way. He didn't dare to stay in Jiang City. He would only dare to return to Jiang City after confirming that everything was fine the next day. On the mountain, Zhang Tianshan was in Yuan Tianchu's room. Actually, sect leader Lin is not bad. Schwa. Yuan Tianchu stared at Zhang Tianshan. Fuck me. What kind of medicine did you have up your sleeves? And what kind of magic potion did Lin Fan feed you for you to actually speak up for him? You're the one who speaks ill of me the most. Are you wondering why I said such nice things? This matter. Forget it, let's not talk about it. If I say too much, you might not be able to accept it. Sometimes jealousy is the most vicious of all emotions. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands and didn't say much. Fuck. Yuan Tianchu wanted to hear what happened for Zhang Tianshan to actually speak up for Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who hid so deeply. If you didn't finish what you wanted to say, your butt would hurt for half a day. Liang Yongqi scoffed, too lazy to bother with Zhang Tianshan. To him, Marshall Path Mountain didn't have many good people. Especially this liar, he felt like he wasn't a good person. It had been a long time since he left U City and came to Marshall Path Mountain. Who knew what he did every day? Every day, he was just idling away. His head was hurting. Outside, Xiao Qi brought White Brow up the mountain, and the moment he arrived, he saw a person standing there. He recognized that it was sect leader Lin's cousin. He had seen his skills that night and he was a strong expert. Is sect leader Lin here? Xiao Qi asked. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about the prince. My cousin is busy, what matter do you all have? Jiang City is airtight, the air is filled with fire energy and is really hot. Breathing isn't smooth, so I want to spend a night on Marshall Path Mountain. Xiao Qi said. When he said those words, his face turned red. How embarrassing. A prince was actually so frightened by the Een demons that he wanted to hide in Marshall Path Mountain to feel safe. He even wanted to lie. However, he had no choice, humans were magical. The higher one's position was, the more embarrassing the things one did. Wait, there are still people. Zhou Zhongmao continued to wait. Cousin told him before he entered the secret room. Tonight there would be 2 waves of people. The prince had already arrived. Next would be the Qin family. They should be here soon. Shaoqi found it weird, there were still people coming. Not long later, Qin Xingyao brought people over. He carried dishes and wine. When he saw the prince, he was slightly stunned and then said anxiously, "Your Royal Highness, I finally found you." Shaoqi acknowledged, it wasn't natural, like a secret was found out. His gaze and Qin Xingyao's eyes exchanged glances. Like the 2 of them had a tacit understanding that neither of them would expose the other. Zhou Zhongmao was lazy to bother. My cousin said that the prince can stay on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain was not bad. Although the sect was small, their ability made him feel good. In the future, if he had the ability, he would support him. Manager, you said, we aren't staying here, we just brought food and wine to visit your Royal Highness. Once it ends, we will leave. If they really entered, this meal would last for a long time. They would at least have to eat until dawn. Zhou Zhongmao opened his hands, you can enter, but hand over all the silver on you. My cousin said that Martial Path Mountain is a quiet place, and if you enter, it will damage Martial Path Mountain's reputation. If you go past midnight, then the silver will be destroyed. Nonsense. Qin Xingyao cursed in his heart, what destruction, couldn't he just say that he took it? How fake. However, he had no choice. For the sake of his life, he had to give them the money. Li Tsong muttered in his heart, those who took advantage of the situation were beasts. In the secret room. When Lin Fan entered the secret chamber, there was a gust of cold wind blowing at him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it was definitely not a hallucination. Maybe the Yin demons are thinking about me. Lin Fan was really eager. The research value of the big Yin demon far exceeded that of normal Yin demons. In the distance, a hoarse roar spread out. It was like the Yin demons were talking to each other. Oi, I am here, I have made all of you wait. Instantly. There was no movement at all in the darkness in the distance. Those low growls that seemed to be whispers disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to normal. Lin Fan smiled. They were really a bunch of shy things. They knew that he was here and were embarrassed to speak. Deep within the secret room. The surrounding environment was really bright. It wasn't a jail, so naturally, there was no need to make it so terrifying. When Lin Fan stood in front of all the Yin demons, the fierce wind and torrential rain came. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. It was too violent. Soundless anger represented true anger. Don't be so passionate, we still have a long way to go. Lin Fan waved his hands. These Yin demons were too passionate, and he nearly couldn't get used to it. Cousin would use special internal strength to suppress these Yin demons at a fixed time. Naturally, he didn't need to worry that they would run. Human, let us go. The big Yin demon hollered in rage. He had always felt that Yin demons were the most terrifying existence, but now he understood that Yin demons weren't terrifying. What was terrifying were these humans. In the east forest of Yu City, a human suppressed the Yin demons such that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, he met another human here who tied him up here. Once I am sick of playing with you, I will let you all go. Lin Fan was really calm. He felt that the Yin demons were really pure, their emotions were so obvious. They didn't hide anything. Rage points plus 444. The big Yin demon looked at all the Yin demons, his mouth moved and gave out a sound that one couldn't understand. The sound sounded like the special language of the Yin demons. Then, the Yin demons raised their heads and roared. The sound wasn't sharp, but it was really penetrating, like they were asking for help. Lin Fan shook his head. Stop shouting, it is useless even if you break your throat. Although he said that, the Yin demons didn't believe him and continued to shout with all their might. Lin Fan didn't stop them from roaring. Shouting was their freedom, moreover, the sound was not bad. The Yin demons were really unlucky to fall into Lin Fan's hands. If it was a normal human, it was already not bad that they weren't frightened to death. How would they be so relaxed like this? Lin Fan moved a chair over and placed a cup of tea on his left. He sat there and drank it leisurely. He didn't have many dreams. He just wanted to live the life of a rich family young master. Although his strength didn't allow him to, he suppressed it. The 3rd of August was a memorable day. That was because before Marshall Path Mountain opened, they found a long-term business. As long as they maintained it, they would be able to earn money in the future. Their living conditions were greatly improved. After a long while, the Yin demons stopped roaring, their red eyes stared at Lin Fan. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 555. He didn't do anything and just sat there drinking tea. The Yin demons were furious. Whether or not he treated them was the same thing. Drinking tea leisurely. The Yin demons felt that they had suffered a huge insult. Lin Fan placed the half-empty teacup to the side. You can continue to shout, I won't stop you. I told you that you are free here. In just a short while, his rage points increased by 5,000. Although it wasn't much. But this was like cultivation, it wasn't something that could be achieved in one go. It was often slowly accumulating and then slowly getting stronger. Human, you are too arrogant. The big Yin demon was so furious that it wanted to explode. It had never seen such an arrogant person. Haze. Lin Fan got up, picking up the blade and walking in front of the big Yin demon. You are tall and different from the other Yin demons. Let me tell you, I can treat them well, but your mysteriousness makes me curious. Let me tell you, I was the nephew of a biology research assistant in a university, and I had some attainments in biology. What was he saying? What the fuck are you talking about? The big Yin demon didn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. University Biology Research Lab? What was that? He tried to contact his race members, but he didn't expect this secret room to block their shouts. Fellow brothers. We are here, come and save us. Your tale is special, other Yin demons don't have it, only you do. Lin Fan walked behind the big Yin demon and said. That voice caused the big Yin demon to shiver. It felt like something terrifying was about to happen. Puchi. His blade was so quick that it couldn't be captured. Screams spread out. Rage points plus 666. The big Yin demon's tail was directly sliced off. Chapter 143. They panicked. The other small Yin demons panicked. What was going on with this human? Why did he slice off the tail of the big Yin demon just like that? Actually, when they ate him, they didn't speak at all. Lin Fan was much better than them, at least he only attacked because of a disagreement. In terms of overall quality, he was much better than the others. This was also the difference in education. Did Yin demons read before? They definitely didn't, maybe they were all illiterate people. The wound on the big Yin demon's tail had circles of meat patterns. If it was cooked, it might taste good. Damn! How could he have such disgusting and perverted thoughts? Lin Fan picked up the tail of the big Yin demon and grabbed it in his hands. It felt like metal, the entire tail was made up of an inverted triangle of metal. However, it wasn't metal, instead, it was really soft. Maybe only when the big Yin demon was furious would it become really tough. Lin Fan didn't bother about the cries of the big Yin demon. He looked closely at the tail. There was nothing special about it, it was really normal, just that it looked a little weird. He shivered. The small demons were stunned by the humans' methods. Who said that demons wouldn't be afraid? Someone once said that demons wouldn't be afraid because of your strength. Actually, that was nonsense, but it depended on whether or not one's methods were strong. He looked for a long while. Lin Fan tossed the tail in front of the big demon and said regretfully, along with the process, your mysteriousness is slowly weakening. How did the demon manage to turn into a black mist? The tail that was sliced open was obviously flesh and blood. This place was filled with many mysteries. The night sky was high. The Wolf Brigade forest that was mutated by the demon aura gave off a dark and terrifying aura. Suddenly, a huge wind blew. The entire forest was restless, many things surged out from the dark forest. Shwa! Instantly, many black shadows broke through the night sky and charged out. The night demons that crawled on all fours raised their heads and roared. They were sending some sort of signal. Translation: Damn, Big Brother didn't return for a night, what happened? Brothers move out to search for Big Brother. Humans are so annoying, didn't we just eat a little of them, how can they be so stingy? The appearance of the demons meant that a storm of blood was about to happen. In the valley, two confused wild boars were having an affair. Their families were against them, so they couldn't be together. They could only find an uninhabited place under the night sky to have their fun. Suddenly, in the face of danger, they forgot themselves. Only in such a tense and exciting atmosphere could they achieve true schwa. Black fog covered the two wild boars, and in the blink of an eye, the two wild boars were reduced to skeletons. They maintained their previous postures, as if they were going to die. The demons were too hungry. They wouldn't even spare flesh and blood. Looking down from above, demons covered the land. Using the night sky, their red eyes were like rubies, really eye-catching. There was even a peculiar sense of beauty to it. They passed by Marshall Path Mountain and just took a look. What was the point of making it so bright? It was really eye-piercing. Rivertown was just ahead. They wanted to eat their fill. The fragile hearts of those humans were enough to make up for their hungry stomachs. Very soon, when the demon army was close to Jiang City, they all stopped. Fuck! What was going on? In their eyes, Jiang City was as eye-catching as the sun. That white glow was what they hated the most, it irritated their eyes. The demons hissed at one another. What should we do? We can't enter this city. Humans are really cunning, to actually block our way. You, knock it and see whether or not you can break it open. My leg is broken, I can't run. They came out to search for food, but they didn't expect that they would face such a situation. On the city walls, a guard got up to pee. The numerous red eyes in the night frightened him so much that he peed in his pants. What were those? But very quickly, he noticed that the numerous red eyes disappeared. He sat on the ground and panted. Were those the demons that people in the city were talking about? He actually saw demons. However, they didn't enter, which meant that Jiang City was safe, and the demons couldn't enter. Thinking about that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. Next day, the first thing the Jiang City people did when they woke up was when they realized that they were still alive. They were so excited that they jumped onto the roofs. Who knew which merchant spread the news about demons, causing the entire city to know that there was a type of demon called demons. They ate human flesh and were terrifying lifeforms that sucked blood. Now, they were alive. What did it prove? That Jiang City was safe, and they didn't need to worry in the future. The people cheered. The streets were filled with people talking to each other. Prince is good, Prince is amazing, Prince is in Jiang City, we are happy. Actually, what did they know? Your prince was so frightened that he ran to Marshall Path Mountain to stay. When those merchants heard that, they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Could they have any face? They spent money for Marshall Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. However, no one dared to say that. Who dared to say that this had nothing to do with the prince? Who dared to tell the people that they were the ones who spent money, that the prince didn't even pay, that he was so stingy? It had nothing to do with him. However, they were sure of one thing, that Jiang City was really safe. Last night, the guards on the city walls said that they saw Yin demons. There were many of them and they were really terrifying. They had 3 heads, 8 eyes, teeth as long as thighs, and mouths as big as water tanks. The commoners all believed them. As for the merchants, who would believe them? They were exaggerating a little. Marshall Path Mountain. Shao Qi was in a good mood. He received news that Jiang City was really safe last night, and the Yin demons didn't attack. At this moment, he saw Lin Fan walk over slowly. He smiled, "Sect leader Lin, your methods are amazing. I respect you, I really respect you." Lin Fan said, "Prince can think for the people of Jiang City, so naturally, my Marshall Path Mountain can't sit still and not do anything." At that moment, Shao Qi waved his hands. White Brow took out a thick stack of bills. "Sect leader Lin, this is a year's fee." Yesterday, Shao Qi collected the money. If Jiang City was fine, then naturally the money would belong to Marshall Path Mountain. If it failed, then the money would be used to collect the corpses of the dead. As the prince, there were some things that he had to take care of. Lin Fan took the money and placed it well. He couldn't let Zhang Tianshan see it, otherwise, this fellow would cry for his parents. "Every year, we have a business worth 60,000 taels of silver, but they only gave me, a key figure, 100 taels of silver. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it." The person who felt the most fortunate was naturally White Brow. He had been protecting the crown prince and was under huge pressure. If anything happened to the crown prince in Jiang City, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. No, if the crown prince died, then it meant that he died too. "Your Royal Highness, if Yin demons cause chaos in the future, you have to find me," Lin Fan said. This was a long-term business. As long as other people didn't know how to defend against Yin demons, then it would be an endless source of wealth. Of course, sect leader Lin's methods are amazing. Without using a single soldier, he blocked the Yin demons outside the city. What a godly technique! Shao Qi said. He said softly. "Sect leader Lin, let's make a deal. Tell me the method." Shao Qi's thoughts were beautiful. If he knew a way, he could return to the imperial dynasty and let him offer it to his father. Then, "The sun is a little hot." Lin Fan raised his head and said. Shao Qi nodded, "And, it is indeed hot." Daydreaming. It was a good daydream. At that moment, Chen Xinyao came out. They were drunk last night and then slept in the broken room. That bed was so hard that his butt hurt. But he had no choice, he could only bear with it for his life. "Sect leader Lin, you really paid a lot for a night's stay," Chen Xinyao said. "No one forced you," Lin Fan said. Chen Xinyao looked at Lin Fan. This fellow was so annoying. Forget it, he couldn't defend him. If he didn't know that he was so amazing, he would have killed him. Li Tsong and Manager Yu felt fortunate that they were still alive. "Your Royal Highness, did you have a good night?" Chen Xinyao walked beside Shao Qi and asked caringly. Very good." Shao Qi nodded his head. The Jiang City matter could finally come to an end. As a bootlicker beside the prince, it wasn't embarrassing for Chen Xinyao. Normal people couldn't even lick him if they wanted to. Shao Qi didn't want to stay in Jiang City. This time he was using his life to protect his reputation. If not for Marshall Path Mountain helping him, the outcome would have been unimaginable. He was too rash, too rash. Such a bad habit had to be changed. To stay just because the commoners begged him, he was sick in the head. Sect leader Lin, I still have things to do, so I won't stay in Jiang City. Shaoqi said. Lin Fan cupped his fists, have a good trip, Prince. If you have any business in the future, please take care of my small sect. The two of them exchanged a few polite greetings, but they didn't say anything useful. When Qin Xingyao heard that the prince wanted to leave, he was really reluctant. He hadn't licked enough. The prince wasn't tempted by him. Marshall Path Mountain calmed down. Young master, breakfast is ready. Go Zi wore an apron and held a spatula in his hand as he shouted. He was a qualified Go Zi. I am coming. However, before he came, he went into the room and hid the bills. Close to 200,000 silver, he panicked a little when he placed it in the room. He didn't think that it was easy to earn money in U City. Who knew that after he came out, he really didn't know what to say. Maybe it was even easier than drinking water. No wonder so many people wanted to create sections. Having a long-term business was better than anything else. During the meal, when Zhang Tianshan thought about the 100 silver on him, he panicked. After breakfast, what should he buy in the city? What a headache. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi looked at Zhang Tianshan's silly smile and couldn't understand what was going on. What kind of secrets were hidden in that smile? I am prepared to tidy up Marshall Path Mountain, but I am still not satisfied with the renovations. Lin Fan said after drinking a bowl of shark fin porridge. Zhang Tianshan said, okay, I will always support sect leader's decision. Chapter 144. Zhang Tianshan's impression of Lin Fan changed. Kid was not bad. Not only was he generous, but he was also easy to talk to. I support sect leader's decision, but I have no money to support your decision to renovate Marshall Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan knew that he shouldn't show off his wealth. The sect leader knew that he had 100 silver. But he needed it to buy furniture, so he couldn't scam him right after giving it to him, right? Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi were like passers-by. You guys talk. The two of us will just watch. No matter what you do, it has nothing to do with us. Breakfast ended. Lin Fan pulled Zhang Tianshan to the corner. I'll give you 100 silver. If you want to make your house and courtyard like mine, that's basically impossible. But if you give me the 100 silver, I promise to make your courtyard exactly like mine. How about that? Zhang Tianshan held the 100 silver in his arms. He was robbing money, and he regretted it just like that. Could he have some morals? He was praising him just now. However, nephew Lin's words moved Zhang Tianshan a little. He knew that 100 silver definitely couldn't buy such a high-quality one. But he was afraid that Lin Fan would cheat him and cheat him out of his money. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? Zhang Tianshan asked. He was a little afraid. The young people nowadays were so cunning. He was already over 100 years old, and he really couldn't beat them. For example, that Yuan Tianchu. He was such a good young man, but the way he looked at him all day long revealed an extremely strange light. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder and said calmly, do I look like someone who would lie to you? I promise to do everything for you tonight, it will be exactly the same as mine. If there is a difference, I will pay it back 10 times. Zhang Tianshan was tempted. If he said that he wasn't tempted, he would be lying. Sect leader, I believe you. Zhang Tianshan hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he was tempted by Lin Fan's words. He envied the decorations in Lin Fan's house. 100 silver indeed couldn't buy it. If Lin Fan didn't lie to him, then he would have earned a huge sum. Lin Fan smiled, wait for the good news. Outside, Lin Fan wanted to head to Jiang City. He passed Go Z 2000 silver and told him to use that to decorate the house and courtyard. He bought everything according to the best price. Carrying a huge sum of money made one's heart flustered. Only by spending it slowly would one feel truly comfortable. When the things are delivered, remember to move all the furniture in my house to Zhang Tianshan's place. Lin Fan said. When he obtained such a huge sum, he wanted to enjoy it. His life had to be better than in Yu City. Zhang Tianshan wanted to decorate the room like his, so he had to help him. He didn't move it at all, ensuring that it was exactly the same. Also, I am prepared to build a fake mountain fountain on Marshall Path Mountain to raise some fish. I will also build a 3-story building to rest in. Go arrange for that. Although Marshall Path Mountain was a sect, he wanted to develop Marshall Path Mountain into one with him as the main sect. As for finding a disciple, that was still too far away. But his heart had other ideas. He had to find a disciple who could serve him, not a disciple who he had to nurture. Yes, young master. Go Z didn't think so much and just said whatever young master said. Go Z noticed. He really did not have any talent for cultivation. He could only develop his daily life and cooking skills. He knew that the young master lacked these things, so he had to make arrangements for the young master. Rivertown. Tens of thousands of people sent him off. The scene was magnificent. Take a look. What did it mean to follow the hearts of the people? This was what it meant to follow the hearts of the people. Shaoqi's eyes were filled with tears as he waved his hands to say goodbye to the commoners. As a prince, his greatest gain from this trip would be what he had gained in Jiang City. He had done a huge thing. My people, don't send me off. I am leaving. One day in the future, I will come back to see all of you. Shaoqi said as he covered his eyes and cried. It was like he couldn't bear to part with these people. When the commoners saw the prince cry, they cried too. What a good prince. In the past, they didn't think that they would have such a chance to be so close to the prince. Now that they came into contact with him, they realized that they were living in such a blissful environment. With a prince who loved them so much, when he sat on the throne, how blissful would that be? White Brow stood behind the prince expressionlessly. Amazing. The prince really followed the hearts of the people. This was a huge responsibility from the heavens. Lin Fan looked on from not far away. Amazing, are the royal family disciples all so good at acting? Or are they all so good at acting? To the commoners, the prince was showing his true emotions. He really couldn't bear to leave them. But in the eyes of smart people, his acting skills were just too exaggerated. However, one had to say that exaggerated acting skills were able to touch the chord in other people's hearts. Shaoqi might seem a little dumb, but one had to say that his acting skills were really deep. Didn't they see that the people were being led away by his crying and talking? At that moment, Shaoqi grabbed Chen Xingyao's hand and said sincerely, your Chen family is a huge family in Jiang City. I hope that when I am not here, you can help me take care of my people. If I hear that you use your status to bully my people, do you know the consequences? Chen Xingyao was willing to be a bootlicker by the prince's side. Especially when the prince grabbed his hand and said those words, his face flushed red from excitement. Don't think that it was a threat. But to Chen Xingyao, it wasn't a problem. Don't worry, Prince, I will help you take care of these people. Chen Xingyao said. He patted his chest and promised it. Shaoqi looked at the commoners, you all heard it. In the future, if you are bullied by those in power, find young Master Chen. If there is a huge matter, don't be anxious. When I come to Jiang City again, tell me and I will help you. Those were empty words. But one had to say that those words had a huge calming effect on the commoners. Prince. The commoners wiped their tears. The commoners were wiping their tears. What a good prince. If he could become an emperor in the future, they would definitely live a happier life. To the commoners, what they were thinking was just too beautiful. Shao Qi told Qin Xingyao to take care of the commoners. Wasn't that nonsense? He was just lying to the commoners. To Qin Xingyao, he was stunned. The commoners came to find him when they were bullied? What if they were bullied by him? Of course. Qin family's luck had been destroyed, and to recover to its peak, it would depend on whether or not Qin Xingyao worked hard. Shao Qi didn't expect to bring Qin Xingyao along. Just a Jiang City aristocratic family. What was the point of bringing him along? Young Master Qin, remember my words. My heart is bright, and I will have what I need in the future. Shao Qi patted Qin Xingyao's shoulder and put up a smokescreen. He didn't say anything threatening. But it did make Qin Xingyao feel a chill down his spine. Your Highness, it is late, we should head out. White Brow said. There were demons around Jiang City, so it was best to leave early and get far away from the demon area. If they faced demons in the wilderness, they would definitely die. Shao Qi knew what White Brow was referring to. Thinking about that situation, he felt terrified. Demons and such things. Why didn't he kill them all that year? Shao Qi waved his hands, not taking away a single cloud, but the love and respect that the people had for him. This trip was worth it. He earned a lot. Brother Huang, why didn't you say goodbye to the prince? Lin Fan asked. Huang Boren and him stood in the distance and looked on as the prince left. They didn't head up to send him off. Qin Xingyao wanted to suck up to the prince, but unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough. He didn't manage to suck up to the prince, so he remained in Jiang City. What's there to go for? This prince looks a little inexperienced, but he's actually very powerful. That fellow Qin Xingyao still wants to rely on the prince to enter the center of power. In my opinion, he's licking until there's nothing left. It's all for nothing, Huang Boren said. He looked at it. Although the Jiang City aristocrats were decent, compared to those close to the imperial dynasty, it was like an ant to an elephant. Why would the prince care about the Jiang City aristocrats? Only the prince was in Jiang City and needed their help, otherwise, he wouldn't even bother about them. The prince left. The commoners were a little sad. Qin Xingyao stood there, and he didn't feel good in his heart. Qin Xingyao wasn't good enough. Or did I not lick him enough? He actually didn't bring him along. He also wanted to head to the imperial dynasty to take a look at the center of power. The sun set. Marshall Path Mountain was really busy. Slow down, all of you slow down. Zhang Tianshan stood in his courtyard and looked at the luxurious furniture being moved in. He was really happy. As expected, the kid didn't lie to him. He really had to buy it for him. Yuan Tianchu silently looked at the furniture being moved into Zhang Tianshan's room. He was envious, but he didn't show it. There was definitely a deal that couldn't be revealed. Liang Yongqi couldn't take it. Where did you get all this from? Zhang Tianshan smiled. Didn't I tell all of you? Our sect leader is not bad. In the past, it was all a misunderstanding. Let me tell you, you are the grand disciple now. As long as you work hard and make the sect leader happy, you can have all this. Of course, you are weaker than me. After all, you are only the grand disciple, and I am the deputy sect leader. Damn! Those words were meant to kill. Zhang Tianshan didn't say anything that tempted him at all. Deputy sect leader. Grand disciple. There was a difference in status here. Liang Yongqi just wanted to go home and didn't want to stay here. He suffered too much. But the Liang family had no place for him. Father chased him out and gave all his love to big brother Liang Yichu. Damn. It wasn't like that in the past. What mistake did he make that led to him being chased out of the house? He tried his best to think, but he couldn't. Tisk, No one admits that you are the deputy sect leader. Liang Yongqi said unhappily. Zhang Tianshan was unhappy. How can a disciple speak to the deputy sect leader like that? Show your attitude. How can you get such treatment? In the future, if a new disciple enters and performs better than you, your grand disciple position will be given to someone else. Give. Give what? I have had enough. Whoever wants to stay in this place can stay. Liang Yongqi was furious. Maybe he had touched his sore spot. Liang family's position was taken, and now he said that the grand disciple position was going to be taken too. That was like a knife stabbing his heart. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. Young people nowadays. Just a few sentences and they were unhappy. Haze. Yuan Tianchu was really calm. He didn't join in the quarrel and just used his eyes to observe the development of things. He was searching for clues. Chapter 145. A bunch of fools, a bunch of demons. I, Liang Yongqi, won't stay here anymore. Liang Yongqi walked out of Martial Path Mountain. He was so furious that tears were about to flow out. Were they still humans? They suppressed him so much. Not to mention Lin Fan, just that Zhang Tianshan, what was so good about him? He caused Martial Path Mountain to go bankrupt. Wasn't he the one who pulled him up? As for that Lin Fan, he was just a beast. He took away all the money on them and let himself eat and drink. Did he even have a conscience? Speaking of which, he was about to cry. He rode the horse and was about to leave without turning his head. Suddenly, he pulled the reins and stopped on the spot. The environment in front of him was a little terrifying. For some reason, he came to a really dense but dark forest. Something seemed to have flashed by just now. It was a red glow. The setting sun was slowly disappearing, and a warning line was drawn between the forest and the outside world. This warning line continued to shrink. A sense of danger surged into his heart. Like something terrifying was about to happen. His ears trembled slightly as he heard some very strange sounds. These sounds were really weak. Yin demons. He suddenly recalled that there were Yin demons around Jiang City that would come out at night. Just at that moment, he noticed that the light that separated the two areas was shrinking. He was so terrified that his head was covered in sweat. Zhang Tianshan, you bastard, purposely angering me in running out without thinking. He pulled the reins and turned around to run. Quick, quick run, horse run. He turned his head occasionally. The setting sun slowly disappeared, and he could even see things slowly climbing out of the forest like they were waiting for the darkness to descend. Damn, save me! Liang Yongqi shouted. He was nearly frightened to death by his own stupidity. Usually, he would be able to take it. Why couldn't he take it today? Run. He had to run. If not, if the Yin demons caught up, he would be ripped apart. Martial Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu looked at the room that didn't light up. He didn't expect that Liang Yongqi would actually leave. How stupid. Even if he wanted to leave, he chose to leave in the morning. Night was about to descend, so wasn't he asking to die? Those things outside, who knew if he wouldn't bump into them? He left. Zhang Tianshan only saw Yuan Tianchu and didn't see Liang Yongqi. He was a little worried. Yes, he was humiliated by you and left in anger. Yuan Tianchu said. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed and he raged. Is he sick in the head? To leave now, does he want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianshan immediately went down the mountain. It was already dark. If that brat encountered a Yin devil, he would have no chance of survival. Yuan Tianchu's expression changed. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would personally go down the mountain to find Liang Yongqi. This was different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, Zhang Tianshan definitely wouldn't go, but his actions were a little problematic. He pondered for a moment. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. What a brilliant plan. He understood. Zhang Tianshan purposely insulted Liang Yongqi. Maybe he thought that Liang Yongqi wouldn't be able to take it and directly leave Martial Path Mountain. At that time, night would descend, and the Yin demons would come out to make Liang Yongji face them. When he was in despair, he would save him, leaving his image in Liang Yongji's heart. This made Liang Yongji shed tears of gratitude and pulled him to his side. Wait a minute. What was so good about Liang Yongji? No. So that was the case. He started from the weakest and slowly bought their hearts. In the future, when they fought for the sect leader position, everyone would stand by his side. Amazing, as expected, amazing. He planned step by step, actually thinking so far ahead. However, that was just so. Yuan Tianchu had already seen through it. It wouldn't be so easy to buy him over. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu felt that he was the most clear-headed of all of them. Even if their actions were deeply hidden, as long as a single clue was exposed, he would be able to unravel the cocoon and follow the vine to the melon to find the ultimate source. No one could hide from his eyes. When he thought about that, Yuan Tianchu smiled. He smiled confidently. He felt like he was an expert, no one's little secret could escape from his eyes. This idiot. Zhang Tianshan rode his horse and looked into the distance. Yin demon aura gathered there, and it was obvious that they had already moved out. He really didn't expect that the young people now were so fragile. He didn't say anything too overboard, so why were they so fragile? If it was other people, forget it. The key was that they lived in Martial Path Mountain for a period of time, so at least they had some feelings. Moreover, as the deputy sect leader, he was also the grand disciple, so how could he not care? Haze. He had to teach him when he returned. What young master, his mentality was just too weak. Not long later. He heard shouts. Don't chase me, I was wrong, let me go. Save me. I have a disease, my whole family has a disease, don't eat me. Liang Yongqi's face was covered in tears and mucus. The horse was running, and something was chasing behind. It was really quick, and in just a short while, he would be caught. Instantly. A Yin demon jumped into the air, spreading its limbs and pouncing towards Liang Yongqi. Liang Yongqi's pupils constricted. His pants were wet. He was in despair. I am going to die, I am really going to die. Father, I am leaving. Pang. Just at that moment, a white light exploded in front of Liang Yongqi and covered the Yin demon. The Yin demon roared like it had suffered some kind of injury. When it landed, its claws grabbed Liang Yongqi's horse, directly leaving a long bloody mark. The horse felt pain and tossed Liang Yongqi off. Liang Yongqi exclaimed, and his body shook. Just as he was in despair, a hand grabbed him. Kid, hold tight, I will take care of you when we return. Zhang Tianshan's expression was solemn. He pulled the reins and changed directions, heading towards Martial Path Mountain. When Liang Yongqi saw who it was, he instantly felt that the despicable Zhang Tianshan was like a hero who stepped on a rainbow cloud to welcome him. Deputy sect leader, I was afraid, I was wrong. Liang Yongqi was so frightened that he cried. His heart was really weak. He was scared witless by the Yin demons. Stop crying, if you know fear, then why didn't you do it earlier? Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube, the length of a palm. He pinched it with 2 fingers and then tossed it behind him. A golden light seeped out from the broken bamboo tube, and it lit up Zhang Tianshan's back. The Yin demon screamed. But more Yin demons chased crazily towards Zhang Tianshan. Kid, can you stop moving your hands? If you continue, I will toss you down. Zhang Tianshan scolded. Liang Yongqi was too timid. After Zhang Tianshan saved him, he grabbed onto Zhang Tianshan. Life and death was a huge terror. He could be considered to have personally experienced that terror. Zhang Tianshan didn't even turn his head. More and more bamboo tubes appeared in his hands, and he just tossed them behind him. These things wouldn't kill the Yin demons. But they could stop the Yin demons. After a long while, Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi up Martial Path Mountain. The Yin demons followed closely behind, surrounding Martial Path Mountain. They screamed and then retreated like a flood. What are you thinking? Do you really want to die? Zhang Tianshan asked. Liang Yongqi's face was ashen white, and he shivered. No, I don't want to die. I regret it. Deputy sect leader, thank you for saving me. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Now you know that I am the deputy sect leader. Liang Yongqi nodded his head. How would he dare to say no? What happened just now terrified him. If Zhang Tianshan hadn't rushed over in time, his life would have been lost. Yuan Tianchu saw Liang Yongqi return in a daze and understood that Zhang Tianshan had succeeded. That was the first step. Following that, there would be a second and third step. When he was free, he would head to the secret room to have a good chat with the Yin demons. The big Yin demons were the most tragic ones. At the start, the big Yin demons were unyielding, willing to fight against humans. They would rather die than submit. However, as the humans used more and more methods, they became more and more perverted. They couldn't take it anymore. Burning, stabbing, pulling out tongues, everything was perverted. There were already small Yin demons that were tortured to death. They couldn't take the frequent and strong attacks from the enemy. The Yin demons' rage points were limited. Such frequent torture made them used to it. Maybe because they gave up on themselves, their rage points didn't increase. What a waste. Their mentality wasn't strong enough. A few days later, night fell. In the Wolf Brigade forest, 3 people appeared. One of them was huge but looked really haggard. He was actually being supported by 2 small and weak bodies. The 2 small Yin demons that were supporting the big Yin demon screamed towards the forest. Very quickly, there was movement. Numerous Yin demons appeared. When they saw those scenes, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Yin demons in the forest screamed and talked to the Yin demons that returned. We are back. Take a look at him. He was tortured so badly by the humans. Bastard, he is a demon. He tortured us in all sorts of ways. The 2 small Yin demons supported the big Yin demon as they walked into the darkness. The surrounding Yin demons stared at the big Yin demon. They were astonished. What happened? What kind of torture did the big Yin demon face? Why did he feel like his mind wasn't clear? His body was bleeding black blood, and he even lost a lot of flesh. Especially his back, which had a huge wound. What did he face? The big Yin demon was really weak, he didn't have any strength at all. He was like a few hundred men locked in a room for days. The big Yin demon was supported onto a stone and laid there. Yin demons sent flesh and blood over. However, the big Yin demon couldn't open his mouth. Even if he did, it was useless. He had no teeth, and many things on his body were dug out. The big Yin demon looked at his race with his red eyes. His aura became weaker and weaker as he said with much difficulty, remember, if you end up in the hands of that Martial Path Mountain person, don't wait to be saved. Kill yourself, you have to, kill yourself. The moment he said that, the big Yin demon slowly closed his eyes, the pain in his body and mental state all disappeared at that moment. Numerous Yin demons raised their heads and screamed. Why did that have to happen? We're just eating a little bit of human flesh. Is that wrong? Chapter 146. Rage Points, 20737. The rage points of the Een demons won't continue to grow. As they continue to be tortured, it will turn into fear, causing it to be unable to reach its peak. During this period of time, he slowly noticed the theory. If that was the case, to maximize the benefits, he had to shoot once and then slow down. After a period of time, when they forgot about the pain, he would shoot once more. To be more direct, he would beat them up. After a period of time, when they recovered and forgot about the pain, when their emotions returned to their peak, he would beat them up again. This cycle would continue. However, this was a little problematic. It wasn't his style. He didn't like to let go of people who offended him. Normally, he liked to kill them. However, if that was the case, he would suffer huge losses. Actually, it wasn't impossible. He was a rich family young master, and his hands weren't stained with blood. He had always been determined to be an exquisite rich family young master. He had to be magnanimous. He felt that he was a magnanimous person and was friendly to everyone. Even if they had conflicts, it wasn't a problem. He would just smile and forget about it. For example, Qin Xinyao. He told the Wolf Brigade to trample Marshall Path Mountain, but he didn't say anything and even smiled at him. Normal people couldn't reach such a mentality. Let's not think about all that and add points first. He would raise his internal strength first. Now his internal and external realms had reached peak Marshall Path Grade 9. Improve. His internal strength started to jump bit by bit. Now 1 point needed 400, and it was slowly increasing. However, it was still okay, and there weren't any huge fluctuations. Internal strength, 300, Marshall Path Grade 10, instantly, the internal energy within his body exploded. Something was born out of nothing, and dense internal energy filled his body. He felt that he had truly stepped into the ranks of experts. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he definitely wasn't weak. He was left with 8,000 rage points, but he didn't use it to raise physique or mixed energy broken jade hand. He was the clearest about his current situation. Unmovable bright king body and purple sun 4 holy scripture, these two techniques, one focused on internal and the other focused on external, definitely couldn't be moved. Only thunder blade 4 styles and mixed elements broken jade hand could be exchanged and refreshed. In the end, he didn't have enough rage points. If he had enough, then there wouldn't be so many problems. He was not in a hurry. This was just the beginning. He had not reached the end yet. He realized that cultivation was really a technical activity. It was not easy to do without some brains. Marshall Path Mountain, dining area. Sect leader, I noticed that the furniture you bought for me has been used. Those merchants are so despicable. Zhang Tianshan was furious, but he could accept it. He just grumbled a little. Lin Fan said, yes, there are profiteers everywhere. In the future, you have to be careful when you buy things. At this moment, Zhang Tianshan's bowl was empty. Liang Yongqi placed down his bowl and chopsticks and scooped porridge for Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan was used to it. He looked at what Lin Fan was eating and said enviously, sect leader, when can the few of us eat that of yours? We are sick of eating plain porridge every day. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi. Did this fellow see a ghost? In just a few days, he was so respectful to Zhang Tianshan. You guys don't need to. My cousin and I are weak and we need these to replenish our energy. You guys are healthy and eating too much isn't good for your health. Lin Fan said. Fuck. Was this something a human could say? He was just shameless. Zhang Tianshan was speechless. You are amazing, I haven't found any words to retort. His heart was tired. Marshall Path Mountain was filled with unfairness. As the deputy sect leader, he had the responsibility to let the people of Marshall Path Mountain enjoy fair treatment. But the kid was a little fierce. Yuan Tianchu drank the porridge and slowly became silent. He looked on with a sneaky gaze. Replenish, continue to replenish, in the end, you will realize that you have nothing. Didn't he see the relationship between Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan? The two of them were bickering with one another a while ago, but now they weren't. Didn't he feel a bit of danger? Now that Marshall Path Mountain was preparing to be repaired, Go Zi found people to work on the requests that Lin Fan told Go Zi. Fake mountain fountain. 3-story leisure building. There were many places that needed to be repaired. Anyways, it would cost a large sum of silver to fix everything. Jiang City. The commoners returned to normal. The only change was that when the sky was about to turn dark, no matter how busy they were, they would return to the city and not stay outside. The city was safe, but that didn't mean that demons didn't exist. Chen Xingyao didn't have time to mess around with the commoners. Father was dead, and Chen family lacked a pillar. The merchants in the city didn't give them face and were fighting for territory with them. If not for manager Yu trying to persuade them, he would have raised his blade and chopped them all to death. In the past, they didn't have the balls to fight with my Chen family. The moment my father died, all of them jumped out. City gate. A girl mixed into the crowd and entered the city. Very quickly, she disappeared. Not long later. 3 males rode horses into the city, but they were stopped by the guards. Horses weren't allowed in. The 3 of them had blades by their waists. One of them had a fierce gaze and wanted to slash the guard to death. However, he was stopped by the people at the side. Remember our mission, don't cause trouble. The one-eyed male got off the horse and looked at the guard. Once the mission ended, he would kill him. If the guard found out, just because he said that horses weren't allowed in the city and one had to get off the horse, he would be hated. He would definitely shout that he was wronged. He didn't do anything wrong, so why did they want to kill him? Couldn't they be more reasonable? Big brother, where are we going to find her? The one-eyed male asked. There is no rush, she can't escape. The male who was called Big Brother had a black iron mask on half his face. His gaze was really sharp. He didn't care about such a small city like Jiang City. He then saw the notice on the city walls and directly tore it down. Let's go to Chen family. Chen Manor. Chen Xinyao's days didn't change much. But in his heart, he was still thinking about Prince Shaoqi. It wasn't easy for a guy to think about another guy. Without a certain level of feelings, one definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Suddenly, Li Tsong charged in. Young master, not good. Someone kicked open our Chen Manor door and charged in. He even injured many of us. What? Chen Xingyao got up, his face was dark and sunken. Who doesn't want to live? Do they think that I am easy to bully? Let's go and see who it is. Hall. The 3 men stood there, and there were quite a few servants lying around them. The servants were howling in grief, in great pain. Chen Xingyao charged out in rage and hollered, Hu, Shua. He didn't finish. A snow-white blade was on his shoulder. It was close to his neck, and one could feel the cold sharpness. Do you want to die or live? The masked male asked coldly. Gulp. Chen Xingyao shifted his feet and wanted to move the blade away, but the blade followed his footsteps. His face was covered in cold sweat. It came too quickly and he wasn't prepared at all. This. Good man, let's talk things out, don't be rash. Chen Xingyao said nervously. What kind of world was this? His father had just died and so many things had come to his door. Father, how much trouble did you cause for me? Now those bastards in the city are snatching my territory, and someone came to my door with a blade. My heart couldn't take it. Look carefully, do you recognize the girl in the picture? Chen Xingyao stared at the picture. Good man, I can't remember this picture. Why don't you tell me the name and I will find it for you? The masked male said, Yang Fei, Father Yang Yi, Mother Qin Yu. She and her mother are the only ones in the family. Father died a long time ago. This. Chen Xingyao sensed thick killing intent from his body. He wasn't joking, and if he didn't know, then he would really die. Oh my God. Who did he offend? At that moment, he noticed that the blade on his neck was a little closer. He was a little impatient and was about to attack. He was so terrified that his soul was about to fly away. Li Tsong, where did you die to? Come out and see whether or not you recognize this person. Chen Xingyao shouted. When Li Tsong saw the situation, he hid behind the pillar and didn't dare to come out. However, since young master called him, he didn't dare to not come out. Good men, don't be rash. Let me take a look. Li Tsong's hands trembled as he took a close look at the picture. Hurry up and tell this hero where this woman's home is. Hero, don't be rash. I'll help you capture this woman and torture her, said Chen Xingyao. They came out of nowhere and they didn't even know their names. If they were killed because of this, they wouldn't even be able to cry. Li Tsong panicked, don't rush, I am looking. I am thinking that she does look familiar. Oh, I know, it is in the west of the city. The three of them looked at one another. Go, bring us there. Don't think about playing tricks. If you lie to us, your head will fall to the ground. If it is true, then we will let you live. The masked male said. West of the city. The houses here were all next to each other. It was really tough to find people here, but luckily they had names. Li Tsong pulled a passerby, where is Yang Shi's home? The passerby shrunk his neck, it is in front. Instantly. The three of them released Chen Xingyao and dashed forward. Chen Xingyao and Li Tsong ran right away. If they didn't run now, then they would be fools. Where did these three lunatics come from? They even dared to kidnap the Chen family young master. Did they still want to live in Jiang City? The three of them came to an old and broken house. The one-eyed male kicked the door open. He saw a person lying on the bed and charged over to grab her. However, he noticed that the old woman had no aura at all. The corpse was still warm and it was obvious that she had just died. Big brother, she is dead. The one-eyed male shouted. The masked male walked in and saw the dead old woman. His expression was really ugly, Yang Fei, as expected from the gang leader's concubine. She is so vicious and doesn't even show mercy when killing her own mother. Big brother, this place was opened. It seems like she took the thing away. Another male looked at a brick that was removed. There was a palm-sized space inside. The masked male thought about it. Search, she hasn't left Jiang City. The masked male said coldly. The bug in the box by his waist didn't move, which meant that it was nearby and hadn't left. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.